súper rápido, pero tiene un millón de comentarios. 1, 2, 3, pasa aquí.
Ah, ok. No, no sé, real, mira.
En el desde aquí, ¿qué tal?
Io pensiero che era un caos, ma come anticipato, non si è.
because of the last minute doubts about your coming. Did you see the guy that sent you and asked you to talk about he's a speaker in Takeover. Ours is right after the coffee. We have I have the list.
Hola, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probando sonido. 1, 2, 3, ¿te entra? ¿Entra bien el sonido? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ¿sí? Ok.
Sí. Good morning. Can you please take your seats? Good morning. Can you please take your seats? Good morning. My name is Gerardo Seeliger, and let me say a couple of words of welcome. Do I start in Arabic or in Hebrew? مرحبا بكم في مدريد وشكرا لانضمامكم إلينا في هجرة المقتنع التريشي. Thank you. Brujim haba im le Madrid. Toda la gem shi igatem. Eleinu la veda. Ha historit hazot. Thank you. Wasn't easy. Well, good morning to all of you. I continue in English. As the founder and chairman of Madrid Open City, I'm honored today to represent a diverse team of prestigious public and private organizations. First of all, we thank you for coming here and welcome to this history-making conference, Madrid and the New Middle East. The idea for this conference came from two prominent leaders in Spain who recognized that dialogue and mutual understanding among top business leaders will help build trust and ultimately wealth and stability in the three countries and the whole region. David Hatchwell is a truly inspiring innovator, leader, and philanthropist with a strong ties to Israel. Good morning. Borja Gervas, Borja, thank you very much. Business is based in Abu Dhabi, where he enjoys excellent relationship both with the business community there, but more importantly also with the sovereign wealth funds in the United Arab Emirates, but also in the whole region of the Middle East. We feel that this conference is coming at the right time. It could not have come at a better time. The whole world is facing great uncertainty caused by intense political, environmental, and economic crises. To name a few, the pandemic, the war, disruption in logistics and supply chains, instability in food and energy prices, and all this has widened the gap between rich and poor, north and south, east and west, and worst, democracies and authoritarian states, dictatorships. In this divided world, we are looking for new synergies. Solutions must be found, hopefully today, now, in order to avoid social and economic instability, which can only grow if we don't find these solutions. Our desire for greater stability, for peace and prosperity, brings us all together here today. In the Middle East, and this is the reason we're here today, is one of the prime regions where I think we can find a good way forward. As a result of the Abraham Accords signed 2 years ago, tangible progress is already underway. Perhaps the most important economic news occurred just 3 weeks ago with the signing of the free trade agreement between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. The agreement works to promote exchanges in goods, services, and investment. The agreement promises a future of shared growth, prosperity, and greater social cohesion. The United Arab Emirates holds 10% of the world's oil reserves, with a strategy of the fourth industrial revolution in 2017 came a major commitment by the United Arab Emirates for desertification, especially in alternative and renewable energy, having all the energy in the world, aerospace technology, and space exploration. Right now, the United Arab Emirates are rated among the most networked countries in the world. It also recognized as one of the most transparent and business-friendly organizations. Congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. In 2017, Israel was already attracting $5 billion in investment into Israel. The Bloomberg Innovation Index routinely ranks Israel highly for patent activity and concentration of research and innovation. The potential synergies are enormous, and I have to say this, Madrid wants to share in this endeavor and its benefits, its profit, its rewards. Here today, Madrid and the new Middle East, we will focus on 5 sectors which we define as among the most relevant and where we know there's a potential for greater cooperation between our 3 areas. First, infrastructure, smart cities, and mobility. Madrid is a pioneer in designing the city of the future. Development of Madrid Nuevo Norte, and we have the head of that organization here sitting in the second row, José Luis Moreno, will make Madrid a worldwide landmark when it comes to innovation, sustainability, and livability. Israel and the United Arab Emirates have also embarked in a very ambitious project in Smart City, and we in Madrid, we would like to help you. Second, healthcare and bioregions. With its world-famous healthcare quality, Madrid remains a global leader in health services, systems, and innovations. Again, the United Arab Emirates plays a crucial role in health partnerships. As an example, can be found with the Cleveland Clinic in Abu Dhabi, the result of a partnership agreement signed between the Cleveland Clinic and the Mubadala Development Company. Israel is well known for innovation in biopharma, life sciences, and medical imaging devices. Again, the cooperation, the potential is obvious. Third, agriculture and food technology. The situation in Ukraine is obviously a dramatic example of the need to improve supply and food security all around the world. Spain is a major European food exporter. Israel stands tall in the world leaders in agri-food technology. And again, United Emirates are taking a lead in water management. Very important. Here, clearly, we have a lot to learn from each other, cooperate, and create a dynamic. Fourth area is cryptocurrency mining. This panel will address a fascinating and today volatile, we know that, part of our economy. Whatever you view, it's a technology that may shape the world's future. There has been a lot of hype about this lately. The panel will help us understand the difference between the hype, reshaping, transformational technology, and the way we think about finance, investments, and ownership in the future. And fifth and final, cybersecurity and fintech. In this highly digitalized world, we often read headlines about the risk and losses caused by outdated security. Here is another natural fit for collaboration. With Israel as the world leader in cybersecurity and the open dynamic economy in the United Arab Emirates, and Madrid as the business portal for huge business markets in Latin America. Again, I think we are unstoppable in the things we can do together. The 2 afternoon sessions, number 4 and 5, I just mentioned, are especially relevant and worth staying for that because they touch on all sectors and all markets. Success is all our shared venture is what we seek. So the objectives of today's conference are clear. 3, to bring together government and businesses for a trilateral institutional networking. Second, to recognize the individual complementary strengths of each partner, Israel, United Arab Emirates, and Madrid. This will allow us to optimize and, above all, accelerate the creation of new wealth, employment, cultural exchange. And third, to create a long-term business partnership between our three countries. While global political leaders struggle to maintain stability, and they do struggle, as we are seeing, enduring business partnerships can make sustainable progress towards peace and prosperity. With these objectives in mind, let me conclude by telling you about Madrid and our own organization. Madrid Open City is a public, private, non-for-profit, non-political organization established by the Madrid business community, by the Madrid City Hall, and the government of the Madrid region. Our laser-sharp mission is to attract top new foreign companies to establish their presence here in Madrid. We will help them to do so. Madrid will make it easy for newcomers to enjoy the benefit of our hospitality, while at the same time we create a working environment where they can be highly productive, competitive all around the world. 24 senior executives, this is the team at Madrid Open City, offer their support, our project, and they all work on a pro bono basis. So come and see us, we will help you. We also benefit from very major sponsorship from corporate members who share our vision. We're deeply grateful, obviously, for their visionary support. We are all ready to wait for you to come to us, companies, and help you establish yourself in Madrid. But it is currently ranked #1 in the world in livability, which is quality of life, and in 9th position as a global city. We do offer Madrid one of the best urban infrastructure and some of the best business schools in Europe. We are leaders in entrepreneurial, digital, the business. Madrid is very well positioned as an innovation hub within Europe. A clear example is South Summit. South Summit is an exponentially powerful innovation platform which connects the different actors of our ecosystem. It matches entrepreneurs, universities, government agencies, and investors. They've just celebrated the 10th anniversary of a very successful career linking Latin America and Europe. We congratulate you, Maria Benjumea, I think she's here. Well done. These are just a few reasons to see Madrid as a capital, but not only for Spain, and I think this is important, but also for the 500 million people that constitute the Spanish-speaking communities in the world. In fact, Latin America has become the 4th largest investor in Spain, and we are the European country with the largest, second largest investment in Latin America after the United States. Therefore, Madrid, Mr. Ambassador, is a natural bridge between Israel, between the United Arab Emirates and Latin America. If you want to go to Latin America, stop by, come to see us here in Madrid. Obviously, there's a huge market in the United States, the Sun Belt, and there's a lot of business opportunities which we can develop there. Add to this the availability of exceptional yet affordable, very important talent in Spain who enjoy outstanding quality of life. And you see why Madrid is a perfect place to invest, develop professionally, and to live. You can have all a great life in Madrid. I would like to extend an invitation to all the attendees as well, all the Madrid companies. We would love to have your support to network with Madrid Open City. Today's conference will be the first of many strategic global events. Next year, we plan to invite, and we'll talk about this later, other countries in the Middle East, Northern Africa, such as Bahrain, such as Egypt, Morocco, Oman, Saudi Arabia, as far as Indonesia, with the same objective: strengthen the ties and create business opportunities. But for now, today, we hope that you will enjoy the content of our conference and find new business opportunities here today. Most of all, we hope that you will remember today, this day, by seeing concrete and tangible results very soon. we want to close deals with you. Thank you very much. And again, thanks for joining us. Welcome to Madrid. Thank you very much. We're now going to see here she is. Yes, thank you very much. We wanted to announce the ambassador of Israel. She has the word. Unfortunately, she's not been able to come, but here she is. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for addressing this conference, Mrs. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Gerardo. And hello, everybody. Warm greetings. I'm very sorry. I'm one of the statistics of COVID, so I have to do it, virtually. But it's a great opportunity, and I want to really give my thanks to all the organizers and especially David Achoel and Borja Gervas and Gil Gidron and all the good people that collaborated in this event, and of course Ambassador Al-Suaidi and his team. We met with the Ambassador Al-Suaidi, I think, a year and a half ago, and or almost. And I don't think either of us imagined that it would take so long until we had a first event of this kind here in Madrid. And I'm sure that both of us are very, very happy with that. In the last years, the Middle East is undergoing profound changes of paradigms, climaxing with the Abraham Accords in 2020. These accords have shown the real potential of collaboration to transform the lives of citizens throughout the Middle East and beyond to the better. The Emirates-Israel Free Trade Agreement signed recently, the first of its kind between Israel and an Arab state, will surely accelerate our bilateral exchange, who even before this signature grew more than 500% just this past year. The potential in science and technology, research and development projects, and the exchange is enormous. The tourism agreement has opened new opportunities for our civil societies to know each other better. The growing cooperation in all spheres of life, economic, technological, energy, scientific, cultural, sports, and obviously political, we have with the Emirates and also with other countries that are part of the Abraham Accords, is the standing proof of how the Middle East can become a real hub of prosperity and attractiveness. Hopefully in the near future, more countries of the region will be joining these accords. As for today's event, you will all agree with me, and we just heard Gerardo, that given the strong friendship that exists between all of our countries, it is only natural that all three vertices of this triangle should meet in order to consolidate even more the strong bilateral ties on each side of the relations, and make that into a broader form of cooperation. And obviously, the very strong link that Gerardo just mentioned to Latin America makes it even more attractive for everybody. All of our countries, Israel, Emirates, Spain, face challenges that can be given solutions in a better manner if confronted together. I'm thinking of global climate change, the energy crisis, health, food supply, infrastructure, and connectivity. All these and many more are going to be discussed today and hopefully continued and elaborated. I am certain that this event will mark an important milestone for the benefit of our societies, and that we will have many more such events to come. I wish you all a very fruitful event and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Can I ask you to join us? It's all yours. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. It's so great to see a full room. And it's my pleasure to be here, and I wish my Spanish was as good as Gerardo's Arabic. But I'm working on it, and hopefully it will get better in time, and I'll feel as brave as you. Buenos dias. It's my pleasure to be here. Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to join you all today in the first edition of Madrid and the New Middle East, a landmark business summit that celebrates a bold and innovative vision of our region. And I'm really looking forward to the future events that you host. Before I start, please allow me to thank Her Excellency Isabel Diaz Ayuso, who I know will be joining us later, President of the Community of Madrid, for being with us, and for being an ardent supporter of the friendship between Madrid and the UAE. I'd also like to thank His Excellency Javier Fernandez Lasqueti, Regional Minister of Economy, and His Excellency Jose Luis Martinez Almeida, the Mayor of Madrid, who will close today's event, for working to make Madrid's vision known to our investors and for promoting the city as a friendly and welcoming, but above all, a great city for investors to do business with. I would also like to thank Her Excellency Rodica Radian Gordon, the Ambassador of Israel in Madrid, for her presence here today, unfortunately via video conference. And I hope that she has a speedy recovery from COVID, something that has affected all of our businesses and communities. And I think today is really an example of how we're starting to come out of this, the last 2 years of difficulty, and to see a bright future for the coming years. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Mr. Borja Gervas and Mr. David Hashwell, the leaders of Access UAE and XM Grupo, for putting forward this initiative and enabling our business communities to share their vision and discuss avenues for collaboration. I'm certain that today's event will set the foundations for new friendships, and I hope one day we will look back and remember how Madrid and the new Middle East was the inception of many interesting projects. That is, in the end, a core element of the UAE's historic success, working with partners around the world to establish long-term friendships and partnerships based on mutual trust. On the whole, the UAE has always strived to become a role model for young generations of the Middle East and the standard bearer for a future-oriented model for the Middle East. One that embraces diversity, empowers women, encourages innovation, and welcomes global engagement. One model that in the end invites and welcomes everyone to come and live and stay in the UAE. This model is a reflection of our identity, our values, which have continuously driven us forward, and with the vision of our leadership, we have been able to see great success and growth in the UAE. Today, the UAE hosts more than 200 nationalities that coexist peacefully, making us a unique country in our region. As a matter of fact, 80% of the 10 million residents are expats, including more than 40,000 Spaniards who live happily with their families in the UAE. The UAE is also proud to host more than 76 places of worship for all religions, including churches, synagogues, and temples, which makes us an incubator for tolerance and mutual understanding between citizens and communities from very different backgrounds. Back in 2019, we were honored to receive His Holiness Pope Francis in Abu Dhabi for the signature of the document on human fraternity in his very first trip to the Middle East. And in 2020, we were the first country in our region to establish diplomatic relations with Israel, a historic feat that we are also celebrating and building upon today. None of these achievements would have been possible without our long-standing determination and vision of becoming a beacon of hope, tolerance, and progress in our region. Today, the UAE's leadership is still keeping to those same principles and applying that vision to our economic development. Our government continues to foster a world-class business environment for international companies in line with a long-standing strategic vision to diversify our economy away from dependence on oil and gas. Even though we are among the world's top producers, more than 70% of our economy today is based on non-oil and gas sectors, and this number continues to grow dramatically. Over the last 50 years, we have become a globally renowned tourism and financial hub, and we are determined to be among the world's leading innovators in fields such as renewable energy, artificial intelligence, aerospace, water, and transportation. In other words, we want to be leading the shaping of the world's economy for the next 50 years. This is an illustration of the pioneering character of the UAE, which has long been our strength and a cornerstone in the vision of our leadership. To support this vision, our government has established more than 34 free and specialized zones operating under different legislation in a low-tax environment, and more recently we have introduced a spate of new initiatives to promote foreign direct investment. These include laws that will permit 100% foreign ownership of local businesses by global investors in the UAE, as well as other incentives to encourage foreign investors to choose UAE as a strategic partner. Our efforts to become an attractive business destination have undoubtedly been a success. The World Bank ranked the UAE as 16th globally and first amongst Arab countries in its 2020 Doing Business report, and we lead the Arab world in terms of innovation. That's how we have managed to attract more than 3,200 foreign companies and are now doing business in our territory. More than 170 of these are Spanish and benefit from the strategic location of the UAE and the lifestyle of our country has to offer. This adds to the fantastic bilateral relations that we have with Spain. Last year, we recorded a historic high of 2.5 billion in our bilateral trade, and our bilateral investment flows are valued at more than $9 billion. This shows that our economic relations are strong and stable, but we can do much more, and I commend the organizers of Madrid and the New Middle East to keep this work going in this direction. I'm certain that this is a very opportune forum because there is much that our business communities have in common. We're home to entrepreneurial people, and we're ardent supporters of competition in an open market. I hope all of you distinguished invitees can take advantage of today's event as an opportunity to build upon all that we have in common to strengthen and develop our economic bonds. And thank you all for listening. Thank you so much.
Good morning to all. Welcome again, dear friends. I will not tire myself of giving you the warm welcome to all of you. And I'd like to do it especially to the ambassador of Morocco. It's really an honor to have you also, as a country who has had the 1,000 years history with the Jewish people. So thank you very much, Karima, for being here with us. As I was mentioning, I really am truly happy and excited to see today such a large crowd that has gathered to celebrate the relationship between these three parts of a triangle that has so much to do together. Your presence is a clear indication of the strong interest that we intuitively feel by combining three dynamic areas of the world where innovation and freedom are welcomed. Bilateral relations are an obvious win-win. The concept of a circular economy has also become widely acceptable over time. But the concept of completing bilateral relations through structures, geometric structures, that add value, as in this triangle, is perhaps more unusual and perhaps even disruptive. Putting together together economies that have similar sizes and are complementary is a wonderfully exciting challenge. Technology, capital, and markets can come together in a very natural way. When my friend Borja Gervas and I started to imagine this gathering just a few months ago, 8 weeks ago, we could not have thought that we could do so much in such a short amount of time. I want to really thank, from the bottom of my heart, first the sponsors for believing in our vision. And particularly, I'd like to thank Astara, a true leader, a true Spanish world leader, for saying yes immediately. So thank you so much, Jaime and Jorge, for your leadership and for doing that in Spain and throughout the world. I would also like to thank every single member of the organizing committee and their staff for their time, dedication, and commitment to our mission. Altruism is the secret sauce for making the world a better place, and today is a good example of that. I want to also thank the Emirati and the Israeli ambassadors for their support continuously. The private and public sectors clearly benefit when at the helm of our institutions we have public servants who really value what the private sector brings. Government-to-government peace is important, but a warm peace between people is truly what we seek. We also see today here our dear friends who represent, as I said, Morocco, Egypt, and Indonesia. I'm very, very proud of what is happening in the world. And frankly, we invite them, as Gerardo said, for the next edition in June 2023, where I hope they'll be joined by Bahrain, Oman, Sudan, and perhaps, God willing, even Saudi Arabia. I would like to conclude by mentioning that I was able to visit the UAE after the signing of the Abraham Accords, thanks to the warm hospitality of my dear, dear friend, Sheikh Tahnoun, who is gracing me today with his visit. As a Sephardic Jew that is blessed to live in Madrid, I felt I was living a real dream. My family spent 5 centuries in Morocco, and the peace process between Israel and its former Arab enemies is for me not only a moral imperative, but an opportunity for the region and for our new world. I know what the Jewish nation has endured over centuries, our commitment to our values, our unbreakable bond to the land of Israel, and our everlasting longing for peace. In my journey in the UAE, I was able to discover personally the kindness of the Emiratis, their love of life, their love of family, their respect to tradition, their natural elegance and humility, their patriotism, their calm and cool sense of timing. And really, now I feel this true fraternity all over their actions. So as a final thought, I would like to mention that I was very fortunate, thanks to my late father, to spend a lot of time with the late Shimon Peres, a true master peacemaker. He believed that peace can only be built through seeking the humanity of the other, through respecting those who seemingly are not like us. When we consolidate peace through mutual prosperity, there's no turning back. So, dear friends, I wish us all a beautiful day in wonderful Madrid, where we can all do our part in reaching the prophetic vision of turning swords into plowshares. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Good morning, ambassadors, authorities. First of all, let me express my sincere satisfaction for being here participating in the first Madrid and the New Middle East conference that just a few weeks ago was just an idea. My friend David and I were convinced that Madrid should play a role in this commendable process of reconnecting the UAE and Israel. And I'm very glad and honored that we received immediately positive response from the ambassadors and the Madrid regional government and City Hall to make this idea become a reality, thanks to the efforts of Madrid Open City and the rest of the organizations and sponsors involved, And I want all of them for the commitment and outstanding performance to make this come true. I have been living and working in Abu Dhabi for the last few years, and I want to convey a few messages to all of you resulting from my personal and professional experience in the UAE. When I landed in the UAE with my family, the kindness and sincere effort from the Emirati people make us feel at home from the very beginning. The UAE is a tolerant, pluralist, and inclusive society whose citizens fully accept and respect other cultures and ways of life. This is why the UAE was the first country in the region to embrace the Abraham Accords with Israel that will pave the way for a new horizon of peace and prosperity for the citizens in the Middle East. Our conviction of this fact is the main reason why we are all here today, to find business opportunities that will sustain this momentum and support the process of building together a future of shared collaboration, mutual trust, and prosperity. From my privileged observatory in Abu Dhabi, I can tell you that the UAE is committed to this process. The amazing evolution of this country in the past 50 years is a success story based on the ambitious and realistic long-term vision that transcends the challenges of the present. That was the vision that Sheikh Zayed inculcated not only to his family and dynasty, but to all the Emirati people. Long-term vision is therefore one of the main factors behind the UAE outstanding performance in the recent history, together with the patriotism and sense of loyalty of its citizens, who feel a part of a common goal of building a great country for the next generations. The enthusiasm of the Emirati people is contagious, and I have to confess that, as you can see, I share that spirit and common goal and try to do my part to help. As you all may know, the UAE economy offers enormous business opportunities. The government embarked in an ongoing, ambitious, and successful economic diversification process that is creating opportunities in a big variety of sectors, together with the establishment of a very friendly business environment from the legal, regulatory, and taxing points of view. Spanish companies have been aware of the opportunities of a bilateral trade and investment, reflected by the 150 that now are with permanent establishment in the UAE. They will see now their market expanded to Israel and the rest of the countries signing the free trade agreements after the accords. I would like to encourage others to come to the UAE and explore its market opportunities, which go way beyond its own territory. We have just heard how Madrid offers a privileged platform for Middle East companies to do business in Latin America. Likewise, don't forget that the UAE is a preferred hub for international companies for conducting business in Asia. Let me conclude by thanking again all the regional and local governments for their support, the embassies, and the speakers, and all the institutions involved in the organization of this first edition of a conference that has been born with a vocation of continuity and expansion in the coming years. And let me thank you all for joining us today, especially those who have traveled from Israel and UAE. I hope to see you again next year. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, good morning. And now, in the 10 minutes we have left before the official inauguration by the President, you're going to watch 3 short videos in 10 minutes.
This is an invitation to your future. Where you can turn opportunity into innovation and innovation into long-term success. Where economic strength and stability provide business security. Where established infrastructure provides the foundation for success. Where open for business truly means open. And where happiness is matched only by ambition. Abu Dhabi, where every day is a reminder to create the next. This is an invitation to your future today.
Open. Now that's a word that hasn't been used much in the world these days, huh? Well, open is looking good for Dubai right now, and we want to tell the world about it. It's open for business, of course, and a wealth of opportunities for the future. And there's literally hundreds of doors open to some of the best hotels you'll ever see. Oh, and the world's tallest building? Yep, that's open too. But this city is also open for fun. It's open for happy, open for crazy. Even the slopes are open. It's open for a guaranteed suntan and a dip in its beautiful, clear, warm waters. It's open for the arts and Arabian culture that you really need to experience, which means it's open for bucket lists too. But if opening boxes is all you want to do, there's more of that than you could possibly imagine. There's out in the open air, across open water, or if you just want to hit the open road full of hope and optimism. This is an open society, so it's up to you. This city has its arms wide open, and they're open for you. You get it? I think you do. The spark. That moment when a simple brainstorming meeting crystallizes into a big idea. But an idea, as great as it may be, simply isn't enough without the right team for the job. Not to mention passion, self-confidence, initiative, and risk-taking. Everything must work in sync. You know why they call Israel the startup nation? Perhaps because it started as one. A young venture that in a short amount of time succeeded in developing future-proof innovations and exciting new business models. Why here? Maybe it's in our DNA. A product of our diversity and outgoing nature, combined with unquenchable curiosity. A strong will to make a difference that leads to so many discoveries and inventions. Or could it be our untiring desire to break new ground? Even if it means getting our hands dirty. Some just call it chutzpah. You see, Israel is not just a country, it's a mindset, a thriving economy, and a global hub of innovation that impacts the lives of many worldwide. In Israel, we have a saying, start as fast as you can, then slowly go faster. Always moving forward, dreaming up new ideas and making them happen.
Welcome to Madrid and the new Middle East Conference. This important forum involving Israel, the United Arab Emirates and Madrid. This conference comes at perfect time because the goal of stability and business ties around the world are the essence of promoting global peace around the world.
Good morning. We want to celebrate today a story of coming together between Madrid, the United Arab Emirates, and Israel. And I want to remember how this got started. I want to share this story with my friend Borja.
My name is Borja Gervas. I'm a proud Spaniard. I'm living in Abu Dhabi.
And I am David Hatchwell. I'm a proud Spaniard. I love Israel, and I've dedicated my life to making Israel be known better in this part of the world. And together with Borja, frankly, we're very, very happy and proud that Madrid is going to be in the epicenter of the Abraham Accords in the spirit of Madrid 1991 peace agreements. So thank you, Borja, for all you've done.
Thank you, David.
One of the main goals of this unique seminar is to give visibility to potential investors from Emirates and Israel of all the important projects already ongoing in Madrid. Key projects like Madrid Nuevo Norte in real estate, Madrid Biotech in health sciences, or all initiatives related to Madrid's innovation ecosystem are continuously improving the region and offer excellent opportunities to investors from both countries.
I believe we have rightly identified the sectors with the highest cooperation for trilateral business collaboration, like infrastructure, smart cities, mobility, health, life sciences, agri-food tech, cybersecurity, IoT, fintech, or crypto. And with this business cooperation, we will be promoting trade, joint investment, growth, job creation, and prosperity for everyone.
World-class innovation of products, services, and processes is key to being competitive today. We have seen it over and over again. The leverage of Israeli applied technology innovation and Emirates' 21st century capital in a hub like Madrid can really make a difference.
Business and peace for future joint prosperity.
Basically, we want to close deals. We want to build and establish a lasting prosperity for our region, for Madrid, for the Middle East, and for the world. Can you hear me? Yes. We're waiting for the president of the Comunidad de Madrid, Isabel Díaz Ayuso, who's come any minute, but there's been a small delay. As you probably know, there's been a lot of activity yesterday in Andalusia with the Partido Popular winning, and I think that has delayed a little bit. So in the 10 minutes we have, we would like to talk a little bit of a subject which we just had mentioned. And we have here...
to sit down.
We have to sit down, Maria. Yes, please. Let's sit down. I mentioned to you about the incredible success for the Madrid community of South Summit. And I would like to take this opportunity, Maria, if you can tell us a little bit of South Summit, make a little bit of publicity of South Summit, but more than anything else about Madrid and the future of Madrid. We have here an incredible crowd from the United Arab Emirates and from Israel. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Gerardo. First of all, for launching Madrid Open City. Second, for mentioning South Summit and myself in the opening. Thank you very much. And really, it's an immense pleasure to be here with all of you, with Israel. I really admire Israel, and I think you are doing a great, great work with this new world. And I admired Emiratos Árabes, Arab Emirates, for the growth in these years that is really huge. And well, I have to thanks a lot. But you've told me telling about the development of Spain with South Summit and so on. But I want to mention very especially the Ayuntamiento and the Comunidad de Madrid for all the work that they are doing for making this happen. No, I think it's very important because this is something that I think that I want to share you one thing. I think that nowadays everything moves so quick everything goes really very, very fast. That I think that nowadays this is not a word of one or just connecting one with each other. I think this is a society of collaboration. And when we really collaborate each other's, I think that what we win, all of us, is absolutely extraordinary. And I think that's what we started 10 years ago with all the different players of Madrid, of Spain, and the whole world with you.
Maria, let me ask you a question. We mentioned Madrid as a bridge between Israel, the United Arab, and Latin America. I mentioned 500 million people. I mentioned the southern part of the United States. This is the Spanish-speaking world. What have you done in the recent past? I think you have already had some conferences or some South Summit in Latin America. Tell us, I think, to our friends from the United Arab Emirates and Israel, how can you help us to build the bridge to Latin America for these investors, these companies who want to sell technology to that continent?
Well, I think that we've always worked extraordinarily well with Emirates, Arab Emirates, and of course also with Israel. And I think that now we have a chance, a huge chance, because indeed, Madrid is the bridge to Latin America. We've been, of course, we've been working in Madrid, and but besides, with Madrid in Latin America, Colombia, Mexico, and recently, very recently, because we did South Summit in May, from the 4th to the 6th of May, and it was a huge success. But the success was not ours. The success was the connection, global connection in between our countries and with all the different countries that were there. And I think that the opportunities that we have with our extraordinary relationships between our countries and with Madrid and Spain, the bridge to Latin America, really, I think that they are huge. They are really, I think people from Latin America feel that they are as they are. From Iberoamerica. We are Iberoamerica. We are now, the common word is LATAM, is Latin America, but really is Iberoamerica, and we all feel like that. But we feel like that when we are in Spain or we are in the different countries of Latin America, Spanish-speaking, but when you go to Brazil, that is Portuguese-speaking, they really feel like that. And they are eager, really eager, to share and to make opportunities with the whole world. And I think that since we started in 2012, the worst year for the crisis and so on, and since the beginning we thought that innovation and entrepreneurship were key for the development, recuperation, and above all the development of the economies, because now it's very important for the speed. And always with the thought that joining forces with Latin America was huge, but always with a global umbrella. And besides that, that this is something that we all want, is just to work together. And I think that this conference, and I think that this aim of doing with Arab Emirates and with Israel, that, well, the story of Israel, we all know about entrepreneurship, about a startup nation, and as we have just heard, no? And that is how this is not the play or the role for one or for the other, is just for all. And how important is the support of the governments. Here in Madrid, we have a great support of the governments, the Ayuntamiento and the Comunidad de Madrid. And I'm sure, as I see here, that in Israel and in the Emirates, Arab Emirates, is like that.
I have another question. You have the ambassadors from Morocco, from the United Arab Emirates, from other, what would you ask them so that you cannot go towards the west, but towards the east? When are you going to have your first South Summit in the Middle East?
I'm eager to do it, so we can talk immediately because it's not me, it's just the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem. We want not only to go to the west, we want to go to the east, and we want to collaborate and to work together, all of us.
I think, thank you very much, Maria. That was very, very good. Well, first of all, Maria, thank you very much for your great comments on Madrid South Summit and the future of the Madrid region. It is a tremendous pressure, Isabel, to present to you today, to present all of you today, the president of the Comunidad de Madrid, Isabel Díaz Ayuso. I think everybody is expecting her words, especially after what happened yesterday, and probably she will talk to us about a couple of minutes about that. But Isabel is somebody who has three great qualities which we all love. First of all, she's a person I think we all want to talk to her, we all want to see her on television, we all follow all her words, because she's been very courageous. In 2 years' time, since she was elected president in June 2019, yes, she has made a tremendous change in Madrid, surrounded by an environment, a political environment, which was not that easy to do it. But she had a very clear view of liberalism, of freedom, and these, I think, were her words. And we have right beside her Javier Fernández Lasqueti, who, he and I, we share liberalism very closely together. We had some history on that. So I think what she has done in bringing the business community with new ideas, new concept, and with a very strong hand, with a smile, but with a very strong hand, a very strong determination. At one stage, I thought she was a soft Margaret Thatcher. Sorry, take it as a compliment. So this is, I think, the first thing. She is very close to the public. She's been very good with the business community. And since then, you only have to see the statistics. Madrid has evolved enormously. And I think, more importantly, the rest of Spain, under whatever political color, they all following your advice, reducing taxes, bringing liberalism, bringing zero taxes, which are your local taxes. So I think this is what I think you want to talk about today. But we're very, very grateful that you took the time after what happened yesterday in Andalusia, and you're here with us today, hopefully very fresh and very encouraging, because we have here today two very important nations, which is Israel and the United Arab Emirates. As David very clearly said, it's a triangle where the United Arab Emirates also have not only huge resources of oil, but they've moved into an incredible development to bring the digital world, new energy system and sources, aerospace, unbelievable exploration of the space into their strategies. And on the other side, we have Israel. We don't need to sell Israel. We know it very, very well, the tremendous opportunities which are for Madrid, for the United Arab Emirates, and for Israel. Mrs. President, please.
Presidenta de la Asamblea de Madrid, embajador de Emiratos Árabes en España, embajadora de Israel en España, embajadora de Marruecos, consejero de Economía, Hacienda y Empleo de la Comunidad de Madrid, presidente de Madrid Open City, presidente de Extem, presidente de la Cámara de Comercio de Madrid, director de Investing Madrid, autoridades, representantes del mundo empresarial, David Hachuel, medios de comunicación, señoras y señores. Hace más de 30 años, Madrid hospedó la Conferencia de Paz de Oriente Próximo, una de las iniciativas políticas más destacadas de la agenda internacional. Una de las características de aquel encuentro histórico es que se produjo tras un largo periodo de paz y voluntad de negociaciones. Por primera vez, con el auspicio de la comunidad internacional, todos se sentaron y dieron paso a los acuerdos de Oslo y al posterior acuerdo de paz con Jordania. Fue un momento simbólico muy potente, y es que no hay semilla que no germine fruto de la voluntad de buscar el entendimiento, la paz y la prosperidad, de trabajar por el bienestar de los ciudadanos por encima de intereses y de ideologías en las que la queja o la confrontación permanente quiere disimular la incapacidad para mejorar la vida de todos y el necesario compromiso con la democracia, la libertad y el Estado de Derecho. Tras vivir tiempos de preocupante deriva autoritaria y barreras, la Comunidad de Madrid quiere ser de las primeras que fomente la colaboración, el entendimiento y la prosperidad. Esta ola volverá de nuevo y queremos estar listos para que ayude de verdad a todos. Por eso celebro y agradezco a Madrid Open City, a Invest in Madrid, al Grupo Extem y a todos los participantes la celebración de esta jornada y hacerlo en Madrid, en una región tan humana como capital, respetuosa con la familia, con la persona, pero también con la economía como motor de desarrollo y de oportunidades. Somos una comunidad brava que fomenta la cultura del esfuerzo, la voluntad y el mérito, el espíritu del riesgo para emprender, del incentivo, de la superación y el aguante, de la propiedad y el respeto. Bajo ese espíritu hemos construido la región más competitiva de España y una de las más competitivas de Europa, el lugar donde conviven unos impuestos y una burocracia ajustados al servicio de unos servicios públicos de calidad y unas instituciones sólidas y garantes. En Madrid se constituyen 1 de cada 4 empresas a nivel nacional y se concentra más del 70% de la inversión extranjera. Estamos más de moda que nunca y cada vez llegan más personas y proyectos porque hemos trasladado confianza, optimismo y defendemos un modo de vida atractivo, alegre y seguro. Nuestro Gobierno piensa en todos los ciudadanos, no les colectiviza ni enfrenta, ni les crea problemas inexistentes para justificar su existencia. Estamos en contra de las políticas identitarias. Nuestro modelo no busca enfrentar al sector público con el privado, al hombre con la mujer, a las tradiciones con las vanguardias, a las comunidades autónomas ni al trabajador con el empresario. La familia y la persona son prioritarios para nosotros y lamentamos que apenas se les considere en las agendas políticas para nuestro continente, pues vamos de cabeza a un problema demográfico sin precedentes y a sufrir la gran pandemia del siglo XXI, la soledad no deseada, que ya no afecta solo a mayores, sino también a niños y a jóvenes. Por eso hemos puesto en marcha el programa más ambicioso para fomentar la natalidad, la maternidad y la paternidad de toda España. También defendemos una política económica clara que se basa en no cambiar las reglas del juego a las empresas ni al contribuyente a capricho, en la única región sin impuestos propios y la fiscalidad más atractiva del país. No nos entrometemos en los consejos de administración de las empresas, respetamos al autónomo y a la empresa tanto como a la propiedad privada, pilares de la libertad del hombre. Por otro lado, la libertad a la hora de acceder a unos servicios públicos de la Comunidad de Madrid nos hace defender que cada ciudadano elija hospital, médico, enfermero, colegio y sistema educativo. Mi Gobierno busca que este sistema, a pesar de las políticas del Gobierno y de ciertas tendencias de fondo, las notas reconozcan el esfuerzo, los suspensos avisen de que hay problemas y la recuperación estimule. Que el saber y los conocimientos busquen la verdad y el rigor, que los libros no sean programas electorales de ningún partido y que la cronología de la historia se respete. Un sistema educativo libre y riguroso en el que haya ciencia, no ideología, en el que esforzarse cuente y en el que quedarse atrás sea motivo para que profesores y padres refuercen la atención sobre el alumno, en el que les preparamos para un mundo competitivo donde nada se regala, pero donde se puede llegar lejos con responsabilidad y perseverancia. Un sistema educativo en el que se le ayude a descubrir quién es y de dónde viene para poder imaginar y elegir dónde quiere ir. En definitiva, el modelo de Madrid funciona. Permítame darles algunos de los datos que lo demuestran. Madrid es la segunda región de Europa en número de empleos en el sector de alta tecnología y la cuarta en número de startups. La 10ª economía del mundo más abierta a la inversión extranjera y somos capaces de formar y atraer al talento más cualificado. Así lo atestigua el informe COTEC, el índice COTEC del talento, y el hecho de que tengamos 3 de las 10 mejores escuelas de negocios de Europa y 16 universidades con más de 300.000 estudiantes formándose en la región. Lideramos las clasificaciones de eventos culturales, los datos en turismo y en digitalización. Nuestros lazos con Israel y con Emiratos Árabes Unidos son más fuertes que nunca y estoy segura de que en los próximos años vamos a seguir estrechándolos. Madrid exportó a estos países más de 400 millones de euros e importó más de 250 en 2021. De hecho, de la inversión realizada en España por parte de Israel y de Emiratos Árabes Unidos, el 60% de uno y el 43% del otro van a Madrid. Y lo mejor de todo es que todas las cifras anteriores crecen año tras año. Israel y Emiratos Árabes Unidos son potencias digitales reconocidas en todo el mundo. Por eso queremos cooperar en todas las iniciativas posibles sobre digitalización, ciberseguridad o emprendimiento. Por ejemplo, Israel es una nación de startups en la que el gobierno promueve y el sector privado actúa, como en Madrid. Y Tel Aviv concentra los mayores focos de startups. Madrid lleva ese camino. Además, Emiratos Árabes es la primera región árabe en la encuesta de gobierno electrónico de las Naciones Unidas y el 20º país de todas las Naciones Unidas, avanzando 8 puestos desde 2016. Madrid también avanza con iniciativas como la Oficina 360, los servicios de teleasistencia en el ámbito de la sanidad, en la educación a distancia o en el fomento de la ciberseguridad, con la nueva agencia que hemos anunciado la semana pasada. En definitiva, queridos amigos, Madrid es un lugar abierto, plural, acogedor y siempre encantado de recibir nuevas iniciativas, vengan de donde vengan. También somos una región comprometida con la prosperidad y la paz social. Lo hicimos en aquella cumbre clave en 1991 y lo seguimos haciendo ahora. Formamos parte de iniciativas europeas y digitales como la última Madrid Region. Estamos constituyendo un Consejo Internacional de Madrid como región para startups, donde estarán representantes del Gobierno regional, emprendedores, inversores, aceleradoras e incubadoras. Y acabamos de conocer que formaremos parte de la acción piloto para la innovación regional desarrollado por la Unión Europea, con el que daremos un salto de gigante en esta materia. Por todo esto y mucho más, les tiendo la mano para poner en marcha cualquier iniciativa que vaya en favor de Oriente Próximo desde Madrid, en todos los ámbitos que hemos hablado y en aquellos donde podamos compartir conocimientos. Siguiendo por este camino, de 1991 se puede construir algo espectacular. Madrid siempre defenderá la libertad, el Estado de Derecho y la prosperidad. Siempre estará pensando en el futuro. Israel y Emiratos Árabes Unidos son países con una historia, cultura y niveles de prosperidad que los hacen pilares de sus regiones y punta de lanza de la prosperidad y la tecnología, por lo que personas de todo el mundo se instalan en ellas para mejorar sus vidas, como en Madrid. Estoy segura de que este será el primero de toda una serie de actos e iniciativas que harán de Madrid ese puente de reconocimiento, prosperidad y paz. Lugares tan importantes como Bahrein, Omán, Egipto, Marruecos o Arabia Saudí nos esperan. No solo para aprovechar al máximo las oportunidades de la digitalización, sino también por algo mucho más importante, para consolidar la libertad y la prosperidad de todos nuestros ciudadanos y pueblos. Muchas gracias.
¿Puedo decir una cosa? Presidenta Isabel, muchísimas gracias por las palabras. Comentabas que nos vas a ayudar en todo lo que es atraer inversión, trabajar, que es lo que estamos haciendo. Pero el año que viene el año que viene queremos organizar este mismo evento y tú has mencionado los países que queremos invitar, ¿no? Y solamente quería pedir el apoyo total de la Comunidad de Madrid, de la Madrid Region. Let me say this in English. The President mentioned the support we will get in order to bring investment, to bring technology, to bring talent into our city. And I just very humbly asking that she should help us next year when we organize with David, with Borja, the second conference, and we want to include, and you mentioned some names, so very good, you had some great minds think alike, Isabel.
Puede parecer una encerrona, pero no lo es. Estoy absolutamente de acuerdo.
Sí.
Además, que proyectos que puedan venir a Madrid, alfombra roja siempre, y desde luego estar colaborando juntos. O sea que no puedo estar más de acuerdo.
Pues
tenemos
nada.
mucho que aprender unos de otros.
Sí. Déjame presentarte quizás a algunos de nuestros patrocinadores también, porque les estamos todos muy agradecidos por lo que están haciendo. Vamos allá. Para allá. Vamos a tomar un café, 15-20 minutos. ¿Perdón? Foto. Ahí sí, primero. Sí, una foto y después vamos a tomar café. No sé si tienes un poquito de tiempo. Muchas gracias.
¿Se oye? ¿Se oye? ¿No se oye nada? ¿Sí? Es que quería decir que son 20. Please, no, sí, ya. Can you hear me? Yes? No? Que con este jaleo. Hello, please. Hello? Yes? This will be I want to tell you that this will be quite a short coffee break. We have a very tight schedule, as you know. So I will ask you to come back here at 11:15, please. At 11:15, we will start the next session. Please, can you take your seats? We are going to start. Okay, we are about to start. Please sit down and keep quiet. Does it work? Yes. Okay, please sit down, take your seats. We are going to start this session. I know it was a quite short coffee break, but we have to respect the tight schedule we have ahead of us for today. Okay, my name is Alfredo Bonet. I am a member of the executive committee of Madrid Open City, and I have been one of the people involved in the organization of this conference. I am very proud to be moderating this next session on the complementarities of the economies of the three countries involved. We have heard about this complementarity among Israel, Emirates, and Madrid. As you know, it has been said already, Israel is a world leader in innovation ecosystems, entrepreneurship, R&D, innovation, with a growth model based on high productivity and value added on a very strong technological base. Emirates is an oil and gas rich country that has undertaken a decisive and successful diversification policy by investing its large economic resources in high-tech sectors with a very promising future. Madrid is the fast-growing economic engine of Spain, moving rapidly towards a more diversified, productive structure based on high value-added goods and services. Israel, UAE, and Spain have open, liberal, and friendly economic, regulatory, and fiscal environments to promote entrepreneurship, business development, growth, and welfare. Spanish companies have been involved in economic relations with Israel and UAE firms for many years now, with relevant results in terms of bilateral trade and investment. But Israeli and Emirati companies are just starting to find and develop their potentially huge trade and investment opportunities since the Abraham Accords were signed in 2020. The establishment of diplomatic relations, and finally, just a few days ago, a free trade agreement between them. This first session would be dedicated to deepening on that complementarity of the three economies. It will be a kind of umbrella session before the others that are more sectorally oriented. We will try to highlight which are the main investment opportunities that may arise in each one of the countries and the priorities of the respective governments in terms of economic development. For this purpose, we count on the contributions of three panelists that I thank for joining us and will briefly introduce. On my far left, we have Adif Baruch. He's an engineer by the Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, with long experience in founding companies and performing high-level positions in innovation, high-tech and venture capital businesses, and M&A. He has been board member of Bank of Jerusalem, and for the past 4 years, the chairman of the Israeli Expert Institute. He is now chairman of PowerMat Technologies and sits as director in several boards. Omar Mohamed Al-Muzaki has a bachelor's degree in engineering communication, has 10 years of experience in engineering telecommunications and marketing and sales. He's now in charge of members at the International Investors Council of the UAE, an organization acting as a link between international investors and government to provide assistance, remove obstacles, and enhance the competitiveness of international investment in UAE. And Javier Fernández Laschetti has been regional minister in Madrid in 4 different responsibilities since 2007, 3 years for immigration, 4 for health, 2 for finance, and since last year for economy, finance, and employment. In the middle, he spent 4 years as vice president of Universidad Francisco Marroquín in Guatemala. And before that, he was head of cabinet of Prime Minister Aznar, director of the FAES Foundation, and a member of the Spanish Parliament. He holds 2 degrees in law and political science at Universidad Complutense de Madrid. I'd like to conduct 2 rounds of short questions in the half hour we have ahead of us, to be responded only in 3-4 minutes each, please, in order to respect the tight schedule we have. The first round of questions will relate to investment opportunities, and the second will relate more to complementarities. I will start with Israel. As I said before, Israel is one of the world leaders in R&D, innovation, entrepreneurship, high-tech. And this is the result of an important effort in developing those sectors through a joint implication of public and private sectors. And the potential to keep advancing is high. I'd like to know, Mr. Baruch, what the main targets of the Israeli government are for investment in the coming 2-3 years, where the opportunities lie in the Israeli private sector in the short and medium term. Please.
Well, 1, 2. Well, thank you very much for the opening statement. Giving an Israeli 3 to 4 minutes, that's like taking him to walk by a bar and say, let's smell some whiskey. You know. But in any way, I would like to comment about one thing you said, it's about governments. And as far as governments are concerned, the opportunity that we have right now for our generation to change our whole region and the neighborhood with the Abraham Accords, it's way above any administration. It's all about economy of peace. And economy of peace are driven by the private sector, by the people who can see the vision, understand the needs, and bring the solution to the needs. And that's exactly the change that I've done in Israel. Instead of us being technology-seeking markets, we actually start looking at the world global challenges, trying to understand what the future, the 2050 challenges will be. As the world is going to increase to between 8 billion people to 10 billion people, so there's going to be a shortage of food. The world is getting warmer, so there's going to be a shortage of water. And all the necessity that we see, that's what we have done. And Israel became the first country in the world that 92% of our water come from water technology, desalination, and recycling, we have no water. We have two seas. One is dead, the Dead Sea, and the second one is dying. So if you look at that part, bringing the solutions to the world, that's what we have done. And if you look at the numbers, that's a miracle in its own. You know, as an industry leader, I was appointed in 2017 to also be the chairman of the Israeli Export and all the economic relationships for the State of Israel. I had my privilege that under my supervision, we actually raised and increased the export from $104 billion to $136 billion in 2021. Per capita, it's one of the highest in the world. But more than that, what we have been able to do is really to attract foreign direct investments. Most people don't realize that. They think that the government of Israel actually supported the high-tech and the innovation, which I was really part from inception. I have some friends here who are witness to that. Most of the capital is foreign direct investment. Isn't, as of today, over 92% of the capital that drives the whole miracle is foreign direct investments. In 2021, we broke records of over $20 billion that have been invested in Israel, driving an amazing ecosystem that incepts every year over 1,500 new companies. Altogether, we have an ecosystem that maintains about 6,000 startups as we go on. That entrepreneurship spirit is what we found in the UAE. And that entrepreneurial spirit has with the younger generation of Spain. And that's something we'll talk about the other session. But if you look today at the synchronicity between the world needs and what we're leading today, so you mentioned before, there is, of course, the healthcare system. As the world is aging, we have to serve the people and where they're less flexible to come to the hospital. And one thing we've noticed, and I think we should all be aware of that, COVID-19 came to the world to prove us one thing. It really proven us that, A, we're all equal. It doesn't differentiate between wealth, color, religious, nothing. We're all equal, and we're always fragile. And in order for us to be able to fight such major, mega events, there's only one way to do it. It's by uniting forces. No one, there's no country in the world that could have fought on its own. And that's why Israel became a very important hub to the world when it comes to healthcare IT and healthcare databases and so forth. Because we have created a unique ecosystem where all the hospitals are fully computerized, all the hospitals share the same data system, and as a citizen, you can walk in any hospital, and with unique identifier ID, you will immediately have your full medical records. And having those data, now let's take it to the big data size and start working on it. When it comes to food security, that was the #1 growth engine when you look at the UAE mission, the 25-year mission. Israel has been leading in the food tech and agri-tech for many years. And only for one single reason. Israel has no natural resources. The only resource that we have realized for years that we have is the human capital. And for years, our government had invested. And that is the major role the government has invested in developing the human capital as an asset. And became the major asset that Israel has become one of the leading innovation hubs to the world. So that's limited to 3-4 minutes. I can continue going on.
I have to ask you to stop here, but it was great. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. It was very encouraging. Let's move to Emirates. We have heard before that the oil and gas represents today only 30% of the GDP of the UAE. And that is the reflection of the success of the economic diversification policy that has been applying the Emirati government for several years. This diversification processes the economy entering in all the new sectors will provide a lot of business opportunities, not only for Emirati companies, but also for other companies in the world. So I would like to ask where your government is prioritizing investment in the next 2-3 years.
Well, first of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as indicated by Alfredo, I represent the UAE International Investor Council. It started 2015, and so far we have 20 members with an investment of over $1 trillion abroad. We have a platform to support, to protect, to promote, and to eliminate any obstacles facing our members. When it comes to the government, I think advanced technology is having a majority and support from the government, especially the cybersecurity and the blockchain, as they serve the nation and facilitate the process for to do business in the country. On the other hand, I think the healthcare is one major sector that the government pushing, and as indicated, COVID-19 showed us how the UAE act on it and initiate several initiatives to make sure that people in UAE are in good health and they are safe. Also, when it comes to logistic, the location of UAE as well as the infrastructure available in UAE put UAE as the gateway for the world. We ranked as 11 globally in terms of logistic performance index and #1 in the region. So logistic plays sector is very important also to us. I think to summarize the sectors, we have the advanced technology, healthcare, logistic, tourism. Also we have the water as indicated and the food security. Renewable energy is very important, and the government pushing and giving priority on this sector also.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for being so brief, so we can respect our schedule. Okay, then we will move to Madrid. Madrid regional government is also engaged in the process of diversifying the economic structure of Madrid, moving towards a more value-added set of goods and services, going up the ladder in some way, higher productivity. Could you tell us also for the government of Madrid, which are the main sectors that you are pursuing for investment now?
Thank you so much. First of all, of course, it's a great privilege to join you in this incredible meeting with Israel and United Arab Emirates. It's really an amazing occasion. And well, my job here is to show you how much Madrid is the place to be and the place to invest right now in Europe. We are focused on attracting technology-intensive industries and investments as a way to generate higher value-added opportunities for our business, entrepreneurs and citizens. Well, as a dynamic and constantly changing sector, what does this type of business need? Well, first, fast and stable infrastructure. Second, easy to establish and operate. And third, flexibility to adapt and innovate. What can we offer here in Madrid? Well, we can offer the best technological infrastructure in Spain and among the best in Europe, submarine cables, optical fiber, etc. Second, we can offer something that is quite important, freedom to establish a company and an institutional and regulatory framework and environment of certainty and a business-friendly and competition-friendly, especially, government mentality. Well, Madrid also means scientific and a technological pole in Spain and among the top 50 in the world, with more than 35,000 people who carry out research work here in Madrid, with more than 57,000 people working on research and development, and with more than 262,000 people working in high-tech companies. We are the second European region in number of workers in this sector. We receive almost 3 of every 4 euros that come to Spain from foreign investment, more than 21,000 million euros in 2021. And how do we guarantee this condition? Well, first of all, with a mentality in the regional government and in local governments in Madrid, especially Madrid City, we don't see business as a foe. No, we don't punish business, and we keep so very low taxes, the lowest in all the Spanish region. We fight against hyper-regulation with a tool, an open line against hyper-regulation that allows professionals to communicate the regulatory or administratory barriers that they find every day. We remove barriers that impede companies to move from other Spanish regions to secure that they no longer will need to do extra paperwork or pay additional fees or licenses. And thanks to all that way of conduct, we are becoming the technological hub of the south of Europe. Some examples: the announcement of several data centers, more than 17 now, going on in Madrid to establish in our regions, NTT, Interxion, Microsoft, Cyrus One, a decision that, according to estimates by the Madrid Association of Economists, could have a direct economic impact of more than 6 billion euros and an indirect impact of up to 10 billion euros. And the growth of our startup ecosystem. This is quite important. The startup ecosystem in Madrid is growing and it's enlarging. We lead in number of startups, more than 3,000, in volume of investment, raising almost 2.5 billion euros in 2021, and in number of investors, concentrating 47% of investors in startups in all of Spain. So Madrid is a nice place to live, but also to invest right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Very interesting and useful. This takes us to the second round and last round of questions for this session. That will be more related to complementarity. Now we have seen which are the main sectors that every country is trying to promote. And I would like to move to where do you see the complementarities with the other economies? You know Spain and you know Emirates, Mr. Babu. So I would like to know, where do you think that the opportunities will lie in this new collaboration?
Well, first of all, I want to thank my partners here for speaking shortly, so I'll have more time. Thank you for that. That's so great. But I really have to relate to some of the history. Because at a very young age, when I first came to Madrid, and I was actually really hosted by the greatest Maurice Hatchwell, the father of David. And I'm telling you, when he spoke to me at that time, I was the chairman of the high-tech industry, at a very young age, coming to Madrid, realizing the power that Madrid has, not only as a bilateral trade between Israel and Madrid, as one of the most important gateways to all the Spanish-speaking countries in the world, that's a huge market. And I remember then, when Maurice, Alav Shalom, gave me an example of some of the Israeli companies that he took, who actually had no brand, no name, and he built them. He built them because it's not only about R&D development. That's what most people miss out. Because today, for every dollar in R&D, you need to invest about $15 for marketing, pre-sale, post-sale support in order to penetrate international markets. And Israel relies on export because we're too small of a market to incept all of our countries. I realized then the importance of this hub to Israeli companies. And then going to the UAE, as a chairman of the Export Institute, I actually been exposed to the UAE and to the GCC countries before the Abraham Accord. And I had a real good, important role in the whole Abraham Accord process. And I gave the leaders, and I met Sheikh Tahnoun, I was committed to him, that I'm going to be a role model how to build the gateways between Israel and the UAE. And I had many sessions with David because our life in parallel was so similar. You guys don't know it, but he was at a very young age, he was sent to China. Because I realized the rise of the East versus the sunk of the West. And I was active in China also. We always share our vision. And as soon as the UAE opened up, we started speaking to each other. And we said, this is really the biggest opportunity for our generation. Let's take it all in, like we play poker, all in, put all of our experience, assets, and capital into the process. Because most of the Israelis who came for the first round, coming to the UAE, they all believe that the UAE is becoming the new ATM for the Israeli startups. No, it's not the ATM. We have to bring the innovation. We have to bring capital, but we have to do one thing together. First and foremost, go through the trust builder process. We won't be able to skip it for so many years of tension and misperception about each other. So we have to go through the trust builder process. Second, and that's what really I think we have our deep discussion of it, it's about co-creation. It's not about selling to each other. That will not move the needle to any of the bilateral countries. But if we zoom out now 80,000 feet and look at Madrid as a hub to the Latin American world, to the Spanish-speaking country, as a hub. Let's look at Israel as a hub of innovation. But we have to reach out to all the countries and to expose all our solutions to the world, to do good to the world. And we looked at the UAE and said, not only at the UAE, it's not about the bilateral trade. It's about being a hub to about 1.8 billion new customers that we have not been exposed to. And the doors were closed to Israeli companies. We had done some business there, but it was always through third-party countries. You had to do it through Europe or develop a mask to technology. No more. Because the world has realized that together we can really do good. So if we take this golden triangle and put all of our strength that each one has, and what we do have is complementary set of skills, complementary set of strength, but we're unifying in our vision small countries that have to compete in a very aggressive world, and the world is changing, go through an evolution. The trade war between US and China, the war that we're facing now in Europe, the inflation rate in the US and in Europe. US, after the Fed just increased the interest rate, inflation is reaching over 10%. Inflation in Europe is increasing. Our countries are stable. And we can really create a global competitive advantage at this window if we unite forces. And that's what we have to do.
Okay. So, Adiv, thank you very much. I think that no one could have put this better than you. We are going to nominate you the official spokesperson for these opportunities that we find in between the three countries involved. So it was great. So the same question for Mr. Al-Musaki. What do you think that the structures and economic structures of the UAE and what you know about Spain and Israel could provide new opportunities in the future?
Well, I don't have any doubts. I mean, the exchange of best practice and the collaboration, close collaboration among our private sector will help capitalize on emerging the opportunities. I think, as indicated, every country has something unique that we should complement each other. When it comes to technology and advanced technology like cyber security, I think Israel, they are perfect on and number one. So in this area, I think they should be, or there must be a collaboration between the two countries too. I think recently also we signed an agreement with Israel, the CEPA agreement, and this CEPA agreement will open the door for both countries' companies, investors, to invest and to utilize this agreement, because it will really help them, you know, discovering new opportunities. Also, when it comes to Spain and particularly Madrid, as indicated, it's the gateway to the Latin market. And I think Latin market, there is huge opportunities there. I think for UAE to go there and invest. And I think with the support, with the experience they have in Latin market, I think with this collaboration, it will be good for both countries.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's conclude with the Minister. Same question also for you. What do you think would be the main complementarities in the future?
Well, let's have a look to figures. In 2021, the region of Madrid exported goods and services to both countries worth 400 million, 11% more than in pre-pandemic 2019. Imports totaled 261 million euros, 26% more than in 2019. And likewise, in 2021, investment from Israel and the United Arab Emirates accounted in Madrid for 60% and 43% respectively of both countries' investment in Spain. So these figures show the high investment attraction potential of the region, as well as the internationalization capacity of our companies. Among all relevant industries, opportunities in the market, there is one industry that stands out above in the rest in terms of our trade relations with Israel and UAE. That is the pharmaceutical manufacturers. The pharmaceutical industry has become particularly important in the aftermath of the pandemic, of course, and Madrid is a national benchmark in the pharma and biotech industry. We have 26% of the pharma manufacturing companies in Spain and have a turnover of around 5 billion euros here in Madrid. Even more importantly, pharma are the main export product of our regions. They account for 21% of all exports from our region and are among the main exports to Israel and the UAE. So the purpose of the regional government of Madrid is to keep fostering business and investment, allowing the market to choose where the best opportunities lie, not public administration. And we will do so as we have done so far, by further deepening our efforts to create an environment of confidence based on freedom, on fiscal competitiveness, stability, and the absence of regulatory barriers, as President Ayuso stated some minutes ago.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are going to conclude here, because we need to respect our schedule, and we are a few minutes behind. I would like to conclude just by saying that it was very interesting to listen to these opinions. I think this session was more focused on the economic complementarity, etc. And it is not, after listening to the panelists, and especially to Adib, this is not only about trade and investment. This is also about of trust building and about co-creation, trust building for discovering the opportunities that lie ahead of us, and also co-creation to everyone to be part of this new future of opportunities and bright future that we see ahead of us in the region. So thank you very much for your comments. Thank you for traveling from so far away to be with us. Thank you, Minister, for your participation. And I think with this, I will conclude. I will ask you to round big of applause to our point. Yeah, please.
On behalf of the panelists, I would really like to thank the organizers who put it together at this time, at this period, with all the sensitivities that the world is going through. I think it has the right courage, has the right leadership, and that's what leaders have to do. And I was really humbled, excited, and honored when I was invited to be here. So thank you very much, and thank you for organizing it.
Okay. Okay, I will ask the panelists of the next session to come up to here to the podium.
Maybe. David. If you don't mind, we should start this new panel. So the idea now is to go more into detail. We spoke about investments, but we think we need to go way beyond investment and way beyond commercial exchanges and go in to see how we can create a business environment that fosters cooperation. And this is the key to this panel. And we changed also the format. We have two moderators because we know each other very well and we like to share and be creative. And two guests, and I want to thank everyone. So Maria, if you want to go ahead and start introducing or asking each one to introduce himself.
Thank you, Gil. I would love you to introduce yourself because I think it's the best way that we really know what are you doing, and we keep on afterwards with the conversation. Start.
Oh, it does work. Okay. Thank you. My name is Josh Wolf. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Our Crowd, which is an Israeli-based platform for enabling investments into private stage companies globally. Both the investments come globally and our investments are global. And we'll fill you in more on how we relate to this ecosystem shortly.
So, thank you. Guillermo?
It works. My name is Guillermo Cobello. I'm the chairman of the Spanish Business Council. That it's the name that our official chamber of Spain in the UAE receives, right? We became official Chamber of Commerce of Spain in the UAE 4 years ago. It was the first one in the Middle East, and now from there, we manage and control all the chambers of Spain for the Middle East and Africa. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you, Guillermo.
Maria, you introduced.
I've been before, so I think that you know I'm Maria Benjumea. I'm the founder and president of South Summit. I'm very lucky to be here with all of you. I agree with all the words that before has been said. So thank you to the organizers and thank you to everything has been said.
Thank
Gil,
you,
everything is yours.
Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Gil Guidron. I'm sitting here with two heads. I'm the chairman of Cardumen Capital. We are a European VC that basically invests in Israel in high tech. We've been doing that in the first fund and in the second fund. And we are the largest investor of Spain in Israel. And I'm also the chairman or the president of the Spain-Israel Chamber of Commerce. And we have tons of experience on making things happen way beyond commercial relationship. So we can go with the questions.
With the first question. I think that, well, before, I think they have introduced ourselves very well. And I think this is a key question. What are key aspects to foster a multipolar business environment beyond commercial relations and exchange? What do you think?
So I'm going to take it from the perspective of our business, which is the business of startups. And I'm sorry to go interactive, but how many people here have either been part of, invested, or been part of the startup ride? Great. So you must know that startups typically are known for wanting capital. They definitely need capital. But a very close second in what they need are contacts and collaboration. Without that, they could have the best innovation, they could have the best product, and they will die. So from a startup's perspective, there is something that the world can learn from the startups as much as startups need to learn from the world, which is that innovation without collaboration is useless. And that's really how we have built our crowd. We don't only aggregate investments and offer the diversity and opportunity and flexibility to invest in startups from around the world. We then engage the investors to actually assist the companies. And that's created a global community that's very hard to achieve when you're just handing out cards at trade shows or trolling people on LinkedIn. And from that standpoint, we believe that that's how we've actually started to approach business in the UAE. It's not in terms, and Nadiv, I want to thank you not only for setting the precedent that the Israelis talk too much, not only in terms of what you've done in your past position, but also in delivering some of the message that we really believe in and that we've put to work, which is that we're coming to the UAE, as we have in other ecosystems, to build something first together, not to look for investment. And we have examples of this, some of which I can probably talk about, some of which we should talk about privately, but engaging with the government, engaging with the large companies, and helping our technologies come and bring value to the UAE, helping the government build new projects around venture capital and private investing in Abu Dhabi. And anecdotally, the first time I was in Abu Dhabi was 15 years ago. I'm born and bred in Boston, moved to Israel in 2007, and in 2008 I made my first visit to Abu Dhabi while working with Etisalat. Al Maria Island was sand. What they have built, what the UAE continues to show in terms of that same spirit of building that Israel has, is a common ground that we're looking to really work together on.
Thank you, yes. What do you think, Guillermo?
What do I think? So, first of all, I'm Spanish, but from Galicia, okay? And you know what happens when you ask a question to a Galician? They reply with another question. So my question would be like, in order to put the challenge of the multipolar business, do we need headquarters anymore as business players? I mean, the top management remains in the headquarters where they have some lack of direct line in the sides of the business that is changing rapidly, that it's evolving. So from time to time, you know, there is that disconnection, let's call it, right? So to overcome these hurdles, the company need to carefully consider about the potential growth that they need in this multipolar environment and organize the balance of power accordingly. But an increased decentralization, of course, it takes challenges too. For example, we need greater transparency, mechanisms to ensure risk management, and of course, coordinate the decision-making process. We should identify the proper KPIs in order to monitor the business, right, on a multipolar environment, strategic planning, budgeting, compensation, and ongoing performance management. I repeat, I think the three key aspects, if we want to decentralize our center of gravity decision-making wise, we should increase transparency, accountability, and risk management.
Okay, Guillermo, tell me,
Well, let me tell you about our experience in working first between Israel and Spain, but with other countries also. We certainly believe that what is really important is to widen the relationship between the countries. Not only commercial, not only you buy, I sell, but if we want to create a different environment, we need to work together, sharing talent, sharing and cooperating in universities, in technology centers, corporations, startups, and investors. In the business world, what you don't finance doesn't exist. We are in Cardumen Capital in the finance business. And what we see is the tremendous opportunities of cross-border financing. Laschetti mentioned it before, and some of the other speakers, about attracting direct foreign investment to a country. And I think here, between Spain, Madrid, Emirates, and Israel, we have the opportunity to make something different, which is a cross-border, easygoing environment for investment. Not only at the funds level, not only as a fund, but also as a corporate fund. We think there's a tremendous opportunity to create something really different that will make a difference for years to come.
Thank you. I would like to share with you some information and some numbers, because I agree absolutely with everything that you have said. I like very much you started to say, what about startups? But I think I would like to share with you a new way of doing things. And I think that now that we live in, as we said before, and in a world that is moving so fast. Now when we talk about what can we do to exceed just relationship between different companies, and that makes good for the different countries and the different region, no? And I agree that what we need is just working together, as you have said, and collaborations. For example, we've heard this morning lots of times how Spain and Madrid has been growing very fast. I remember when we started in 2012, Spain was almost known in the how we were growing in the entrepreneurial and innovative ecosystem. And Madrid, not at all. Madrid is now the fourth city, okay? But in Spain, we have 11,000 startups that hire more than 140,000 employees. And what is interesting is how you put together people from everywhere. And that's the best way, when you put them together, to make business. And not only make business because of investment, making business because the traditional companies, they have to transform and they have to answer the speed of the market. And what better to do that than working with startups, and working with startups from all around the world. But if we want to make, to join forces with our big region, the Middle East, the new Middle East, I think that when we ask for these startups, when we ask for the traditional companies, and with the oil of investment, I think that that's really very interesting. And I would like in that side to finish, what do you think that from Israel, what can Israel, Emirates, and Madrid bring to the new Middle East that will create real differences and value? And we are going to be short, so Gil afterwards can make, you know, a resume of all of us.
Very, very hard to ask a question like that and ask us to be short, but we're going to try. I want to say that as an Israeli traveling around the world, and I can show you my passport, and my wife can tell you just how many trips I've made over the last 15 years. There's one thing that I hear all the time, and I really dislike it, and I'm sorry to say something controversial. People say to me, we really want to work with Israel. We really admire all your startups. Jews are so smart. That upsets me. It upsets me because that's not the secret sauce of Startup Nation. The secret sauce of Startup Nation is in something which some things can be emulated, some things can't. I look at David Hatchwell, I look at Adiv. These people wouldn't achieve what they achieve without the passion and the purpose that drives Israel. You cannot duplicate passion, you cannot copy and paste purpose, but what you can do is create collaboration. What you can do is cultivate cooperation. I look here at my friends from Hadassah Hospital, people who walk in there and understand that there are no boundaries, there is no skin color, there is no race or ethnicity. Everybody is treated the same. Everybody is willing to work with one another for the purpose of a better humanity. And that is exactly what we have to continue to work on together. We have already in the last 2 years seen a short amount of time, multiple companies, one of them is sitting here, Thetaray, others we can't talk about, but from fintech to drone tech to mobility to healthcare, there's more. Israeli companies already working in collaboration, not sales, collaboration, working on joint projects with the Emirates. The way we have worked in Madrid in the past, we're very pleased that Cardamom and Our Crowd have invested together in some great companies. I think New Reality, there's another one that I'm not thinking of, Multiview. And it's the same everywhere. And if you don't get it, and if you don't get on that train, you're going to miss it. And the future is not going to be available to you as we've experienced together so far, thank God.
Thank you, yes. What do you think? With another question for us?
No, I completely subscribe what Josh said. It's duly noted. I will never call you smart again, okay?
You would be the first anyway.
So, in relation to this particular point, let me tell you something. Out of the 170-ish companies, Spanish-based in the UAE, 100 plus are under the chamber. And companies like, for example, Access UAE, in this particular case, can talk about the value that it has been part of a network where we can connect all the companies and individuals. Based on that, I will be very brief because I think we have short time. I mean, Israel, Madrid, UAE, strategically located, covered by the Mediterranean Sea, the gates of Euro and Asia, startup ecosystem, 13,000 startups, 6,000 from Israel, 4,000 from Madrid, 3,000 from the UAE, agrotechnology, knowledge, expertise, innovation, digitalization. I mean, we can keep talking and talking and talking, and all that are drivers that we share, are drivers that when we get together, it's passion that leads us to do something different, to do something better, to improve not only our companies, but the quality of life for us and for the ones that we love. I think that particular love, putting that into business for all these things that I just mentioned, are key. And Madrid, Israel, and the UAE share this common passion.
I think we need an applause, because it's there. Guillermo, I agree with you absolutely. Gil.
So it's hard to add the additional points of view, but I think the main message here is that we need to widen the relationships to universities, to centers, to hospitals, not only to business, and that will actually make a major difference. What we have here is a very innovative country, the Startup Nations, we all know it. We have a fantastic a new modern country that is Emirates, and we have Madrid. Madrid is actually a major hub in Europe, a major hub in Spain, but a major hub in Europe. We have here a tremendous opportunity to take these three ingredients and go to Latin America, to Europe. We have seen it in the Chamber of Commerce very well. We took a Spanish company with Israeli technology that goes to Latin America or goes to Emirates. And this is tremendous opportunities. I encourage all of us, all of you, to look at this in a new way that will foster this type of cooperation way beyond commercial relationship. And this is what makes the difference. When I see Spanish hospitals working with Hadassah or with Tel HaShomer Hospital in Israel, or I see technology centers in the Basque Country, which we are very involved working with Israel, that's what really makes a difference. And when we have even student exchange, that will make a huge difference for the future. So I encourage very much, and I thank you all for these thoughts of how to make life better in the Middle East and Madrid.
Thank you very much, Gil. I think that the key word here is collaboration, working together with the different key players. And although we have three great regions, Israel, Middle East, the Arab Emirates, and Madrid, Spain, I think always with the umbrella of the whole world. That's absolutely important for all of us. Thank you very much, Gil. Thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask the panelists of the next session, Gil Lasser, Juan Manuel García Hornillo, Jaime Gorbeña y José Luis Moreno.
Sí, yo hablé con él. Está aquí. Ok. Este es Gil, creo, ¿no? Nice to meet you. Welcome to Madrid. So, my name is José Luis Moreno, and welcome everybody to this panel. Thank you very much, first of all, to Gerardo, to David, and Borja for your passion, generosity, and commitment with Madrid. In this panel, in the next 35 minutes, we will speak about a real opportunity for everybody. The name is Madrid Nuevo Norte. That is a new development that we are developing here in Madrid, regional, local, and private sector in Madrid, and this is a real opportunity. So first of all, I will ask for a video of 4 minutes that is a summary of this project that we will share with you before the panel. Thank you. Video in.
Can you imagine Madrid amongst the top cities in the world? Madrid has a unique opportunity to establish itself as the global benchmark for a different form of people-centered urban development. Madrid Nuevo Norte is this opportunity, the largest urban regeneration project in Europe. Madrid Nuevo Norte will lead to sustainable growth and quality employment for the city and region of Madrid, as well as Spain. This project will establish Madrid as an environmental, economic, and social urban benchmark worldwide. This is our response to the enormous challenges facing cities in the coming decades. Madrid Nuevo Norte will create the central business district our capital needs with all the amenities demanded by 21st century companies. A district with people-centered, state-of-the-art offices. This project will boost the knowledge economy and foster new technological developments in a bid to retain talent. Vibrant streets full of life. The green areas, which include a large central park and a green corridor bringing the city and nature together, will become one of the city's hallmarks. Madrid Nuevo Norte brings together the residents in northern Madrid, bridging the huge void of the rail tracks that have split the district in two for decades. It ensures access to housing for every Madrid resident, including affordable houses for families and young people. Madrid Nuevo Norte will build schools as well as health, cultural and sports centres for new and old residents. Working to improve the quality of life of Madrid residents, renewing the mains that carry the water we drink, enabling better, farther and faster commutes. The new Chamartín train station is the heart of the project and will become the most powerful communication hub in the region. Together with Atocha train station and Madrid Barajas Airport, it forms a single unit thanks to the extensive public transport network. Sustainable mobility to bring Madrid's residents closer. Welcome to Madrid Nuevo Norte. Welcome to the Madrid of the future.
So, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share this big project in the city of Madrid. Madrid Nuevo Norte is fully support for the regional government, and is not only an opportunity for business, also an opportunity for talent, an opportunity also for innovation. We will have a sandbox in this territory, and also we are working with the European Union in some pilot trials. So this is a real opportunity. So I have 3 questions for you. We have 30 minutes to share with the people your ideas about this project and how you can support this project from your point of view. The first question is about the differential, is if you can explain us the differential value of the services you could develop in a project like Madrid Nuevo Norte. So, Gil Lasser, take the floor. Thank you, and welcome to Madrid. I know you arrived yesterday night. Okay.
So first, thank you for having me. My name is Gil Laser, and I'm the CEO of Go2Global. The people that don't know, Go2Global is one of the pioneers in shared mobility. Actually, the company founded in Israel in 2008, so 14 years ago, as a car sharing company. I joined the company in 2015 with a really clear vision about transportation, about understanding that if we want to convince people to give up the car, and I will explain why we want to do it. I'm sorry for Astara chairman to say that. He's my shareholder, so it's okay, he knows about it. But if we really want to, because we really believe that when you live in the city center, and we are focused on urbanic cities, exactly like what you presented before, we cannot, the formula of that every citizen will have a car cannot exist anymore. Everyone wants to live in the city center, the building become higher, there's not enough parking spots, all of us suffered from the traffic jam. So we understand that if you really want to convince people to give up their own car, you cannot offer them only cars. And what we build is a narrative that we call today a mobility confidence. What is mobility confidence? Mobility confidence, it's who come today with cars to here? You can raise your hand. Okay, it's good. So when you have a car key in your pocket. You know it's inefficient and it's expensive and a lot of hassle, but you have a confidence. You know, okay, something happened, I have my car, I can. And Go2 actually develop a technology that give you exactly the same confidence with our technology. It's one app that cover all your transportation needs. So today you can book a kick scooter, a moped, it's electric scooter, a car for short trip, long trip, even van, everything for one app. And by having that, we build a really, really great community in large city. We operate today in Israel, but we also operate here in Spain. We operate in Germany, in Madrid, Hamburg, Munich, and also in Malta. And we give our community this mobility confidence. And by having this service, and when you develop a new part of Madrid, is really, really important to bring the transportation by understanding that transportation is a basic need, and we need to give our population, we need to give our user this confidence that they can live in that area without owning a car, and they have a free and the freedom to choose whatever they want to do. So this is exactly what we are doing today.
Thank you very much. Jaime, your turn.
Thank you, partner. No, at Astara, we create smart, integrated mobility solutions to shape the people move. I didn't mention the word car, not a single time. But it's true, it's a new brand. We were born 50 years ago, precisely in an era where a car manufacturer produced a car 10 years before it was sold to someone without really knowing whether there was a demand for that car. And it didn't really matter whether the customer liked the color or not. But 6 years ago, we asked ourselves, we asked the people, how would you like to move? And of course, we had, for each person, a different answer. So people want their unique customer journey, the unique experience. And we realized that the world is changing, mobility is about people. Each person wants to move in a different way. And therefore, the need to reinvent ourselves, to digitalize, to collaborate, millions of answers, millions of different ways to move around the city. So that's when we started creating an ecosystem. We started investing, and we're very proud to be part of this triangle between Madrid, UAE, and Israel. We invested in GoTo recently. We're very active in UAE together with a collaboration with EY. We are helping shape and design the cities in the region from scratch, from the point of view of mobility. And with the help of Borja, soon maybe we'll invest, hopefully, vast sums of money in Abu Dhabi. So we're very happy to be part of this triangle. And what we can, not a single company can give you a complete solution for Madrid Norte. What we can help is, bringing the experience of collaboration in other cities, in other projects to Madrid. And that's what we can do to help.
Thank you very much, Jaime. Juan Manuel, from CEPSA, but not only petrol.
No,
not only petrol. Okay, your turn.
Okay. Thank you very much, José Luis, to invite CEPSA and me in particular to be part of this panel with you. I am Juan García Orrillo, Head of Gas and Power and Renewable Business Unit in CEPSA. I joined 2 years old to the company to build up the electricity and the power business, and now pushing the transition, the energy transition and the renewables in the company. In the last 10 years, I have been working in the Torre CEPSA, just opposite the Madrid Norte, and willing to see the change in the area. Regarding your question, how we can support the project, in CEPSA we have two things that we can very push this project. One is the district heating, because when yesterday we reviewed all the information about the project, I think that this is a very good solution for this kind of new cities or part of the cities, because in CEPSA we think that the best way to increase the efficiency is to produce at the same time the electricity and the heat or cool unit in the city, and this is some technology that we support as the first factory in Spain with a cogen in Spain in 1990 in our refinery of Huelva. And we strongly believe that this is a very good solution for this new city. And the other way is the mobility, because CEPSA like a gas station, but now it's not just fuel. We have biofuels that will support to zero emission target of the city. We have EV charger. We have a low emission fuel as natural gas or LPG, and in the future we expect to have hydrogen to complement the mobility of the area.
Okay, we saw in the videos at the beginning of the conference that talent, innovation is very important for your countries, also to Madrid. And the second question, the second round, is about talent. What is the importance of the talent in your companies, and how do you need from a city or a region like Madrid in terms of attract talent from your companies or even your companies to stay here with us?
I will start. Yeah. So, of course, I believe that talent in human resources is maybe the only thing, because you can raise a lot of money, but again, without people, you cannot do nothing. And I'm happy to say that today GoTo is almost more than 300 employees. We have only here in Madrid, more than 50 people that working for us here. And I think GoTo is a great example of an Israeli company that want to open. We launched here the business from scratch, and we got a lot of help from the Israeli government and all the subsidiary here in Spain. And in one end, we find a great city to work, but also find a great partner to work with. So we got also the employee and also the investment. And I think we need to divide it to two. I think one is the ability, and I heard a lot about the technology segment here. To be honest, still all the technology is in Israel. We didn't build a R&D department here in Spain, and I think it's really, really important that part of the technology will be also in Madrid as a really, really important city for us. And I think a lot of cooperation, even with the university in Israel, that most of our R&D technology came from there, and to switch students between those cities, and I think it would be really important. What we actually are doing is, because again, we are not Google and we are not Facebook. We cannot pay thousands of dollars for every employee or give a Tesla to every employee. But we really believe in building a company, a team that believe in what we are doing. And this is, I think, a part of education. Today, if you will ask, we have more than 300 employees that woke up in the morning and really think that they change the world, because they produce something, they develop something, and after 2 days, we have 500,000 users already use it. So I think by building a really strong ideologic, people that believe in what we are doing, a really strong impact is really, really important. That's what we are doing. And I think, again, we build here a really great team. Maria, our CEO, is also here. And we build a really, really strong team here in Spain. And we believe this is the only way to growth here in Spain, bringing those smart people to our company.
Thank you. Jaime.
Thank you. We are a 6 billion euro company, and we're present in Latin America, Northern Europe, Southeast Asia. Talent is key for us. Only 5% of our turnover is in Spain. We could be anywhere. I don't want to spoil the party, but Madrid is doing wonderful things. We're having trouble, as we speak, hiring 200 people with digital profiles to work for us in Spain. We're having trouble. This is the reality. Talent is difficult to get by. So we must think out of the box. I mean, talent, new people, they want to work on projects. And the proposition of living in a city 12 months, maybe it's old-fashioned. Maybe someone said to me today, I want maybe one home in 3 cities. Maybe we need to really create the mobility between cities, between maybe Abu Dhabi, Madrid, and Tel Aviv. Maybe, one rent, 3 houses, one mobility solution for the 3 places, so people can spend 4 months in each place seamlessly. So we need to really think big, think out of the box. Otherwise, we will have a problem. Talent is key, but it's not easy to find.
Juan Manuel.
For us, it's a key issue to attract the talent and to keep the internal talent in the company. In the past, that you offer normally to the employees is totally different that you will need in the future, because it's not just to have a strong company or a good environment like in Spain or Madrid that you have a weather that you can offer to external talent. But now you need to be aligned with the needs of the society, the transition, the energy transition, and the environment. And this is something that the employees need. And we need a strong company and a city that support all this kind of alignment with the society.
Okay, thank you very much. As you can see in all the main speeches from Gerardo, he speaks about a livable city, Madrid, as the #1, according with Mori Index, and as a livable city. And now we are building a new smart city inside in a livable city. So it's very important not to have some mistakes in the change or in the new smart city inside the livable Madrid. So this is the last question, the last round. What are the main lessons learned and tips for a new smart city? And also, what are the challenges with regards to the smart cities for the future? It's is a question about the future, and be careful with the mistakes. Thank you.
So, as a company that work with cities and focus on smart cities, first, just to be aligned, smart city is a huge word, okay? So everyone can look at it from different angle. And as we see it, and again, we work a lot with the municipality, it's starting with the data, okay? So companies like us that collect tons of data because we can see how you drive on a kick scooters, on a mopeds, on a car. So we have a lot of information. And for example, in Tel Aviv, we have cooperation with the Tel Aviv municipality that today we build an open API. So we reflect all this data, of course, everything under GDPR, but we reflect all this data to the municipality. And by the city of Tel Aviv built a hub that collect all this data from all the suppliers, from the mobility world, from the tons of suppliers in the city, and in the end, create one public API that everyone can use this data and develop a software or a product that they developer. So I think when we are design such a this buzzword of smart city, we really need to think who is going to manage it, how we're going to aggregate the data, because again, everyone develop different system, and to aggregate this data, this is the difficult part of that. The other side is the user, because I think everyone said smart city, but smart city is a simple city for the population. And we need to think not how to build a million app, how to build, and is exactly how our philosophy of GoTo, to give you one-stop shop, all your transportation in one app. City need to think alike, how I can give my citizen one app, a super app, that again, cover all his needs from the municipality in one place. I think this will be the success point for that.
It's a big question, but I agree. The data is very important. I'm sure in Madrid you've done all your homework, but of course you need the layer of infrastructure, you need the smart infrastructure, you need the systems in which the apps will operate, and you need all these three things to talk to each other. Otherwise, exactly, you need to. Otherwise, at the end of the day, for us, it's very important, to make sure that the public and the private transportation is done seamlessly. This is key for a city, and I might add that mobility is not only about people, it's also about goods. I mean, urban logistics is key. I mean, and I think Madrid should be a pioneer. I think digital twins, I think net zero assets in logistics, algorithms that allocate parcels to whatever. But it's very important. I think that with the race of e-commerce, so on and so forth, let's think about people, but let's think about logistics inside the inner city, because it's key.
Okay, about the error we have seen in the smart city in the past, I think all are related with the constraint when you try to shift a normal city to a smart city, because you have to consider the layout of the city. And in the last year, the cities moved to the cars. And now we are shifting to another model of the city. And for me, the good thing of Madrid Norte is that you build a new city from scratch, like the Mileto in the past, and you have the opportunity to think what the population need, of the cities in need, and build this new city based on the needs, not in the past. I think this is the challenge.
So that's all. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Jaime and Juan Manuel. And of course, again, thank you very much to Gerardo, David, and Borja for this opportunity to share Madrid Norte with you. Thank you.
tenemos identificado, no la tenemos identificada. Sí, estaba por ahí, ¿no? No la tengo identificada. ¿Es ella? Ahí sí está, chica. Vale, vale.
So good, I would say, afternoon now at this time of the day. My name is Cristina Vescosa. I'm the director of EIT Health in Spain and director of innovation for Europe. I have the pleasure to chair this next panel that goes also on the focus on health and life science, and with me I have the honor to share this session with Dalia Itzik, so chair of the Hadassah International Israel Board of Trustees, and Enrique Castellón, chairman of Crossroad Biotech. We have heard that Madrid can be the gate to Latin America, and I hope with this session we can also see that it can be the gate to Europe and to other specific areas. So in my role as EIT Health, for those of you who don't know, as EIT stands for the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and is a collaboration really of all the stakeholders in a sector really to promote innovation in that area. So EIT Health was born in 2016. We are more than 150 organizations all around Europe and covers the full value chain of health, so from universities and tech centers, industry, healthcare providers all around Europe. And it's about, I mean, what we heard in the previous sessions about collaboration and putting people together in order really to have this triple aim, to improve the resilience of the healthcare system, second, have better health for the citizens, and third, and not least, really improve the competitiveness of the industries in this global sector that we know. So I'm going also to give a bit of the picture of what Spain and Madrid has in this area, and I'm really glad that already has mentioned as pharma as one of really the top areas for Madrid region. So according to the World Population Ranking, so also done by the consultancy Bloomberg, Spain is the healthiest country in the world. And this is because not only, I mean, we have tremendously increasingly expectancy of life, but it's also about the health quality, probably the sun and the social conditions and the good life that we have here. But not only that, we are number 5 on the Digital Health Index. And this is an index based really specifically for the health sector, how well this is digitalized globally. And Spain is really one of the top in that area. And also I would like to mention, so specifically Madrid and Barcelona among the top 10 entrepreneurship hubs in Europe and in the world. And mainly in these areas of healthcare and well-being. We have talked also in the previous session about talent, and it's not only about the good universities in the area of life science that we can have here and business schools. It is also about attracting international talent, and Spain is the top 3 European destination attracting talent, not only European, but also from the whole world. And as we say, Madrid is attraction for business and investment, and definitely in the health and life science sector. So around 30% of the startup created in Madrid, and we counted around 1,300 in the last year, concentrates in the area of life science and wellness. And also Madrid concentrates the headquarters of major pharma and medtech international companies, as was mentioned by Mr. Fernando Laschetti. So I have the pleasure to start this panel about these global opportunities in the area, and I'll give you first a word to my co-panelists. Maybe you have 1 minute to introduce also yourself to the audience, and welcome to this.
Thank you so much. Is it working? Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this really significant conference. My name is Dalia Itzik, former Speaker of the Parliament in Israel, acting President, and former Minister in the fields of communication, environment, and economy. Today I'm a chair of Hadassah Hospital. This is a medical organization, which is one of the largest and leading medical centers in Israel, serving the diverse population in Jerusalem and also in Israel. For me, this conference is a great opportunity to make also strong ties with many significant people, with our fellows in the UAE, which I found to be very kind people, very warm people, and we are the Israelis, we are so glad that we have peace with this wonderful country. I wish to thank also to you, David, this charming guy who is, I think you need to know him. I can assume that all of you know him personally, but he really knows how to bring people together, and he knows how to also to bring countries together. So thank you for that. I know how much you care about cooperations between these three countries. Thank you for that. I have 3 children, 7 grandchildren, which is, I'm proud of them. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me here in this panel. Actually, I'm the product of the Spanish public health system, which was my responsibility many years ago as a deputy minister of health here in Spain. But I was involved in R&D. I was in charge of the ministry R&D area and contributed to create 2 big research centers. Actually, the National Institute for Cardiovascular Diseases and National Institute for Cancer Diseases. After I leave the government, since first, as you can imagine, first sow and then harvest, I contribute to found a venture capital firm devoted mainly to invest in healthcare research. The ecosystem of venture capital firms is quite heterogeneous. It depends on the phase in which you are investing. So I decided to invest at a very, very, very early stage in seed capital. Why is that? Because I wanted to fill the gap that is happening in this country 20 years ago. A lot of research, world-class research, but very little transfer of knowledge to the market. So I decided to invest in the very early stage to boost that transfer of technology to that's what I did. Now we have products in the market. We have companies that are almost done in the sense that we are exiting from those companies. And I think I contribute to this transfer of knowledge from Spanish R&D, which, by the way, is world class. Here in Madrid, we have 8 institutes of health, depending on hospitals. We have 37 big hospitals here in Madrid, and there's a lot of knowledge that's been created in this ecosystem. So all that we need is more resources to invest and more transfer to produce.
Thank you very much. Let's then start the debate. I mean, when we talk about healthcare, we cannot avoid talking about the COVID, no? And how had that shaken not only our healthcare system, but our society. So maybe let's start thinking about, I mean, this huge challenge that we have lived in the last year, but how this has really brought us to where we are now. What are the opportunities and responsibility now to build a new healthcare system, a transformation really probably based on the digital and on the data? That is really the big tools and that we have now at hands for the future. So I would like to ask you, Dalia, so how does us adapted to the COVID times, and now how do you see, this digital transformation in your system?
I agree that the coronavirus has given us all many lessons, but one of them is a lesson in the digital transformation in the health system. Indeed, hospitals and community clinics in Israel and all over the world have made unbelievable progress in the past 2 years in this field. Progress planned for the next 10 years took place within 2 years, due to the fact that social distancing forced people to use online services, which have now become much more norm. One of the biggest opportunities we at the Hadassah Hospital are using now as a standard is the ability to monitor patients from their home, from the distance. It can be in the hospital when the patients need to be separate from others for any reason, or even in the community when the patient is no longer hospitalized but still needs to be monitored from time to time. We now use technology to monitor the medical conditions in the patients even when they are at home. This is done through online lab tests, special mobile application as wearable medical devices. In general, and in the light of technologies developed, we witness the transition of the hospital to the community. It can be at home, as I said, in a clinic or in community health center. More and more services are offered to the patients from home using the phone and other devices. Today, we have the ability to treat even complex cases outside of the hospital, relying on technology. This is a very good news, potentially reducing the number of the patients returning to the hospital, reducing the risk of infections in the hospital, and allowing us to focus on the urgent medicine. From a broader perspective, this also requires hospitals to re-examine their role and focus on their fields of expertise. I know it's not connected to what I'm going to say, but I just want to say a few words about, I come from Israel, and Jerusalem is we have very diverse population in Jerusalem. But we are very proud, being a hospital, that 25 of the people from the Arab sectors, you don't feel any zero tension between them. Outside, you can, Israel and all the problems that we face, but in the hospital, the coexistence is so impressive that I would like to share with you my feeling to that. It means something that health is so strong and can bring people together.
I fully agree. I think health and illness is one of the things that bring us really together and close. Exactly. So we have very similar challenges, and I want to go back now to you, Enrique, on this opportunity after COVID times. What do you think are the biggest opportunities and trends related to this digital transformation?
Okay, well, it's obvious that the pandemic has changed completely the medical landscape. Absolutely. Digital transformation has been occurring before, but now the pandemic has accelerated the entire process. Not only because of telemedicine, telehealth, mean the opportunity to treat people outside hospitals, but, which is important, particularly for chronic diseases. But also the appearance of a big field of digital health. Now there's even a name for that, digiceuticals, which means a lot of technology that could help treating patients. I mean, not only diagnosing patients, but treating patients as well, particularly in the field of mental health. Mental health has been actually a real problem because of the pandemic. Now, there are a lot it's impossible for healthcare systems to treat all the potential patients with mental health issues. So digital health is contributing to improve that and to facilitate access of patients to mental health services. This is one thing which is important. But digital transformation has another angle, which is related to pharmaceuticals, developing of drugs. I mean precision medicine. I mean artificial intelligence devoted to developing of new drugs, to diagnosing much better patients, to understanding diseases, and to combine all the big amount of data that exists about genetics, lifestyles, environment, all together to facilitate the understanding of disease and tailoring treatments specific for particular diseases. So digitalization has improved all these processes. And I think not only medical healthcare, also research and new treatments, all of those things are going to change very rapidly in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we've heard about liquid hospitals, hospital at home, transformations, probably more preventative care, inclusion of mental health, all these things. What we see is we have a lot of ideas, technology that was probably developed already years ago, but now we see that really this is the boom of the business around the healthcare sector. So at the ET Health, I wanted to mention, so we have several programs on this scale-up track, and as a body of the European Commission, we are really looking to get this critical mass to really boost these companies, and we have one program that is called Catapult, and it's exactly about that, so putting mature startups in front of really investors or corporate to really enable this dialogue and boosting in this period. And in those Catapult event, we always have Spanish companies. And just to mention, the last winner of the MedTech track was from Madrid, so Leuco, and it's exactly, just to put an example, a device that counts the white blood cells in order to provide the best cancer treatment. So the patient only need to go to the hospital when it's needed and not before, and then you can stay at home as much as possible. So definitely this is examples of also programs enabling this international cooperation, like we have at the ET Health Bridgehead that really enables a company to soft land in a new market that really brings new adventures to see on a similar challenge around health. So let's talk about specifically maybe biotech that we opened that discussion. I'm going to go back to you, Enrique. What do you think is necessary in Spain to boost this biotech sector in Spain?
Well, actually, I'm very, very interested about the creation of ecosystems in healthcare, in biotechnology. It's not easy because, as I said before, I mean, a lot of people said before about the collaboration. So you need a lot of ingredients. Collaboration is one of those. Purpose, passion, of course, and you need to have a lot of interaction between many stakeholders, government, entrepreneurs, academics, investors, mostly, and that is much more difficult because there's no a magic recipe for that. You need something to ignite the entire process. And that's not easy. There's a book that I read many years ago. It's very interesting by an academic from Harvard called Josh Lerner. The book is named The Boulevard of Broken Dreams. about not only the successes, also the failures in creating ecosystems in healthcare. One particular reason I'm very interested in, because we are in Spain, and in Spain, as in any other, European countries, public health sector is the main and the first customer for health technology. And still, the role of the public healthcare system is not enough, active in the creation of that ecosystem. One thing that I could account for that problem is that it's something about the risk. In Spain, probably, there are culture of risk aversion, which is in contrast with the culture that exists, for instance, in the States or in Israel, by the way. And something that the public health sector in healthcare cannot be is risk averse. The public healthcare sector should be innovative. It is very difficult to foster innovation if you are not innovative. So public administration, public procedures, bureaucracy, so to speak, should be more innovative in that case. So otherwise, it's very difficult to produce innovation in the healthcare market. Something that I learned from Israel, by the way, was a concept, it's an interesting concept, which is risk asymmetry. At least at first, not always. Government has take some risks. Otherwise, the private sector is not going to take that risk. So this is important. This is a very, very important element of the ecosystem. Taking risk on the side of the government, having the private sector as well taking risk, and create an atmosphere of innovation on both sides, the government and the private sector. And which is critical as well, is a collaboration between the public and the private sector.
Thank you, Enrique. So definitely it's a collaboration. It is this risk assumption and the public-private collaboration. So thinking internationally, let's get the lessons learned also from Israel, and mainly so to you, Dalia. What can you tell us about your international mindset for the success of Hadar?
Not surprisingly, we hear the word collaboration again and again today, which is so important. So of course you have competitions between countries, between hospitals, it's okay. But in the end of the day, to bring with you a noble approach that you understand that maybe by your idea, by your ideas, by your RD, you can advance the health of the world. One of the examples, the best example, is what happened in the coronavirus, the cooperation between countries. It was so impressive. We were, I think, the first country that closed the people at home and the first country who vaccinated. But I know so many countries consulted with us, with our experience, because we were the first one, and we also learned a lot from them. And we try to do the same in the hospitals. By the way, we in Hadassah, we have branches in the world. So we can participate with them, we share the RD, we have the ideas. And as a chairperson of the organization, it's very important to me, as I said to politicians, I came from politics. So we know that the politicians, they have ego, right? I don't exaggerate. But sometimes you see it in the hospitals. So you have to say, the professor and the doctors, please, 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 keep your ego and think about the world, think about the citizens, think about the health. Think that maybe you help someone here, there in Indonesia, or I don't know where, which is so the spirit that we try to bring with us is cooperation, cooperation, cooperation.
I think it's definitely this international mindset that can change the health sector, even though, I mean, the provision is normally very regional. And talking about this international mindset, I wanted to also bring also some links to the Middle East also from very European institutions as I represent. So EIT Health was selected one of the top 3 selected programs in the world by the UBI Global World Ranking of Accelerator, only with 3 years of existence. So as we say, we are a very new kid on the block. And I think what I wanted to bring today to the discussion was this recognition was given on the 6th of November 2019 in Doha, Qatar. So even, I mean, these kind of events, we can really help to bring the different innovation hubs together. And also related to Israel, the whole EIT community has a hub in Israel. It's called the EIT hub. It's not only health, it's food, climate, urban mobility, and manufacturing. So working together in this 3 knowledge triangle that we call is about education, innovation, and business creation, and bringing the opportunities both to Europe and to the Israel ecosystem. And so I'm going to move to the next question, which is about future, and not talking about very far away, but really in the next 2-3 years, so what we call really medium term now. What do you see Enrique, first to you maybe, it's about what is the evolution that you see in Spain and specifically in the investors' wall in Crossroad Biotech position also that you can share with the audience?
Well, as I said before, we are very interested in digital health. Actually, we already invest in wearables and textiles, intelligent textiles. I think that the sector, I mean, the healthcare sector is going to change toward telehealth, creating environments in which patients are treated outside hospitals, so that you need a lot of sensors, you need a lot of devices, gadgets that could help that could contribute to treat patients at a distance. Mobile phone enable healthcare, which is important. I think this is also something that we are going to invest in. And we are also interested in improving healthcare processes using digital transformation. I mean, creating value in the entire process, not only in the healthcare settings, traditional settings, but also at home from the patients, and taking from prevention to rehabilitation. We are also involved in a project of early discharge from stroke, which is important. There's a lot of problems having patients in the hospitals after stroke. So all those things that are related to different kind of approaches to healthcare that are depending on digital transformation is something that we are very interested in. I think a lot of people is interested as well.
Thank you, Enrique. And I'm going to give the word now to Dalia. Now also I'm thinking about what is the evolution of the healthcare industry and also on the Hadassah position in the medium term.
One of the that impressed me so much is the developing of personalized medicine. No more one suit fits all. I mean, everybody or everyone needs the specific treatment that he needs, and which is so important. And we see the results. We see the results when, to give example of radiation. When you make radiation, there are some doctors here, so you know much better than me. So you can save some of the cells, but you can destroy some of the cells. So you need to be very, very specific with on the spot. And you see more and more ideas and research that you have consequences, good consequences, of being doing personal treatment. I think this is revolution when you think about it. From time to time, they call me to the laboratory to impress me by one story, because this is not my background, medicine. But I come there, it's really, really fascinating to see. And the future is here.
Definitely. So what we see, and let's come to then the wrap up of this panel, is that health is a tremendous opportunity now for global collaborations. We've talked about cancer or advanced therapies. We talk about digitalization. We talk about probably the resilience for the next pandemic that may come. Soon or later, let's see. But it's definitely a space where not one region, not one country can do it alone, not one technology. It's all about really collaboration and co-investing also. And together we see the Commission in Europe is really putting a strong focus on agencies and collaborations around innovation in health. I want to give you the word to your last words with this message. What can we do in the health sector to collaborate, especially between Spain and Middle East?
Well, actually, at least from Israel, we have a lot to learn. I had the opportunity to visit Israel several times. And get in touch with people working in areas similar areas I'm working with. And I think that learning the way in which small companies, startups, not only develop technology, but reach the world through different connections. And I think something that we have to learn and get in touch with those companies would contribute to help us to reach the world, which is sometimes we keep our knowledge inside our borders and without the opportunity to expand rapidly. And that's something that through collaboration with companies in other countries, particularly in Israel, and probably in the Emirates, I know less about the Emirates, but probably also in the Emirates could contribute for us to small startups from Spain to expand more rapidly in the world.
David, more and more conferences to bring us together, to cooperate and to exchange views one with each other. Thanks to the organizers. It's really very impressive. And I just want to say, I'm here with a mask. So the media decided there is no COVID anymore. But there is a COVID, unfortunately. Thank you so much and see you in Israel.
Thank you, Dalia. Yes, from my side, just to close also, in many other sectors, I think we see the opportunity, but in the healthcare sector, it's really the moment is now. Never in the history we had so much attractiveness, from the investment world to really look into the health sector. Never in the history we have seen in the culture so much need for change or innovation, and never I think in the history we have seen so much collaboration international around really the healthcare sector. So really the moment is now to continue this endeavor. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, we have one more session before lunch. So I will ask the panelists of the next session to come up. Mohammad Jaber, Antonio Molina, Youssef Saher, and Micha Jesselson.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I know there was a lot of panels. We're going to try to make this one interesting for the panelists and also for the crowd. But first of all, I want to say that I'm very excited to be here. And I've waited a very long time to say these words. So first of all, salam alaikum to everybody that came from the UAE. And Bruchim Habayim to everybody that came from Israel or is watching from Israel. And hola que tal to all our local amazing host, David. What an amazing event you pulled off here. One of the panelists here is also a friend, so we're going to try to discuss things in also on a very macro friendship level. My name is Micha Jesselson. I live in Tel Aviv, married with 3 kids, and in our family office, we've been investing in the past 7 to 8 years in the food and ag technology sector. I'll explain in a few minutes why we went into that sector. But I think before that, the most interesting thing that we have here is the people on the panel. I would love if you guys just say a few words about yourselves. What do you do? And then I'll open it to an open conversation regarding some of the things that we've discussed before about the future of food and ag.
Thank you. I'm Mohammed Jaber. Been in UAE for 22 years in Abu Dhabi. I'm the managing director of DSV, which is one of the top 3 companies in the world in logistics. Over 1,500 offices in 90 countries, in Israel, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Madrid. They are the biggest in Middle East and Africa. Our role to make the supply chain invisible for our customers and between consumers and producers. In agriculture, we are one of the biggest in the region in food security program, in healthcare, in oil and gas, in defense contracts. So we are coming here because I think all of you are potential customers. But actually, our role is to connect you together. When the peace agreement had been signed before 20 years, or no, 35 years with Jordan, we started at that time. When it's signed again in Abu Dhabi, we are in Bahrain, we are in Egypt, we are all over the place as a company that can bring all of you together.
Okay, good afternoon. So thanks for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here. So I'm Antonio Molina. I am professor of the Technical University of Madrid, Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. And I'm the director of the Plant Biotechnology and Genomics Center, that is one of the Center of Excellence of the Spanish program Severo Ochoa and Maria Maestro. So in addition to this, to be the director, that is really a honor to be the director of this fantastic center. So I'm also an entrepreneur. So I have co-founded 3 spin-off companies in the ag food sector. So actually one of them is already sold. And well, when I was seeing some of the videos, I thought what was something that could link the 3 countries. And actually, what can link the 3 countries is water, or I will say that we don't have too much water. And this is essential to produce food. And this recalled me when I was a child, because my parents just bought a dry land, and suddenly we have this water from the Trasvase Tajo Segura, so this transfer. And our land will be an irrigation land, irrigated land. And the technology that we use for this irrigation land was from Israel 40 years ago. Okay? And the crop varieties that we were just planting there were from UC Davis. So things have changed a lot. And now clearly Spain is a leader in the ag food sector, and I guess one of the reasons, and I will try to convince you, is because we have a high level of research and development here, and of course a lot of very competitive companies. And in contrast to you, so I'm here, yes, also because I see that they are investors, and this is also very important for us.
Yeah. Oh. Hi, I'm Youssef, actually a Christian Arab from Nazareth. Moved to Madrid a few months ago. Finally made my dream come true. Went to school here actually 12 years ago to do my MBA. And after that, I moved to New York for a couple of years, Tel Aviv, and now I'm here. First, today I want to congratulate Madrid. When you have an election in Colombia, you don't need the ECB. A lot of money will flow from Bogota to Madrid this year, and I'm just on the process to buy an apartment. And I was so depressed to see the election results in Colombia, because now I know that I need to pay at least 5% more. So our family, originally we have Angel, was it? We had a food business in Israel. We sold our company 4 months ago to Israeli private equity, and here in Madrid, I want to try and start invest in startups for cybersecurity and food tech. We're in extremely crazy years or crazy months that it will probably last for at least 2 years from financial situation. We saw that most of the startups, I was so happy to show off to say that Israeli had 84 unicorns in 2021. Out of this 84, maybe only 2 of them are still unicorns. And here, you know, finally, an investor like Mika, which they are huge investors in Israel, they can go back to the market. And if we want to hear more about investments in any industry, Mika, he uses his own money, his family money to invest. So if we want to get a real picture, he's the guy to tell us. So,
thank you. Do you guys hear me in the back? Yeah. Yes, in the back. Okay, I'm going to speak like this without a microphone, all right? So, thank you, Yusuf. First of all, I want to tell you that Yusuf's family created one of the most interesting products, which is in Israel, everybody knows as tchina, which when you think of tchina, which the final product is something that you have to make it by yourself, which is actually, I think, connects back to the land. That's why I love your products, and I still use it. But I want to try maybe to have a conversation, the 4 of us, regarding the biggest issues we have. In the end of the day, we can sit here, we can talk about investing, we can talk about business, but really when every day we go to our homes with our kids, with our families, when we eat, we are actually thinking of how... Oh, for the stream. Is this okay? When we really think of what we're eating, it goes all the way back to the land. And I'm sure we've all heard the saying, you know, we are what we eat. And I love saying, and I hear people always describing that we are what our food eats. Okay, it's not just what we eat, but what our food eats. And through investing in our family office, in our division, investing in venture capital, we've invested in about 8 companies. One of the most fascinating companies is a company called Aleph Farms. It's a company that is growing steaks in labs. Another example is a company that is doing robotic tractors for the fields that don't need a driver. So you can cost labor and have much better precision agriculture. And through investing in those companies, usually you find the problem, then you start investing. I only started learning about the biggest problems through investing. And I've tried to educate our team and ourselves to learn more what are the biggest problems. And I wanted to ask, of course, there's a great connection between universities and investing and just people eating. I would love to just ask, I have my own thoughts and maybe I'll finish it, but let's just ask, what do you think the biggest challenges of food and agriculture for the world? I know it's a big question, but I think it deserves the question. What do you think it is?
From our perspective, which is the subject that under the spotlight today, is the world at very high risk right now from a big shortage in commodities, in grain, because of the geopolitical conflicts. I don't want to sound political, but when a few years back you used to move a commodity with the supply chain cost you 30%, now it costs you 200%. So that someone put his hands in every one of you in your pocket. The oil price striking like never happened with increasing risk. The grain supplies, already there is a season had been missed. There is a shortage in supply. On top of that, there is a climate change. There is, as you see, Madrid last week suffered a heat that you don't see since 30 years. So there is 20 alarms is ringing, and everybody just close his ears. Yes. So I'm telling everybody, we need to change, and you have to change now. We have to change our habits. I'm happy with the previous panel and moving into pooling in cars, into renewable energy. There is no one or a country, as we said before, can do the change. UAE, Abu Dhabi and Dubai and the country started with a lot of change. We have coexistent and have a peace agreement with Israel after a very long time of continuous boycott. And we start living together. And we've done that in Jordan, and the Egyptians done it earlier in 80s. And if you look into this is beautiful, because now we can add value to each other. We can coexist. Now, lands available in Egypt, lands available in Africa, lands available in Europe. UAE have the biggest export from Europe of animal fodder, and I'm the one who handled the logistics. So there is 1,000 examples that where institutional support can start working, like governments support companies. The Americans comes to Abu Dhabi with the first ever project in the region that they cultivate vertically with no medium of water or soil, with misting, and in controlled environment at 56 degrees. So where we're talking, can we do all together today meet and talk with really willing to change and find opportunities together to collaborate with investors, startups. Abu Dhabi provide an amazing environment and attraction for startups, for good companies, for developed companies, not an ATM for startups, but they can add huge value to the startups because of the diversity and the willing of the market.
Thank you. Antonio.
Okay, I guess our main challenge is to feed the world. And I guess this is what we have to have in mind. So 9,000 millions of people in a few years. So we will need to increase the production of food by 70% without increasing our use of water and without increasing the land to use for agriculture. But this challenge, as you mentioned, is related with the second challenge, is that we have to feed the world, but at very low cost. So that means that the price of the food should not increase. And unfortunately, we have seen in the last few months what happened with the increase of the cost of the food, related also with these other things. And this is a real challenge, because it's not just a matter that we will produce more and that the price of the food will be cheap, because this is essential for some countries. And it's also a matter that agriculture is one of the main contributors to climate change, and we have to produce in a more sustainable way. So the key question is, we will be able to do it? And I guess I will tell you here today that the answer is yes, because the base of this sustainable agricultural production is knowledge. So, and we have now reached a knowledge of how plants interact, the crops interact with the soil, with the environment, that will allow us to develop novel solutions that will be no chemical-based solution. So we have to reduce the use of fertilizer, to use to reduce the use of pesticides, and to replace this, as we have seen in the previous session, in health. So we have to see the plant as a humans, that they will respond to a lot of biological compounds, to microorganisms. We need to study the contribution of microbiota of soil to improvement of the nutrient uptakes. So we have a lot of challenges, but the key point is that we have now the tools, and we are starting to get the knowledge to resolve this problem. And after that, we need to transfer this. This innovation part is a critical point, and I guess this is something that we need to discuss also.
Thank you. Yusuf.
Well, I want to more talk about the opportunity, and I believe that Spain in the next 20 years will be the leading country in the Eurozone. And Spain is a leading country in the food tech, actually. You have a huge food tech incubator in Murcia, and you have a couple northern Madrid. Now, the thing is here will be to, if we can do something, UAE, Israel, and we bring, for example, Technion or whoever to come and open here in Spain. In Spain, you will have access to a lot of talent. Central Southern America is 700 million. Enough that you target the top 0.1%, and you are in 700,000 that they would love to move to Spain. Everybody's dream is to move to Spain at some point. The problem that...
Your dream or everybody's dream? I'm not sure.
Quality of life...
Because we miss you in Tel Aviv. So.
Yeah. After being living in 7 countries, living well, actually in all of them, quality of life in Madrid is the best. And it can attract talent. No,
Who's clapping, the people from Madrid or the people from out of Madrid? I don't understand.
No, from personal experience, as someone that, thank God, I got the privilege to choose wherever I want to live in the world, I chose Madrid out of many countries. Now, if we bring all the talent and make Spain also a hub for food tech, this can be absolutely great. And now, investors like you can go back to the market after sitting on the bench for the last 2 years, because everybody who has only a presentation, or not even the presentation, they start with the title on the PowerPoint, they wanted to raise an evaluation of 10 million euros. When they start on the first slide, 15 million euros. They finish the presentation. They barely have the idea, 100 million euro valuation. So a lot of investors took a step back. And now it's our turn to go back to the market and to do something really important.
Thank you. If we really want to do something big in Madrid, I don't know if David has time for us, but we actually need David to do it. No, Yusuf says that Madrid should be the world hub of solving the problem of ag and food and all the 21st century resilient farms. Can we do it here? Yes, for sure.
Well, I'll tell you, first, Spain has some issues to solve. We're solving them little by little. Yesterday we had fantastic election results. I don't want to be political, but they were very good in the largest region of Spain, which is Andalusia, which used to be dominated for almost 40 years with one color political party, which is not the most pro-business environment for sure. Things are changing. I'm not political, as you know, and as you see. But I like to say things clearly, and I think that Spain has a huge opportunity. Madrid is the locomotive of this country. You know, even though we would like many poles, you know, many areas of leadership to come from Spain right now, Barcelona unfortunately has lost a bit of its steam. We hope it's going to be only something temporary, because it's important for Spain that it's not only Madrid. But having said that, we should pick up the opportunities. And the same way that Israel has its challenges and makes that an opportunity, here from Madrid, we have a great opportunity for some countries, for example, like the UAE, that need food security and that need to guarantee themselves some supplies, because the world has become very complex. So, you know, once you put Spain and areas like Madrid or the Spanish coast, and you combine it to the technology that you have already in Israel in certain areas like agriculture and how you treat water and different advances in terms of food, plus you have guaranteed contracts with certain countries that really want to guarantee themselves a supply, then it's a beautiful combination. So yes, I think that Spain and Madrid are this good vector of that.
Make sure that, yeah, thank you, David. But just remember that he said that, because we're going to have to do it. Because usually when he says something, we have to do it. But I want to go back to kind of gather the things that you guys were saying. I think the biggest, at least from what we're looking at, there's actually no solutions yet for the biggest problems we have in food and ag. And you were talking about pesticides, and we've been actually not taking care of land all over the world. And I've learned this through companies like CropX, which is a company that all it does is checks the ground and sees if you could stop doing irrigation. And I was so surprised to see and hear that in most places in the world, the farmers, they continue to put water even if there's rain. So they're finishing the water on the bottom of the land. Plus, in order to get better results of grain, we are pushing so much unhealthy chemicals into the land, and the land can't take it. And there's an amazing book called The Third Plate, which describes an area in Spain. I don't know if you're familiar with this, Antonio, where we ruined all the water around, so the fish died. So if we want to actually solve the problems, it's not just by doing innovation in technology. It's not just innovation in technology. I think it's also learning, being educated of what we've done to the world. Since World War II, we have been using the land as if it's a resource that is forever. And I think and this is why I'm happy that we're having this conversation, is because it's the first time, I think, in the past 10 years, there's more and more knowledge about how much water, how much grain do you need for one hamburger? How much water, how much grain do you need for a glass of milk? And just in the past 3 years in Israel, 4 companies, Imagine Dairy, Remilk, have been trying to do synthetic milk, which I don't know. Anyone in the crowd will drink synthetic milk? Yes or no? Yes? A synthetic steak that's grown in a lab? Okay, so we have like 10% only, okay. The rest of you, we'll meet you after at the burger shop. But we actually, this is one of the things that we have to start asking ourselves and asking our kids are going to start asking us as well. For example, today, nobody spoke about organic eggs, okay? Chickens are grown in an unhealthy way. Now, I'm not a vegan or even vegetarian, but we have to be aware of how we're growing our food, and we have to think about the solutions. And Antonio, I actually wanted to ask you as a professor, you described that one of the biggest problems that we have is how we treat the plants. Can you maybe tell us about your startups and the innovation that you're thinking of about how we can still have high yields but take care of the land in a better way, which is part of our jobs as human beings?
Yeah. Well, the first I have to say is that I'm from Murcia, okay? So that you mentioned, yeah, well, so I'm great fruit and vegetables. So, and I know what you are mentioning about the problem, and I guess because in the equation we have to include the use of the resources in a rational way, and clearly don't use some land that is close to a natural area or areas that we have to conserve unless that we are using the resources in a rational way. Okay. So regarding your question, I like all of this question because I didn't want to sell my book here, but since you just asked about my book, so well. So the company that I founded his name is Plant Response. Now it's part of Mosaic. Plant Response. So you see the word Plant and Response, because what we were trying to look for is were just biomolecules, compounds that are produced by the plants to adapt to stress. Because I don't know if you are aware that the past week, I guess, I don't know how many of you were at 3 o'clock p.m. in the middle of Madrid, walking around. So probably you were in your office, but all the plants were there, just suffering these 40-something degrees, and they're alive. So I guess the key question, and I guess this is an important point to think about, is why the plants are able to survive on this, even in the desert. And it's because through evolution, they have acquired some mechanism of adaptation that we don't have. We will unable to survive under this condition. And the most fascinating thing of this is that we have a huge biodiversity. So plants are able to grow from a desert to the Himalaya. And the reason of this are genes. So they have a huge diversity of genes. And these genes means compounds, proteins. And related to my company, so what we have done is just to try to identify these compounds. And one of the most interesting compounds that we have identified that have not been described previously is just a small metabolite that the plants produce under drought, stress, water scarcity condition. And this metabolite we identify, we produce easily. It's very cheap, by the way. And when we apply this metabolite in the irrigation system, you need to use 30% at least less of water, so
Well,
you can reduce.
You started a pilot? You've done it in a pilot
No,
already?
this is already in the market. So there's a
Nice.
company that, by the way, probably you know about this company is called Adama. So
Yes.
you know,
We are
because it's from Israel, that is just commercializing this metabolite.
And they're commercializing this product that you've done in order to save 30% of irrigation for farmers?
Yes, or you can use this product in the dry land. For example, now there are a lot of treatment in olive trees that are just under low irrigation system, so very low amount of water, and you apply this product, you have a better production, better quality. And this is just one of the examples.
Guys,
so
can we clap of hands for... It's amazing.
Yeah.
We need more of you.
Yeah, thanks. So, well, there are other technologies. So, for example, that one fascinating thing that maybe you are not aware. So, you see that in a teacher, as a professor at the university. So, it's like a class, you know. But all of you are know about the microbiota, our microbiota. So, we have a lot of microorganisms, but we are not aware that the key point of for some crops, when they are taking the nutrients from the soil, is that they are interacting with a lot of good guys, very interesting microorganism. And we have isolated one microorganism that is what we call an endophyte. That means it's a fungus that is able to colonize the roots, and this fungus is able to increase the uptake of phosphate. So we don't need to apply tons of phosphate in our. We need just to apply this microorganism, and we have a better uptake of phosphate. So this is the reason I told you we can resolve it, because we have the experience in our this first company, and we are very proud that this technology was developed in Madrid and actually is sold by a company from Israel. So and I guess it is a good connection.
So if just one question, and we'll go to the other questions. But I just want to know, if you had to say from your experience building 3 companies, okay, what do you need? If the crowd here wants to know, do you need more resources? Do you need the universities to help you more? Do you need the government to do different laws? What do you tell at home?
Well, what I will tell you is I need that the investor will trust that the Madrid ecosystem is sufficient. So I guess this is was one of the key points, because our main problem, so my investors are not here. So our main problem is that the argument that they use to move the company to the States was that they will get more money there, okay? And that they will know how to reach the market. And actually they did, because they sold the company. But I guess that we have to, I fully agree with you. I guess we have the opportunity in Madrid to have a food tech hub, because we have talent people and we have the capital. So we have very good universities. And what we need is just also to take advantage of the infrastructure. I invite you to visit our CBGP. Our center is fantastic. And one of the key issues is that we are providing access to the company, to our spin-off, to all the facilities that we have at the center. And this clearly is speeding up the innovation process. And I guess this is something that we need to discuss. And I guess the key point is that we need to increase the investment in our Series A, B, because we cannot just compete with 5, 10 millions with other investment in the state that we see. And I guess this is the key point, just trust and just to help, that somebody mentioned this morning, to reach the market. I guess this is our, because regarding technology, I don't have any doubt that we have the potential. So I have my own experience, so, and I will stop here because if not, they will kill me, so. Okay.
Yeah. No, so thank you. And you know, one of the things that we discuss in the investing ecosystem in food tech and ag tech in Israel is that investors have to understand that this is, and we have amazing entrepreneurs and investors here in cyber and fintech. It's a different animal. It's a sector that needs much more patience. It's a sector that has to have much, like you said, Yusuf, humble valuations. Okay, and we need the government to be much more involved. I think in giving more subsidies towards these kind of innovations, just like they give subsidies for milk and just like they give subsidies for chicken and for meat for years. Some of the and it doesn't change. Well, Muhammad, can you maybe tell me what would be good for if us Israelis and from Madrid, like how would we approach a UAE in the smartest way? Because there is, in the end of the day, also between Madrid, also between Tel Aviv, there's some culture difference on innovation. Not just culture difference because it's different cities. How can we connect better to the UAE, in your opinion, seeing the logistics in such a broad view?
First of all, I don't think we don't have a lot of cultural difference. People in Israel and in the region, we are together, and maybe that's how we become now close to each other very quickly. Sure. If you go to Dubai, you'll see more than Tel Aviv. Now,
it's because of the song Tel Aviv, Ya Habibi Tel Aviv.
Yeah, but the point, you know, who's cycling is looking for dynamic stability.
Yes.
Right? The concept that UAE is not was not waiting for the people to come from Tel Aviv to open up. There is 200 nationality in the country. There is 30 million people come and leave every day. But what's there? What's there for you? What's there for us? Anybody comes to UAE because that country is the country of coexistence. You must have value. But what you can offer on the table, and they will put what they can offer too on the table. There is a delegation went to Israel. I was in delegation to Israel in 1995. Wow. Right? And I saw things. And after 35 years, I went again and see different things. Now you see the young generation is coming and stepping up, and they have a lot to hear from. So in UAE, you will not meet UAE only. You will meet the States and the GCC, and you will meet the Chinese and the Indians, and you meet the whole world. It's a lobby in a hotel that you can meet everybody and whoever you want. Majority of the companies in UAE manage regional business. We in that country connect 3 continents and more than 3 billion consumers. So it's the land of the opportunities. So people, when they are come, they are welcome as much as you can give value. And we go to Israel and we come to Spain, and you always come to Spain. There is the Business Council in Abu Dhabi. Bring a lot of Spanish people, and we do a very successful business, not necessarily in UAE. We bought startups, not necessarily in UAE. We bought startups in the States or in other places in the Arab region or India or in China. So that's the place where I think in the central process unit on the region, at the region, that people can meet and initiate a great business. Important thing, they established the ecosystem for startups, for fiscal transactions, for the law. So you easily are protected under the law. It doesn't matter what is your nationality or from where he was coming. You are all front of a fair law that give you the safety as an investor and the protection you need.
Thank you. Yusuf, I think you need to move to the UAE. I don't know. He just sold it much better than Madrid.
Most welcome.
Maybe just some thoughts about the connection. Claudia, how are we doing? How much more time? Okay, we'll do, because everybody's probably hungry. 7. Okay. By the way, we have to start negotiating in order to create stuff, okay? But
it seems that he's for now venture or family.
yes, it's a yes.
Okay.
But by the way, family office in general is just a word for families investing. Okay, when you think about it in a deep way, the reason we started investing, because as a family office, we don't do risky stuff. Okay, we try to do very specific risk-orientated things, and we decided to do food and ag because we really think it fits for families. Because we're talking about where we're feeding our kids, and I encourage all family offices to have, everybody was pitching me the past 5 years, you should have some exposure to crypto in your portfolio. Sorry, I know there's a panel about crypto. I don't have, but I love them. But we should all have 2%. I think each family office should invest 2% in the future of their food. I think it makes a lot of sense. And even more than that, I don't know, the connection between health tech and biotech, food tech and ag tech is so strong. Because if you speak to insurance companies, their biggest spending is on diabetes. Okay, diabetes happens from consuming, sorry for my language, a shitload of sugar that you don't need. You just don't need. And if you travel around America, where fast food is the most convenient thing for you to buy, your health issues are really, really strong. I think when we think of food and ag, my biggest mistake is for 5 years when I was investing, I was only thinking about first world problems, which are totally different than third world problems. They're not thinking how to grow steak in the lab. They're thinking how to make sure that the first thing you said was food security. And David, you also spoke about food security all countries now saw in COVID that we all need food security. Suddenly everybody's saying, wait, what do we have? The whole globalization theory and philosophy kind of fell to everybody's like, wait, do we have cheese? Do we have, and for Israel, it was actually an amazing experience because all food became local, which I think is also very important, like the farming that you're doing in UAE, etc. Back to the first question, I think two of the biggest problems that I take from this panel, and if you guys have anything to add, please let's do it and try to sum it up, is water. We need to be careful about water. We need to figure out ways to use less water, use it more efficient. And plants, right? We need to make sure that we're not, if you're feeding the plant the wrong thing, then you're eating the plant, you're also not doing good for yourself, right? And I think the third thing that I come out of this is, and David, you're really they say in psychedelics, you have to have the right setting. It's also a lot of research on that now. You do the perfect setting for bringing vast experience from the UAE in how to manage things logistically, how you said if you have something to offer it back, and bringing Tel Aviv, Israel innovation into Madrid. Maybe there is a place to really connect with the professors, with the investors, and create nobody's done it in the world in the best way yet. Israel is trying, but I think there's a bigger opportunity here to do it. Any final remarks from you, friends?
I have just a quick remark. I think before we talk about food security, I think the world needs security.
True. We have cybersecurity guys here.
Then they can say security in food, security in social systems, security in healthcare, security in your dreams even. Because all the problems right now we have from lack of security. And none of our countries can live alone if he decided to just fence himself. Let's put the guns down and that language and think how to collaborate. for 55 years, there is nobody can, or no export from Jordan through Israel. Now it's there. I'm originally Palestinian, and I host Israelis in my house because I understand the weapons will not lead anywhere. And the same for the Russian and the Ukrainian. Let's bring security. Let's put down the weapons and think and talk. We might disagree, but we have to accept our differences. Then we bring security to everything.
I agree. We should put down the guns and have trina together. Antonio.
Well, I would like to finish with two additional thoughts. The first one is that now I guess that we are aware that food production also means energy. Sure. So you know very well, okay? So, and there is a high price of the energy. This is affecting cost of fertilizer or goods, and the transportation, and this is something that we have to be more efficient. And the second thing is just to remark that Madrid is no agricultural area, so actually 1% of the regional economic growth is just related with agriculture, but we have excellent capital, human capital, R&D center, like the Plant Biotechnology and Genomics Center, and I guess they are a great opportunity to have here a food tech hub with high tech and with the possibility to provide solutions. This is the name actually of our CBGP program of innovation. Is called CBGP Solutions, because we have to, as a public researcher, public or civil servant, we have a commitment to help, as you said, to resolve the problem of the next generation regarding food security and sustainability.
Thank you. Yusuf, final remarks?
Still on. First, what Professor Antonio said, same startup in Murcia, same startup, take it from Murcia to Tel Aviv, the valuation will be 30 times. Take it to Silicon Valley, it will be 50 times. I'm not exaggerating. So here we have amazing, and what our new friend Muhammad, I believe the UAE, Spain and Israel, our culture is very, someone that, I'm an Arab, used to live in Tel Aviv, and we have the same culture. We are very welcoming. Imagine, after 3 months in Madrid, I have tons of friends, and I met the cousins of friends and stuff. In New York, in the West Village, 5 years, I didn't know who my neighbor is. And you would never know who your neighbor's house in New York. So as a very, very warm culture here, we have a lot to do together, and I believe that we complete each other, and the sky is not the limit.
Thank you. So, yes, of course.
I just want to add one thing. I'm not trying to sell Abu Dhabi too much, but I invite... We don't feel it. Yeah, no, it's not political, but I look across my house. I'm living in an area called Saadiyat. And across my house, they are building a mosque. And like 50 meters away, there is synagogue and another church. And that's the only place on the planet Earth you will find them close to each other, where everyone can do his religion, then after they go to ADGM and do some business.
True. The question is, which one has the highest valuation?
Now, actually, this cannot be evaluated. And what is be evaluated is how you will come there and spend some money in Abu Dhabi.
Guys, thank you so much.
Please don't move. Please stay. Don't move. We still have one just short intervention by the Deputy Mayor of Madrid. He's just arrived, and after that we will go straight to the lunch. So if you can stay in your seats for just 5 minutes or less, we will conclude the morning session. No, si la gente se ha quedado, la gente se ha sentado. De momento que no saquen comida, ¿eh? Okay, thank you. Hello? Thank you for staying in the room for one more minute. We have been so efficient in the managing of times that we have concluded 10 minutes earlier than the schedule. So we need to wait a few more minutes, but I think we're almost there. Oh, we're there. Okay, thanks.
What a pleasure. We have here Begoña Beatriz, the vice-alcaldesa of Madrid. This is really the highlight of the morning, to have Begoña with us. She is probably, no, she's not. She is the most popular, recognized politician in Madrid. Begoña, is that? And why? Yeah. And I tell you why. I think Begoña, like very few politicians, comes from the business and is, after her political career in a couple of years' time, I'm not sure when, probably is going back to the business. So she has an instinct, a passion for the business. This is why we're all here. And we were talking this morning, Begoña, about the importance of Madrid, the United Arab Emirates, and Israel, how we can work together, how together we can create a synergy and really develop wealth, progress, and prosperity in the country. And this is, I think, something Begoña is very. So besides, so that's the first reason she's very popular. The second one, my other thing, she speaks English at home to her children. I think that's a very important thing. I think you're a visionary. But the main reason she's a visionary, she is really the creator of Madrid Open City. I got a call one day, and of course, Begoña, why? I immediately took the call. I stuttered a little bit. You can see why. And, and she said, Gerardo, I think we have to create an institution in Madrid to develop the international presence in Madrid. And since Begoña has been here, we moved globally as a global city from the position 13th to 9th position. So we advanced over the last 2 years 4 positions as Madrid as a global city by the very important institution in Japan, the Mori Foundation, which is the leading. And among other things, Madrid is #1 in the world, as I think we mentioned this morning, in livability, quality of life. So I would like to introduce you, Begoña. She is the engine, the passion of our city. Begoña, it's all yours.
Thank you. I don't feel like talking anymore. I don't feel like talking anymore. Can you keep talking?
No, just I love Begoña. She had a difficult day. We know that, but you are such a powerful woman. I think you will come stronger out of this, Begoña.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gerardo. I'm afraid he's been too generous with me. So thank you. Thank you, Gerardo, for your introduction. As I say, I'm the Vice Mayor in Madrid. And as Gerardo said before, I do come from the private sector. I think it is very important that the public sector is full of people that actually live in the private sector. Why? Because first thing you realize that you need to do once you come to an administration like Madrid City Hall is believe in the private sector, trust the private sector, and just understand that we don't believe in this fake economy that is, nowadays very popular, whether the public sector and the private sector are against each other. That is not the truth. That is not how I want Madrid to go, because I just think that we work together. If we trust each other, we're just going to go further. And actually, what's happening right now, right here, is that we are working together, and we're just going further. And once you realize that public and private need to be together as entrepreneurs, workers need to be together, and men and women need to be together and not fighting against each other, you just realize that you need a society to trust, especially nowadays. When I started government in Madrid as a vice mayor, I am so proud. This is the most wonderful job I've ever had in my whole life, and I had a lot. I didn't expect to manage the cities through a pandemic or a war that is happening right now in Europe, and I do want to have a word for that, because it's actually happening, and I don't want nobody to forget that what's actually happening in Ukraine, or that the fuel was going to rise the price, and we're going to have a problem with inflation, and the people in Spain were going to have a problems, trying to reach the end of the month. I didn't expect all that to happen, but when a journalist asked me some days ago what prepared me the best to face all these realities, all these problems, I answered him that going through a recession in a private sector prepares you for that, because you do have the skin, you do understand, what's on the other part. You do understand, and that's very necessary. I think all politicians in the world should go through the private sector. It should be a requirement. It should be mandatory. And as I say, what's going on right now is that we're going through our problems in the world. We are living a polarized moment. We're seeing how nations are just don't trust in each other exception time, right? And I think that what's going on right now with the UAB, with Israel right now, and Madrid all sitting together, we just want to work in the opposite way. I believe in friendship. I believe in trade. I think that trade sometimes precedes solid friendships. I do want you to trust in Madrid. Madrid is the place to be right now. I mean, I don't have to tell you anything because you've been around in the city. You know how wonderful the city is. It is so hard to explain in the world because it's just something that you cannot, change into figures. It's just liability. It's just happiness. It's just well-being. It's just the sun. It's just the way that we live. It's just that before the pandemic, we're the region with the highest expectancy of life in the continent with the highest expectancy of life of the world. And that is for a lot of reasons. And you are starting to realize it because you are walking through our streets. So for me, it's very easy to, I don't want to say the word sell, but coming from the private sector, I don't really have a problem using that term because I'm probably the best mayor of probably the best city in the world. And back in the day, it was very, not many people knew this because I lived away. I haven't been living my whole life in Madrid. I've been living away. And people were not talking about Madrid. They were talking about other cities that were really important. Barcelona, for me, is an important city. I do not want to compete with Barcelona. I want to compete with Barcelona all together because we are a whole pack. But I think the world is waking up to the fact that Madrid is something is going on here. They're starting to realize that we are a space of opportunities. They are starting to be aware of all the possibilities that we can offer. They're starting to realize that we are a liberal government, we do believe in secure laws, we do believe in lower taxes, we do believe in giving stability, security to anybody that wants to invest in my city, because that's the best gift someone can give me, because they trust in my city. So that is the best gift. And it is not a casualty that 73% of the international investment come to Madrid nowadays. It is not a casualty. We just, we do what we're really good doing. We say that when anyone comes to Madrid, he is a Madrileño, just for stepping in my city. And that is true. It is truly true. So with the investment, it's exactly the same. We know how to treat them. We just know how to welcome them. And we provide them a really good life. So this is the city with the best liability in the world for the persons, but it's actually the city with the best liability in the world, and it's going to be for corporations, for entrepreneurs, for everyone that want to start a dream in Madrid. So feel all welcome. I know that, for the faces I'm seeing, that you do really believe in everything that I'm saying. And please don't let this be the last meeting, because this has to be the start of a very, very long relationship. Thank you so much.
Yeah. We're going to take a picture here right now, but if you can start moving out to the cocktail lunch we have outside, you can do it. Thank you.
No? Please come back. We're going to start in 3 minutes. Can you please come back?
¿Tenemos sitios asignados o no?
Okay.
I think we can start now the after lunch session. Although it's the toughest one, it's probably the most interesting one, let's say. Okay, I have the great pleasure to be part of this journey with all of you. My name is Gonzalo Ortiz. I'll be moderating this intensive session with these great speakers. They will introduce themselves in a minute. So just get to know me a little bit better. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been in the digital industry since 27 years now, and doing from launching internet companies in Spain. Some of them became global. I did an IPO in Australia back in 2015. It was the first Spanish startup being IPO in a foreign country. And since 10 years now, I've been also doing a lot of investments in the industry. I love the startup ecosystem. I love technology. I love anything that can travel through a wire, through a satellite, and I love data. It's one of my characteristics. Everything regarding data is also really, really important in our lives. I do think we are living in an amazing world today, which is full of opportunities, full of abundance, full of what is called exponential growth. And to understand how to manage all these things and the opportunities behind some of these incredible issues, we're going to talk about cybersecurity, fintech, and Internet of Things. And to do so, I have my three panelists here, which are Mark, Miguel, and my partner Gonzalo, which I think what we do is we're going to talk with Mark about fintech, Miguel, cybersecurity, and Gonzalo, Internet of Things. And the reason why we're going to do so is because of the backgrounds and the companies they manage. And I think it will be great if you can start introducing yourself. And after this, I will ask you some questions to understand how to work with this. So thank you for being here. And Mark, it's all yours.
Yeah, so it's such a great pleasure to be here. My name is Mark. This is my fifth company. I'm addicted to it. I wish one day I will be able just to invest, but I can't. Built the first and the largest internet service provider out of Israel, then a few other companies, made them public. Love technologies that people don't believe that will become reality, and when they become reality, it's really cool. And the company that I'm doing now is the best that I've ever done, but I always say it. And it's a very deep AI company using technology that was developed for the defense organizations. The professor developed it, Golden Medal of Science with President Clinton. And the problem we're solving is very connected to cybersecurity, even the Internet of Things, which is international payments. I see a lot of distinguished people here. How many of you try to transfer money from one country to another? Okay, if not, then probably you're not the right audience here. And how many of you feel that it took more than 2 seconds and cost more than 2 cents? Right? It's terrible. It's terrible. So we solve it. If you're customers of Grupo Santander, you will have a better future. They took our technology and now they're deploying it all around their entities. And there was discussion about the fact, and Adiv Baruch, my mentor, mentioned the fact that it's a gateway to Latin America. We're now very strong also in Mexico, Brazil, Guatemala, and other Latin countries. And our what we call AI square, artificial intelligence intuition, helps to monitor transactions and identify transactions that are fraud, money laundering, terrorist funding, narco trafficking, etc., which today becomes even more and more difficult because all the transactions now are digital, even before we talk about cryptocurrency. So we have very large, relatively, office here. I just had a discussion about the fact that all data scientists that work in Madrid are from Spain, and you have amazing data science people. I don't know if you know it. And the cost is half of the Israeli data scientists, so I think it's a good opportunity for Israeli companies. But in addition to that, which is very relevant to what we do right now, we are also the first Israeli company, unfortunately yet the only one, but we'll change it, that protects Emirati banks. So it was publicly and announced that Mashrek Bank, the oldest bank in UAE, a bank from Dubai, is using our solution to eliminate money laundering and terrorist funding in the UAE. His Highness Abdullah bin Zayed now chairing a committee that makes sure that UAE will manage and monitor transactions. It's a big vote of trust, and they published the fact that it's an Israeli company, not only Israeli technology. And we also have one of the largest banks in Abu Dhabi. It's not public yet, a few of the largest fintechs there. So basically that's what we do. I have to say it's an amazing business because on one hand it's very, how should I say, very good from financial point of view. Financial institutions will pay a lot of money to solve those problems and allow the customer to transfer money, but we also making the world a much better place. And maybe last but not least, we can't not mention the bear in the room. So with a recent situation in Russia and Russian invasion to Ukraine, I guess it's not a secret that Russians abuse the SWIFT system. They were disconnected from the system, but they still abuse it to transfer money. And it was pretty difficult for me to explain why banks or fintechs need our solution, or why it should take 3 days to transfer money. And nobody knew what SWIFT is. Now everybody knows what SWIFT is. And actually, one of my customers told me, look, when Putin tried to transfer money and bypass the sanctions, you will not fill the SWIFT form saying first name Vladimir, last name Putin, address Red Square, Moscow. It doesn't work this way. So you definitely need very advanced AI solutions. And I think that this was a little bit about the threats of the financial, of the fintechs. But I think if we look at a broader view, I think the world of financial services is changing. I was very privileged to build one of the first internet service providers of the world. I think that that's exactly what's happening to the world of financial transactions. It becomes digital. Out of $37 trillion that moving around the world, 85% is digital money. Even the fiat money is digital. Casa de Papel only exists in movies. In reality, you don't go and rob banks. You just pay some money to Russian hacker that opens 10,000 accounts in Estonia and then use those 10,000 accounts to steal money. But also, it creates a lot of opportunities. Using AI for those financial transactions. You mentioned data, analyzing the data and providing all of us solutions that we really need. So I'm really excited about the future of financial transactions. Of course, there are difficulties. The same as what difficulties in the world of interest, especially how to create trust. It will be resolved. There will be better regulation for cryptocurrencies. So I think that our children will have a better fintech system that we have. Think about it, we're still using a SWIFT solution that was invented in 1973. It's about time.
Great. Thank you, Mark. We will talk about some of those topics later on now. Miguel?
Hi, it's a pleasure for me to be here. First of all, I hope there are difficulties. We will be there to help all of them, of course. I own a company called S2 Grupo, which is devoted only to cybersecurity. We are based in Spain and have business mainly in Europe and Latin America. We are specialized in, for instance, in OT cybersecurity, that is infrastructure, which is a very important, sometimes forgotten area, because everybody thinks about computers and offices and programmers and all this stuff, but many times they forget that there are a lot of infrastructures there that are controlled with computers, industrial computers, that many times have not evolved as much as they should, because those infrastructures are working for decades before they need a real update. And sometimes it's very difficult to keep them in fit for cybersecurity, for the cybersecurity aspect of them. Well, one of the things that I was sure that I will find when I came here is that I won't be the only one that was working in cybersecurity. Mark is working in cybersecurity, and I'm sure that Gonzalo is also working in that, because the digital transformation is very important for our society, and is the base for all the changes in business models and for all the evolution of the systems that we have in front of us. But there is no possibility of having digital transformation without cybersecurity, or otherwise we'll be headed through a disaster, probably. Because if you don't protect your systems, you're going to have a lot of problems. So that's the base of our business, of course. We protect our customers' assets, digital assets, but also physical assets. We work in many areas, including, for instance, health, where we have to help protect medical devices from attacks that could happen. We have a cybersecurity lab in our premises, and we work with very many different types of physical devices that could be hacked and could cause not only economical damage, but also lives damage, and that's very important. So I stop here.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Thank you. Gonzalo.
So thank you very much. The other Gonzalo in the panel, Gonzalo Martín Villa. Currently I'm the CEO of IoT and Big Data in Telefónica. I've been working for 25 years already in Telefónica, so it's a long time, but I've been very, very lucky because I've done fun things. No, I was lucky enough to create the Startup Accelerator some years ago, which is called Waira, that had also lots of links, of course, with Israel, and David and Gihil help us out in that. Some years ago, a couple of years ago, Telefónica decided to create Telefónica Tech, which is the company that manages cybersecurity, cloud, IoT, and big data, which is the company I manage. We decided that because although these were businesses that were up and running in the Telefónica footprint, we have footprint not only in Spain, but also in other countries in Europe and especially in Latin America. We decided that we needed to focus on those businesses because they were growing really, really fast, and we wanted to focus on that. No? One of the important things about this is that we decided that IoT and big data were going to go together. These two businesses or these two technologies. Why we did this? We see, and of course the numbers are always moving around, but the analysts say that in 2025 there will be more than 20 billion connected things. I think it's going to be much more than that. That is going to generate an incredible amount of data. And we think there is a huge opportunity managing that data. No? Right now we're present as Telefónica IoT in Latin America and in Europe, and hoping to capture this huge opportunity. Of course, I totally understand that, that's something that we think about it every day about the cybersecurity. These 20 billion sensors that are going to be around the world are things that are possible to be hacked. No? So that is something that we take it very seriously. No?
Thank you, Gonzalo. And I think it's a good point to start with the questions. And the first one goes to you, Miguel. We were mentioning about this amount of information we're going to manage. The data is going to be everywhere from what the items that we have today, the ones that are coming. We have data coming out of the television, out of the watch, out of the iPhone, of course. Every single thing that is linked to a plug is going to be generating data, but also things that are unusual today, like clothing or things like the consume. You know, how are we going to manage feeling secure with all this information around the world? How are we going to do that? The Alexa and the Google connection is going to be secure in our house, and from here to the companies, of course.
That's a difficult question, but very interesting one. Yeah, the first thing is one of the solutions is to close your eyes and accept that you are doomed anyway. So you have no privacy, and that's the way things are. But that's not a good solution. But in fact, this is the solution that many people is doing these days. So the other thing will be, I think we should request from the providers of all the services, technical services, and all the software and hardware that we are buying, that they put in place the right warranties to guarantee for this thing. I cannot, as a customer, make more secure the system that you are providing to my bank of course, but I can ask my bank to request from you that you provide the service with this amount of cybersecurity. The other thing is that we should ask our administration, our legislators to put in place the laws and the regulations, the norms that will make sure that our rights are protected, and that's the only way we can have some influence. So let's say that we should request from the politicians that they put this type of things on the table and discuss them openly.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. And jumping into fintech, Mark. Well, the fintech economy has transformed the way we manage money, we manage transaction. We do have an interactive way. Now everybody has the bank in the hand the whole day. You don't need to move physically to any part. And I think from what we've been talking here, the Ukrainian war is also showing how a war can be also fight in the fintech economy with stopping transaction and stopping the money going from one country to another, one people to another. So what are the threats and the opportunities into the fintech economy as today is managing versus the coming years? You know, what do you think is the most exciting momentum for the fintech, but also the fears that are ahead?
Absolutely. So if we think about it, there is one thing that is happening right now, which is an issue of trust. I don't know if you remember, but once upon a time, long time ago, 2 years ago, when you opened an account, you were supposed to go to the bank. You went through a process called KYC. It was difficult. You have to present your ID, and transferring money was difficult, and also doing microtransactions was difficult. Think about the world today, only 2 years after COVID, and I think in that regard, COVID made an enormous push. You don't need to come to a branch of a bank to open your bank account. Some banks don't have branches. You can do it digitally, which is an amazing opportunity, much more convenient. You can do microtransactions easily. I know that there is another panel that talks about crypto, but think about Ethereum or the dream of Ethereum. You can buy a contract and you will make sure that the payment will happen today and in 10 years from now, if for an example you buy NFT. So I think that the world of financial services is going through the same transformation that the world of internet went through. I think it creates new leaders. I think that now very large countries, whether it's United States or China, losing their monopoly on the future technologies. And I think that countries like Israel, UAE, Spain can play a very important role. I don't know if you know, but Santander is considered to be the first player in the digital banking world. And now with PagoNext, they're doing even better. The same is happening in Israel. Unfortunately, the largest collapse of cryptocurrency called Celsius that happened 2 days ago is also an Israeli company. So sometimes you can see the other side. And here I will talk about threats. The system becomes much more digital, much less stable. The ability to hurt the stability of the system is it's an issue. The ability to abuse the system, as any system that is much more convenient, becomes a big issue. Because think about it, you can as easily transfer money to finance terrorist activities. If historically you wanted to build 10,000 fake accounts to steal money or to transfer money, it was difficult. It was possible, by the way, and some governments did it. You find 10,000 people that will help you, you print 10,000 fake IDs, you open bank accounts. Today, if you want to do it, as I mentioned, you just need to find the hacker. By the way, if you want, I can give you a few contacts. Now they're looking for jobs, 200 euros, and they will open for you 10,000 accounts in some remote country, and then you can use those accounts to transfer $1,000, which is very little amount, but think about it, 10,000 customers, $1,000, you moved $10 million. It creates stability issue for the entire economy. So on one hand, we have this enormous opportunity. On the other hand, we have many bad guys that try to abuse it. And of course, I can't move forward without touching the sort of digitization of assets as well. How many of you have NFTs? I hope you, okay, now I actually hope that most of you will not raise their hands. I personally involved in NFT companies. And I have to say that when you look at the world of money laundering historically, if you wanted to transfer money legally, trade-based money laundering was one of the ways to do it. Just one example that was published, Hezbollah wanted to finance itself. They used banks in France to move money. The way they did it, they opened like tens of thousands of ateliers and bought Kashmir from Lebanon. It was all publicly mentioned, but instead of sending Kashmir, Lebanese sent cotton, and the difference, the delta, was actually money laundering. It was difficult. Hezbollah had really worked hard, and of course, in this case, our system marked it, and they stopped this activity. Now think about the world of NFTs. You buy monkey, a picture of a monkey. Actually, you don't buy even a picture of a monkey. You buy a token that points to a picture of a monkey, and you buy it for $200, and then the monkey, you change the name to Bored Ape. And then you can sell this monkey for $400,000, which is crazy, by the way, it's happening. And this is the classic money laundering. So to make the long story short, when people ask me about the threats and opportunities, they also ask me like, okay, so how the future looks like. And I know that it's not the end of the session, but I can give you a hint. Good guys always win. So the same way as internet started with cybersecurity and then different technologies were invented, at the end of the day, good guys will win. Meanwhile, companies like ours will be much needed to make sure that good guys will win.
Excellent, Mark. Thank you. Thank you. And we have a good guy here with Gonzalo. So let's jump into Internet of Things, which an amazing amount of data and amazing things happening there. Well, you mentioned Telefonica Tech was created a couple years ago to put together IoT and big data and as a business lines together. What are the opportunities that now you managing this amazing company see in the near future to come?
Well, if you remember, we started talking about machine-to-machine connectivity in the past, no? And then we evolved to IoT, and now we're starting to talk about intelligence of things, no? So this is about sensing the world and using all that data to make those sensors intelligent, no? And the opportunities are great. I mean, in our company we connect things that are more obvious, like a point of sale, no? When you go to a store and you pay. But we connect coffee machines, we connect shin guards for soccer players, we connect, of course, drones. The other day we won an opportunity to connect lawnmowers, no? So this is going to be exponential, no? And compared to my brothers in the company that manage cloud and cybersecurity, I think IoT is still to grow exponentially, no? I think cybersecurity and cloud, and in some way, because of the pandemic, grew much more than it was expected. No, one day to another, everyone started working at home, and people had to have everything in the cloud. And of course, we have cyber threats through that. No, I think IoT didn't have that growth because people were a little bit afraid of investing in a more mid-term or long-term. Now I think that the future looks brighter. I think we're going to see a huge exponential growth in IoT too. No, but in terms of what are the opportunities we see, of course there are some sectors or some industries that we see that are more mature, or if you can talk about maturity in this type of technology, but for example, mobility, or asset tracking. But we see new sectors that are going to be really disrupted, no? And the digital transformation is going to come a lot from IoT and big data. No? One is utilities, no? And it's happening here in Spain. For example, we're helping Canal de Isabel II, which is the company that manages here water in Madrid. We're helping them to connect the the whole system, no? To avoid leaks, to gain more efficiency, to give better information to their customers, no? Which is one of the first things companies need to think about, no? So we have right now more than 130,000 connected devices, no? Using, and we use not only the regular cellular technologies that we normally use when you speak through a smartphone, 3G, 4G, and now 5G, but we use a specific connectivity as narrowband IoT that is more efficient. You have to understand that many of these devices, for example, in the water meters, you have to put them underground, so you need to have batteries that last long, so you need the specific connectivities to be more efficient. No? So we see the utilities as a great opportunity. In terms of security, we're now testing drones to overview the utilities, like all the electric lines, for example, no? In order to see if there are any kinds of danger or cybersecurity threats. No? Other is industry 4.0. No? This is something that is way behind, no, in terms of digital transformation, and we see a huge opportunity on that. I'm sure this is going to start with private networks. No, you need to have facilities that are more flexible, no, and everything comes or starts with private networks, no. And on top of that, of course, you can see several use cases like digital twins or AGVs, the small robots that move around the company, the fabrics, no. So we see a huge opportunity there. Of course, everything that is related to buildings, eco, cyber, smart cities. So this is, I mean, I don't see agro is also a huge space that we see IoT and big data together growing very nicely. No, so I don't see an industry and sector that is not going to be affected by IoT and big data. No?
Absolutely. Thank you, Gonzalo, and I thank you for the examples. I think are great to understand what's coming. Miguel, we are now in an audience with a significant amount of Israeli companies and people from Israel, and I think we all know the level of security this country and the companies that operate in this country have. And I think it's a really good opportunity to put a little bit focus on that. You know, so what do we need as companies to understand about security, and when should we start to think about this and how we focus on setting up the security that it's around the products and the company that we manage?
You have to understand that it's hard to me to say that Israelis are in advance to Spain in cybersecurity, but it is the truth. I mean, it's probably the country together with the United States where cybersecurity has been longer in the focus of many companies, and of course they have let's say the military factor or the influence of the military, which is very important. In fact, I was reading the other day that, well, some time ago, that there are some programs for military veterans who have many advantages in founding their own companies once they leave the army, and they even are provided with some easier, I wouldn't say easy, but easier access to military technology that they can use in the startups, which is fine with me. It's very good. It's a good use for this type of technology. I would say that every company in the world has to deal with this thing, with cybersecurity, and they have to be aware that nobody is free from this kind of risk. Even the companies that supposedly are working on things that are not very high-tech are exposed to many vulnerabilities as far as they have assets, digital assets that are interesting for the cyber criminals. Even if you don't have a very sophisticated technology, you at least have some servers that could be used to launch attacks to third parties, you could have you could be installed enough information about your customer, your employees, your financial data, etc. And there is a huge black market where you can sell this. So I wouldn't say, it's like when they talk about our private data and they say this data, your personal data, is valuable. Well, it's not that you deserve to be paid for that data, because the one person data is not very important. But if you put together all the data from many people, from millions of people, the value increases exponentially, and you have a lot of value there. And that's why we should regulate the use of this data. So at the end, the message will be, no matter how small or how low-tech you think you are, you need to deal with cybersecurity, even yourself or buy from providers of technology services that take care of this aspect of the equation.
Thank you, Miguel. Really interesting. Mark, you mentioned before that your company was one of the first, or the first company putting some technology from Israel into an Emirati bank. And I think that's really interesting, and it's part of what we look here in terms of connecting the Middle East, Israel, and Madrid. And I think it would be great if you can give us some more insights about how that happened and why, you know, how long it took you to go through that, and how you feel now managing that.
Absolutely, and actually I will start, Miguel, with answering your comment about the Israeli cybersecurity easiness, access to military, and I will give you a disadvantage of Israeli cybersecurity. And it's true that there is a military service. I had a discussion with a friend from Dubai that it's very difficult today to educate kids, and everything I failed as a father, 2 years of military did correct for my daughters. When they went to the military service, they came totally different person. And talking about those units, in my family, I was in the Air Force, my wife was in one of those elite units, so in our family it's clear who is the smartest person. And she actually taught me that if I will not help her to, you know, take care of the home, wash the dishes, etc., nothing will happen. So on one hand, yes, there is Israeli technology, and you know, some people say that there is nothing like guillotine to sharpen somebody's mind, and there are many friends to Israel, but also there are about 1 billion people around Israel that don't like Israel very much. But all this useless without partnerships. All this useless without collaboration. Israeli market is very small, and trust me, Israelis don't like to pay. So it's impossible to build cybersecurity company just doing business in Israel. And the secret is pioneers. Pioneers like David, that was investing in Israel and keep investing in Israel for a long time and bringing businesses to Spain. And Adiv that tells everybody how important it is. And it actually brings me to the answer to your question. First, it's realization. There is no local market in Israel. We need to work abroad. We need to make sure that we create trust, and we need to make sure that we disappoint and understand that it takes time to create relationships. And in our case, the first country outside of Israel that we served was actually Spain. And it was a visit by Ana Botín, who is the chairwoman of the Bank of Santander. She liked what we do. She thought that the idea of future cybersecurity attacks on financial systems will create issues with money laundering, which, as you know, is a very dangerous topic. That time we were doing some business protecting ATMs, so it connects to Internet of Things. ATM, by the way, for those who don't know, it's Internet of Things. It's a computer connected to the net, and if you hack into the ATM, you can make the motor spin, you will take the money, you can shut down the camera, and nobody will pay attention. If you want, following the session, I will give you the code how to do it. And then we see somebody that trusts us, and we say, okay, we need to do it. And we really paid a lot of attention, understanding that will take us time. Santander is a very big bank. Today, of course, we have many customers. But that's how the way we started to work. We understood that we need to adopt ourselves to different cultures, different countries, different nationalities. And it worked very well. Alhamdulillah, last year the business grew by 250%. because we entered to more and more markets, but we had to understand that each market is different. And we can't come saying, you know, the Israeli technology is the best. Exactly the opposite. We need to say first, let us understand what's happening. My grandmother used to say that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So listening, and the same is happening in the UAE, happened in the UAE. Maybe a little bit lucky because I'm doing business there for more than 20 years, but still following Abraham Accords, we landed there, we came there time after time, working with ADGM, that's an Abu Dhabi regulator, working with the IFC, which is the Dubai regulator. After a year, the IFC chosen us, tried to convince us to make Dubai as a home. Abu Dhabi regulator chosen us to be the best fintech out of Israel. Still didn't have any customers, and only then Mashreq said, let's try. Didn't give us any promises, and we had to show results very fast. Again, we were lucky to have the right technology, so we managed to do it. And we were very privileged to see the government of UAE actually encouraging them to go public about the fact that they're using Israeli technology to eliminate terrorist funding for Iran, for example. And then, of course, it was easier because we already had a customer, they're happy. So we got our first customer in Abu Dhabi, because Dubai and Abu Dhabi is similar, but it's not exactly the same for those who do business in the UAE. And now we have a few of the largest fintechs. I know that it's recorded, but I can safely say that following the normalization that, inshallah, I use a lot of Arabic words, Be'ezrat Hashem will happen in a few months from now. We'll have banks in Saudi Arabia as well using our technology. But it takes a lot of work, understanding different cultures, understanding that collaboration, partnership, and trust is probably the most important thing. And in that regard, I don't think Israel has any advantage. It's something that we do all around the world. And that's why I'm so so excited about the meeting here. I already created few friends and connections because I think that this is the only way to build large companies that change the world. And thank you very much for creating this amazing triangle partnership.
Mark, you are an absolute example of what this is about, so congratulations. You working from Israel with Spain, with the OE, and all the amazing things that you do is really a pleasure to listen to your history and the business you've done. Going back to the Internet of Things, Gonzalo, so you mentioned about Industry 4.0. We are still in Web 3.0, so you are quite ahead of what's going on today. Can you give us some inputs about what is coming in the Industry 4.0?
Yeah, Industry 4.0 is probably one. I mean, it's difficult to pick, no, in terms of what sector is interesting for IoT because there are no. But industry is for us, first of all, it's important because we have a right to play there with the private networks, no. So it's easy for us for Telefónica to look at it very, very closely, no? But at the same time, what is happening, what we see is happening is that Industry 4.0 is developing at the same time, for example, in Latin America than in Europe. And this is something that was not happening. It doesn't happen normally with other technologies, no? So that's a huge opportunity. So we're working with ports, for example, here and deploying private networks in the port of Valencia, for example. But at the same time, we're working in Chile with ports, no? Or mining, no? Mining is an industry that private networks and IoT is very relevant for them, no? You have to imagine that these mines are very far away and very difficult access, and also they have great physical security issues, no? So everything that can help them out, for example, to move autonomous very big autonomous vehicles without human interaction inside the mines, that is great for them and brings a lot of efficiency first and a lot of physical security second. No? So that's a huge opportunity that we're seeing. We're deploying projects in in Chile and also in Brazil too. No? Oil and gas is also an important sector, and of course, and here in Spain specifically, automotive sector. No? And this is going to be fostered with the mana coming from the European funds, no? And we're all waiting for them. But you have to imagine that right now, and especially after the pandemic, I think companies realize that they have to be much more flexible, no? And in the automotive sector, this is key, no? So the other day somebody was telling me that very soon you're going to be able to specify very small details in your car. Like, I don't know, like probably you're going to be able to choose the picture of your son to be placed coming out from the facility, no? And in order to do that, you need flexibility, no? And back in the days, you needed to have the same type of vehicle going through the line, and nothing could change, no? Now, those facilities are able, through private networks and through IoT, what they are capable of being flexible and move from one model to another model in the same day, no? So these are things that are going to bring a lot of efficiencies. Remote operation, no? It's going to be important, and after the pandemic, everyone is clear that that is something that is needed. Hope not, but if something like the pandemic comes again, you're going to be able to operate all those facilities remotely. And predictive maintenance, no? You have to taking into account those machines are very huge machines that are very expensive and very difficult to maintain. No? So everything that can help you out, and big data is going to help you out on that, for sure is going to be something that the companies are going to look for.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gonzalo. We have just a few minutes left, but I would love to ask the three of you the same question this time. And it's about how do you see the implication of blockchain? You know, blockchain is there, is almost everywhere, but we don't see it yet. But from what I see, it's changing the way we manage data, we think about cybersecurity, and of course, is absolutely inside fintech economy. So how do you think blockchain is going to accelerate or change the rules of what we have today in the three industries? Mark.
I'm a big supporter of blockchain. I will take you quickly, 25 years ago when the internet became a reality. Internet was before controlled only by organizations like Telefonica, etc., and it was centralized. And then suddenly, your IP address is as important as the IP address of the President of the United States, which initially created issues of trust. Many companies that were established at the beginning didn't survive, MySpace, etc. Others became better, Facebook, Google, etc. I think that's exactly what is happening right now. The world of financial services became more decentralized. I say more decentralized because it's never will be totally decentralized. Blockchain technology allows everybody to keep ledgers that are moderated by a large number of people, not single entities. So it's a new infrastructure. So this is the good part. The second part is the implementation of blockchain, the cryptocurrencies. This is a totally different question. We can have an entire discussion about cryptocurrencies. But anyway, I'm a strong believer that at a certain point of time, governments will have to step in and make sure that there is some sort of semi-regulation for cryptocurrency, and then there will be a big question: is blockchain used for Bitcoin, or is blockchain used for US crypto dollar or Chinese crypto yuan? It's a very good question. We can discuss it. I have some answers and some thoughts, and I also invested in some companies. And last but not least, which I think will be a very big change, and that's why I'm a big fan of NFTs, not ugly monkeys or bored apes, the formal name, but more about the fact to make sure that the ownership of objects, both digital and not digital, it's much better managed. One of the examples, of course, ownership of real estate. You know, different countries, different regulations. Some goes 200 years ago, and then there is a dispute. Unfortunately, there is a dispute about lands. If you don't know about it, come to Israel and we'll show some dispute about some lands. And it's not clear if there was blockchain technology 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, the ownership of land will be much better described. So bottom line, really good technology, good. I believe this is the future. I can't tell you today which currency will be the future, which company will be the future, but definitely we'll see a lot of innovation growing up there. And of course, to make sure that we all in cyber world calm you down, there will be a lot of challenges, security challenges, the same as it was at the beginning of the internet. We'll solve them all, and it will be a much better world.
Absolutely. Miguel, so how blockchain is going to disrupt the cybersecurity?
I have mixed feelings with blockchain. The first thing is that I will say that it's one of the less understood technologies in the actual world, the current world, because many people confuses blockchain with bitcoins and don't really realize what technology is. I will say that from a cybersecurity point of view, the theory behind blockchain is totally secure. It's mathematically secure. The implementation of blockchain usually is quite good, and it's very, very safe, and you can trust it. Other thing is when you start with smart contracts and things like that, it depends who develops the contracts and if they are really audited to make sure that they are really secure. And blockchain is not good for everything, which is why I think that's one of the reasons we are not seeing a lot of applications of blockchain, because many times companies have started doing experiments with blockchain, with applications that make no sense, and then they don't get the expectations, and they probably take a lot longer trying to make a new try to see if they could use this technology. But anyway, I think it will be used and it will be secure, but still needs a lot of comprehension.
Thank you. Gonzalo, your last one. From Telefónica Data, Telefónica Tech, what are you doing in terms of blockchain?
Well, it's true that that some years ago, when we started talking, I mean, actually, I was on a trip with the chairman some years ago. We went to Silicon Valley, and I was in charge of innovation at that time, and he was like crazy, like, you have to do something with blockchain. You have to do. So it was a great hype, no, and connected to cryptocurrencies, no. So we decided we had to do something, basically because the chairman said we had to do it, and he's always right. And he's right. No, seriously, he's right. But we decided to take it down to the ground, no, to things that were really useful, no. And you said something that is very important, no. We saw that there were many things that didn't need blockchain at all, no, and it was probably more a complication than something to help, no. So the first thing we did is, okay, let's try to do it in our processes, no. So the first blockchain project that we did was with our own supply chain, and that worked really well. We use it for international settlements, like in roaming charges. So there were things that were very, very close to us, very connected to us, no, and we start experimenting with them, no, and right now it's part of our value proposition in IoT. So it's under my company. It's true that there is not like a full adoption. I think it's something that you always have to talk about to the customer. The customer relatively understands. It depends on what sector, no. If you go to industry, it's more complicated, no. But for example, it's very useful for tracking failures in AGVs, no, that are moving around the facilities, no, and we're using it for that, no. So we're offering to our customers. It's not fully recognized by our customers, but I think it's there, and we're going to see more of that for sure, no.
Well, thank you to the three of you. Fantastic panelists, really interesting points. We are running already 3 minutes late, so thank you. I hope you like it, and we'll see you soon.
And thank you for a fantastic moderation.
Okay. Okay, let me call the components of the last panel today. I think that this introduction of blockchain is perfect for the next session on cryptos and mining. And some other thing, maybe you can, those of you who are in the back, maybe you could move closer to here, because we are less people now after lunch, and if you want to join us in the front of the room, it would be nice. Thank you. So I'm calling Jacob Friedman, Joel Rosenbaum, and Gal Landau. And perhaps because this is, we have less, two panelists only, maybe we will have time for a couple of questions from the audience at the end.
Can we start? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, and thank you for everyone that joined us for the crypto and mining panel. We actually wanted to put behind us the market because everyone is probably very disturbed about the market. So we thought that if we'll put prices, market cap, or everything to jump in, everybody will be more calm. So I very, very, very honored to share the floor with two fantastic colleagues. We actually decided to sit very close because we are actually planning to have sort of an easy afternoon conversation. And since we are very few, I humbly ask you to just jump in, have any questions that you like with us. So I'm honored to share the floor with Joel Rosenbaum. He's the head of innovation and corporate at Banco Santander. And Aaron Landy is the co-founder at CryptoProof. And I'll let each one of them to introduce himself, it would be better, and to speak about everything they did, please.
I'm Joel. I'm from Grupo Santander. I'm responsible for the crypto Web3 digital assets part of PagoNext, our semi-autonomous payments subsidiary that covers merchant, consumer, and trade verticals. And I think for me, one of the things that maybe highlights this topic and the importance is that it's really about the technological transformation, more so than anything going on with any cryptocurrency. And for instance, in a one-on-one meeting I had with the vice chairman of one of the big three credit card networks, that shall remain nameless, he said that this is the thing that keeps them up at night. They've got a great business, but this is where the threat comes from. And I think one of the things we'll probably get into is why that's the case and what the opportunities are here, and that it's really not tied to the hype and the headlines. There's really something much more akin to what was happening with the internet and change, externalization of certain costs, reduction of intermediaries, and that's where a lot of my focus has been. And I should also just clarify that on this panel, my views are my own and not necessarily those of Grupo Santander or any of its affiliates.
And my name is Aaron Landy. I'm based out of Jerusalem. I run CryptoProof. CryptoProof is a crypto infrastructure company. We help companies mitigate and manage their crypto risk when dealing with digital assets. So if, let's say, a fund or a company, let's say, works with digital wallets and needs to know that every transaction that goes through those wallets is safe and regulatorily compliant at the same time. So we have a platform for compliance teams to basically feel safe to work with crypto assets. And we're actually working with a lot of financial institutions. So any institution that wants to look into how they could really deal with digital assets in a safe way, love to discuss.
And last but not least, me. Thank you again. I'm Galanda Oyari. I started my career as a regulator at the Central Bank of Israel at the Banking Supervision Department. I worked most of my life at traditional finance. I started as the chief risk regulator of one of the Israeli biggest bank, Phoebe Bank. I thought that when I jump from the central bank to the bank, my biggest challenge would be to implement Basel II, but it was the end of 2007, and I slippery rode into the crisis of 2008, and later to the debt crisis of 2011. I ended at the bank as the chief planning officer. I moved to the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, starting at the chief risk officer of the stock exchange, implementing the derivative reform, I think one of the biggest challenging outcome that come from the crisis ended at the CEO of the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. It was very obvious to me that when I leave the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, I will jump directly into fintech and cryptocurrency. Today, I am the co-founder and the executive board member at the fintech community of Israel, the biggest NGO in Israel that is pushing fintech implementing. I'm advising regulators in Israel. I was advising the OECD, the SEC, the CFTC. I sit in a couple of boards in Israel and outside of Israel. For example, I sit in the board of Bank Leumi Group, and I think that this is enough for me. So, where we start? We had lots of plans during the last week when we tried to prepare this panel. We were surprised by coronavirus, but we were surprised by the market. So I think that the best thing to start is about market. We cannot predict market, nor conventional market, nor Bitcoin market. And Joel, what goes with market? Today, Bitcoin will, I think, closed 5 days that he cut losses in a row, but the biggest network, Solana, Ethereum, DeFi, are under lots of pressure when it comes to liquidity, debt. So what goes with market?
I think there's a saying in the U.S. where you stand depends on where you sit, and so I mean for me, I look at this as much more of a broader scale change. I mean, there are things going on in the markets. You can look at what's happening with the spot price of this, or how different startups in the field, many of them that are not startups anymore, have responded to different market pressures and what their structures are. For me, this really does come back to what happens with the application of the technology in different uses. What happens if money can become programmable? For instance, let's say you have money, it can be, whether it's a cryptocurrency or whether it's a tokenized version of fiat, where your taxes are immediately deducted from the transaction, or where you can blacklist or whitelist uses that help comply with sanctions. That's a use of the technology that has nothing to do with the price of the market. There are other uses that have to do just simply with facilitating payments and disintermediating long chains of established actors. Again, that's something that can happen irrespective of how we see the price of a specific instrument. So that's sort of where my focus has been on more, and I think that this work will continue irrespective of the price of any specific cryptocurrency.
Yes, I agree that we are going to see a bright future for technology, even in the short term. But if I can add something about markets, what most of us saw in the last year, that crypto market, especially Bitcoin, are acting not as we used to see. They broke the correlation pattern and they are actually stuck to traditional market. If we used to say about Bitcoin that is going to be the new gold in matters that is going to hedge traditional equity, what we saw since last February, that Bitcoin is starting to act like the equity market is. He wants to be the new equity guy. He does not want to be a hedger anymore. So if we want to ask what happened to Bitcoin or to Ether or to Solana, we need to do a very interesting investigation. We need to look through on-chain investigation and to start to think what happened to all the whales, why they are quick taking back all their coins home to cold wallets. Maybe they are afraid of Cathy Wood that suddenly just started to concrete the market. We need to ask what happened with the waste, what happened on chain, but on top of it, we need to ask what happened in traditional market. So if we want to be clever investors, and I'll drop to Aaron because Aaron is a better risk management than I ever was. If we want to do our own research, and this is a very old meme slogan of the crypto market, we need today to do a double analysis. We need to first jump into an on-chain investigation to see what happened inside the crypto market, and the market was dramatically changed during the last year. And on top of it, to try to grab our head and to think what Biden is going to do and what other central banks is going to do. Aaron, from a risk manager perspective, what do you recommend to investor to do these days?
Yeah, so the two biggest benefits of crypto, I would say two traditional markets, is the transparency and accessibility. Like transparency in that you can see every transaction that goes back and forth, and accessibility, which means that anybody can participate, not just only institutional investors. And with these two elements. With these two elements comes like the evolution over the past couple of years of the markets developing, specifically the derivative markets over the last couple of years. But because there haven't been a lot of oversight, I would say that like the Bitcoin market just crashed from $3 trillion in total market cap to $1 trillion in the past couple of months. And specifically, like, you know, that happened because there were a lot of derivative products that weren't being managed properly, like such as like if whoever is familiar with Luna and Terra, like basically algorithmic stablecoins and different companies that were lending out a lot of money, that were taking in money, lending out money in order to produce yields, basically acting like banks. And then that basically, and because of that, you know, from a risk standpoint, you know, you could have the transparency and the accessibility, but you actually have to have the oversight and the management of all like transactions being taken care of and being watched closely from a compliance standpoint to make sure that traders really aren't mismanaging derivatives.
I think that in that stage, especially because we are in the end of the day, before we jump into regulation, which is an important part that's going to affect the market, maybe we can share our thoughts or ask you if you have any questions in this important phase about market, how you can participate in market. Today we are far behind the phase that you need to hold your keys, risk management, something at this stage? No. So we would love to jump to the second necessary part to discuss. I mean, during the last 2 weeks, we saw from later Solana, from 3 Arrow Capital, from, who wants to remind me, from Celsius, which is actually very disappointing issue, to lots of things that we have that, I mean, if it was not obvious there that we need regulation now. And I wanted to ask you, if you were recommending, if you were advisors of regulators like, let's say, G7 or I mean, the one that's supposed to write the global standards, what do you think it's the most important thing to deal right now? Transparency, accountability, investor protection, another taxes, another AML?
For me, I see the question as really geared toward how can institutions better participate? Because we already have a regulatory structure that many people are satisfied with, maybe not perfect, but one that exists. And one of the challenges is there are so many steps that one has to go through. There's a sandbox principle that was sort of introduced in the UK and has spread to other places for fintechs. I think there are different principles that apply to experiments and learning that can affect digital assets development. And right now we kind of have a polarized universe where there are things that move at one rate in very traditional conventional processes and things that move at another rate in spaces that have almost no regulation. At PagoNext, it's sort of the desire to take the best of both worlds and give the stability of a financial group with more of the agile behavior of a fintech. Still, when you're part of a group, it's very hard to go about launching something in a way that regulators are comfortable with. And I think the sooner that we're able to have more experiments and more learning, I mean, for instance, here in Madrid, you probably have 3 leading financial institutions that have done things. Santander has launched an end-to-end blockchain bond on public Ethereum, which was the first truly end-to-end one in the world. There have been other competitors who have done things already in the metaverse, another one that launched a private banking buy, sell, hold solution. These are institutions that are able to do things the right way and are looking to deliver, but there's a lag. And I think some of the things that you're both just discussing are a result of what's happening when you have sort of the other polar end of the universe that's leading the innovation by itself.
Is there a place? Is there a place to be more brave and besides sandbox to do more agile regulator like self-regulation? Let's take an example. A couple of days ago, the Beast published a paper about validators on the Ethereum and how they are front-running which means they are using internal information. This is, by the way, not all at all. They are actually, we knew it a couple of years ago, there are some small boots that call flash boys. I don't know, a couple of you are. Joel is familiar. There are some historical, very familiar flash boys. They were fantastic Irish traders that used to use internal information on the first electronic trade floors. So we know it lots of times, and actually when Gary Chancellor just got in, he said, look, I know that you are actually doing front running, but before even the regulators saw it, and before there was some academic work, well, I'm to blame for one of them, V, which is to blame to build the Ethereum, saw it, and he didn't like it at all because he does not want to have intermediaries on Ethereum. And he actually planning to put some new technologies, the roll-up, that is going to cancel it. Why I'm telling you all this story is because regulators can use, I think it's the American way, can use a lot of self-regulation. It can help them not to do a lot of work that they are not expert in. They don't need to be a technology expert. They can lean on the industry, and if they do it, I can promise them that they are going to find not just technology expert, they are going to find very honest entrepreneurs that want to grow and grow good networks. So instead of writing lots of papers, instead of writing papers with recommendation to do internal use of information on the Ethereum, they can just approach V and tell him, look, when you are going to put the roll up, and which will not allow boots to do front running. So I think that the biggest problem that we have with regulators is that they are insist on doing things that they are not expert with. We had RegTech, we had SupTech, we had such a wonderful opportunities. Just imagine what would have happened if every regulator had a private key.
I'd say they need a really good system to manage those private keys.
I think that they have very good experts that can tell them. And by the way, it's not me. I'm not a coder. I just maybe know to run a stock exchange.
Yeah, I mean, the real challenge with every regulator running their private key is that, like, as soon as this key is stolen, really, and you need really complex systems of security, and that as a society, whenever we're ready for it, I think, as you said, Gal, it would be an amazing, it would be amazing if there was open and free markets that were all dictated by the blockchain, and everyone can just transact very easily, very cheaply, and but I mean, in building crypto proof and and really kind of understanding what are the actual challenges that institutions, regulators, and governments actually work with, it's a combination of taking down the old system, but also making sure that making sure you could take down the old system in the right way, but also not destroying, while not destroying it and actually providing opportunity. Yeah, and so that just goes to say that that there's a lot of that there's definitely a lot of potential for regulators to own their private key. I just don't see it happening anytime soon.
I agree with Aaron that digital assets can be the great equalizer, because in principle, everyone can have access and there can be private keys. I think there's also a reality. How many people really want to be responsible for that and want to be that involved with the technology? It's like other kinds of technology. There are expert users and there are non-expert users. And I think for a significant percentage of the population at this time, and it changes over time. Technological adoption changes based on a bunch of circumstances. I mean, I think I saw a statistic that between 1949 and 1957, television possession in the US went from a very small number to almost 75%. Pretty fast, particularly when you're thinking about the 1950s. So for users who prefer to have an account-based system, there is a role for institutions. I think the goal is that this is a fundamentally global technology. That's the biggest thing. Unrestricted, any digital asset is inherently global in its reach. And it can be decentralized. It can be completely decentralized. And from a personal point of view, I don't see these things as mutually exclusive. I don't think there's a reason to stamp out the decentralization, but on the other hand, the idea of a 100% decentralized universe is probably not what most people want. Most people do not want that kind of responsibility. There are roles that institutions can play in facilitating and developing things. And as another point, it's also just the way our financial systems and societies are set up. I mean, there are different issues that face different parts of the world. I mean, the current inflation notwithstanding, historically, the Eurozone and the US have had much more stable currencies than in Latin America, a place where Santander does a lot of business. You have some of the issues that you see in more developing economies in LATAM, but you have European American-style regulatory institutions and structures. Those do not lend themselves to a true peer-to-peer network where my cell phone to your cell phone is going to be the dominant vehicle like you'd see in WeChat in China. And these are much larger societal questions that also have a direct impact on the user.
Well, when it comes to retail, I fully agree with both of you, because I don't think that retail, like my mom or my grandmom, should hold their key. They should not hold their key. I think that even if we are going to speak with the hardcore Bitcoin community, most of them will agree and will forgive me, Andreas, we are far, far behind the days that not your key, not your Bitcoin. We today speak about the custodial day. I mean, and it's exactly like what happened in the traditional finance. People prefer to have indices. People prefer to have products. And this has already happened in the crypto market. Look, for the last 2 years, we have lots of fiat money that get inside the gates. Fiat get inside the gates to crypto. What people want, what corporates want, they want indices, they want products. They don't want to hold Bitcoin. And this is exactly what happened in traditional. Most of the people want indices. They does not want to hold single name. This is fully understood. They want to diversify. And even if you look about the big money, look at the funds. They want to diversify, and they don't need to hold their key. I mean, we are already in a custodian world. I mean, and this is much better. I think that we discussed in the room Bitcoin or Ether as a leverage or as
collateral.
As a collateral, right. So today, I can double win. I don't need to hold my key. I don't need to hold my Bitcoin. Well, I can get for free a custodian, and I can put it as a depot or even more. So, of course, I get a counterparty risk because I don't want to, well, maybe I don't want to count on Coinbase or Binance, but today I can use banks at the US. So they tell me, look, I'll give you the custody for free, give me your Bitcoin. So we are not anymore at the days that I need to manage my key. But I think that we discussed it as much. Mining, miners, Joel, what are miners do? I think that nobody understands what miners are do, and in these days we started to fantasize about coal, Germany, China, what miners do.
So I mean, miners is kind of a term of art that comes from, I think, an earlier generation of the crypto community. I really prefer to think of it as transaction validators. So basically, if you think of the value chain of what happens with a lot of things like payments, like when you swipe your credit card and the number of intermediaries and all the hard work and value added to build those systems so that you just see something come back on your statement. In a very simplified way, with a digital asset, that can literally just be in your possession and go anywhere globally. And there's a tremendous power of disintermediation, and with that comes externalization of costs. How does that work? The miners are validating those transactions. There are a few different systems. Some have sort of different computers competing with each other. Who can get the answer first? Again, to crypto enthusiasts, this is purposely oversimplified for a lay audience. And then others have computers working together. And there are different models based on how people or systems involved in validating those transactions get rewarded. But the big picture is that this is about a complete externalization of costs that involve a very expensive set of resources. And when there's often criticism of the crypto mining costs, I think there are 2 points. It makes a big difference whether energy is renewable or not. And that's a huge difference in terms of the power used. The other thing is many of the statistics used are not apples to apples comparisons. It's a comparison of a split-second processing at a POS terminal versus that's not taking into account the hundreds of thousands of employees globally, if not millions, in physical offices and other aspects that are used to support that network of services and interconnectivity. I'm reminded in thinking of certain analogies where you have retailers that are basically logistics companies behind the scene. Companies that we often think of as important payments networks, whether they're B2C facing or B2B, they're really connectors. And that is the disruptive power of the digital assets technology that is externalizing a lot of those costs. And that's why there needs to be some role for machines and networks validating them. They don't all have to be at the same cost. The differences in the models of computers competing against each other versus working together more yield different outcomes. And I think those are things that we're still working out and in terms of how the universe will work. But I think that's the fundamental role of a validation of an externalization of costs.
I think that one thing that is never really getting down to people when they speak about miners and how much Bitcoin is bad to the ecosystem is that miner, for first and foremost, are energy buyers. They are not just mine Bitcoin and just taking energy out of the blue. They are buying energy. They are paying for it. So this is the first thing that I'm all the time surprised to see that people are just don't understand. So why it does not matter how much it costs in energy to mine Bitcoin? I think that the important question is what Bitcoin can do in matters of green and how much it can contribute to green project when we speak about solar energy. Because as much as I understand, and this is not my expertise, when we try to plan to save the planet, we are not looking back. I mean, everything is damaging. I mean, even to make my beautiful Zara dress. So if we want to plan, we are planning ahead. So Bitcoin is here, and to mine it causing damage. So why not asking what Bitcoin can do? So couple of simple facts. Miners are buying energy, and because of the way that Po is working, it likes very cheap energy. This is what he likes to eat. And miners are also energy storage, because this is what they do. If you think about it, the miners are very agnostic to where they are staying. And if you saw what happened during the last year, there was a dramatic move from China to the US. Today, US actually took the dominance from China, and most of the miners today are sitting in Texas and in Kentucky and not on China. It's fully understood what China is trying to do when she's fighting the US. So miners are agnostic where to sit. Well, they actually like cold places, but it's not critical. They are agnostic when to work. They can just put down and up the plug. They are buying energy, very cheap energy, which is very important when we speak about green project. The most important project today, when we see what happened to a country like Germany, which is offshore, and they are actually can pay in one of the most liquid asset, which is Bitcoin. I don't know how much you're familiar with energy project. When it comes to energy project, a couple of the times they get funded with energy. Not to say that there are problems with funding energy project, which their ROI is 10 or 15 years, and nobody wants to fund them. Joel from Santander, I'm going to embarrass you about funding green project. And after the coronavirus, we can look about all the country that got hurt from the corona. Let's look about South America. So what I'm trying to tell you is that 5 or even 6 years ago, some financier, some pretty crazy financier thought, what if mining companies will start to fund green project? Well, I'll take some solar project and I will fund them long Bitcoin, because miner never sell their Bitcoin, and they will sell me their energy. And they have long funding Bitcoin, and I will buy them all along the way. And Bitcoin, this is, by the way, a great hedger to the market. And I think that this is a very good solution. So this is how it started, by the way, and this is actually nothing new. So this is one option for how Bitcoin can beautifully fund a green project. And this is nothing new, because this is just the start, because if there are smart people in the room, they start to think, why to do it like that? I mean, I can cut the value chain, because, well, if I want to do a green project, I can be the miner. And I don't know how much time we have, but I probably speak too much. And no, it's happened all the time. I have sort of a plug here that I just shut myself. What am I trying to say? That mining company were all the time the cows of the industry. And even today, you can see that all of them, which are trading at NASDAQ, have a strong buy, and they're, I don't know, the analysis says that they are going to outperform 300 or 400%. This is ending what we started to say. This is a very good indication to Bitcoin at the long term. But I also think that they are giving an indication that we are going to see a huge change at the mining industry. We are going to see a shorten of the value chain because of regulation. Again, if I can close the loop, they are going to get more efficient. The market is going to get more efficient. So regulation is is good. And I'm going to plug me off and minute because I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to say something short. And I promise to answer all the questions.
Okay, so thank you, Gail. So there's this warehouse in the Netherlands that probably has the biggest store of value of any place in the world. Any guesses as to where this is? It's this, I forgot the name of the warehouse, but it's this warehouse where most of the world's wealth keep all the Picassos. There are over 2,000 Picassos in this warehouse. There's multiple trillions of dollars stored in this warehouse. Now let's say you owned a couple Picassos that are stored in this warehouse, you know, a couple, maybe 30, 40, 50 million dollars. Well, right now those Picassos are just sitting in that warehouse. How do you actually make do and actually leverage those Picassos? And there's no good really mechanism aside for collateralizing these Picassos. So there's this huge opportunity within crypto of many companies now. I think as of a couple months ago, there was around 32 public companies on the U.S. stock exchange that actually owned the massive amounts of Bitcoin. And so let's say you were the CEO of the CFO of one of these companies, and you had $200 million worth of Bitcoin on your books. All of a sudden now, like what do you do with it? Like, do you just do you let that Bitcoin stay there? So it turns out that Bitcoin as a Bitcoin as a resource is an amazing for storage of value. And there's this new mechanism coming up, basically allowing companies to collateralize their Bitcoin to take out loans off those Bitcoins. And there are a lot of banks and financial institutions offering these kinds of services. And so if you have a company that has $200 million worth of Bitcoin, I highly recommend you look into that. Happy to discuss on how to do it properly.
And check crypto proof, of course.
I guess from my end, I'll just chime in that though it's not my part of the group, if you look at our current public deck, Santander's actually done a lot of ESG investment in renewables, and our executive chairwoman probably had that on her radar screen before ESG was even a common term that financial institutions were talking about. So from the Santander end, that's something that's very much the group is committed to. But I think as things relate to crypto, this is still evolving. And since we are in Madrid, I guess I'll just end with a Spanish phrase, hay que dar uno de cal y otro de arena, which, this is, you have two things that don't go together necessarily inherently always, but when you put them together, they make these bricks that you can still see today, even though they're 1,000 years old.
We have the closing by the mayor of Madrid. To wait a minute, please.
Alcalde de Madrid, José Luis Martínez Almeida, querido José Luis, Ambassador, Emirates, Gerardo Silleger, presidente de Madrid Open City, David Hatchuel, chairman SEM Grupo, Borja Gervás, chairman Access UAE de Emiratos Árabes, Alfredo Bonet, secretario de Estado de Comercio y miembro del Comité Ejecutivo de Madrid Open City, Rodrigo de la Moto, director general de Invest in Madrid, secretario general de la Cámara de Comercio de Madrid, que también estaba por aquí con nosotros, y Gil Gidrón, presidente de la Cámara de Comercio España-Israelí. Resto de autoridades, asistentes, señoras y señores, buenos días. New Middle East. Madrid hoy vuelve a ser sede de un encuentro histórico en busca mejor del bienestar de los ciudadanos. Ya en el año 1991 acogimos la Conferencia de Paz árabe-israelí para resolver el conflicto existente entre ambas poblaciones mediante el lanzamiento de conversaciones bilaterales y multilaterales que sentaron las bases de los acuerdos de Oslo del año 1993. Hoy, 2022, tenemos un enfoque completamente diferente. Acogemos una reunión, que está liderando David y todo su equipo, para abordar cómo podemos avanzar en nuestras relaciones comerciales, para generar más bienestar en nuestros territorios a través de la actividad empresarial. Ahora ponemos en marcha un ambicioso proyecto con vocación de continuidad, que es lo importante, mantener la continuidad, que pretenda sentar las bases para la cooperación económica entre Israel, Emiratos Árabes Unidos y Madrid. Les quiero dar la bienvenida a todos y aprovechar para poner en la Cámara de Comercio e Industria de Madrid, que tengo el honor de presidir, a disposición de todas las empresas interesadas en este apasionante proyecto cuya meta es favorecer el crecimiento de la riqueza y el empleo. Una de las principales misiones que tenemos la Cámara de Comercio e Industria de Madrid es apoyar, por un lado, las inversiones que vienen a España. Eso es una de las funciones fundamentales que tenemos en colaboración con Invest Madrid, donde colaboramos conjuntamente, nos complementamos, atrayendo, acompañando y asesorando a todas las empresas, a todos los proyectos que quieren invertir en la ciudad de Madrid. Tenemos un equipo de 160 personas con muchos años de conocimiento, de experiencia, donde hemos tramitado en el último año 35.000 certificados de origen y legalizaciones a más de 1.300 empresas y a más de 8.000 empresas que ayudamos en la internacionalización. Como decía la Cámara de Comercio e Industria de Madrid, nos dedicamos a apoyar la internacionalización, export e import, es decir, empresas madrileñas que quieren exportar al mundo y toda aquella empresa internacional que quiere venir a España vía Madrid para vender al resto de España o también ser el puente para Europa o para Iberoamérica. Los resultados de una política adecuada para el desarrollo económico tienen sus resultados positivos, y los resultados positivos son que el 73% de las inversiones extranjeras que vienen a España se quedan dentro de la comunidad y de la ciudad de Madrid. Eso es una comunidad abierta y una ciudad libre, emprendedora, amable con las empresas, que despliega una fiscalidad razonable, lo cual hace que se reactive y que dinamice mucho más la actividad económica, con un capital humano muy formado y con una estabilidad institucional. Por lo tanto, es un foco ideal para que las empresas se instalen en nuestra comunidad, en nuestra ciudad, y se pongan en marcha proyectos empresariales. En este objetivo nos acompaña el Ayuntamiento de Madrid y con su alcalde a la cabeza, José Luis Martínez Almeida, con quien tenemos importantes convenios de colaboración. Aquí también doctora María Ángeles, que trabajamos, y tenemos convenios para apoyo y desarrollo del tejido empresarial de Madrid. Le tenemos siempre como aliado y en el objetivo común de ampliar el ecosistema empresarial, porque es la base del bienestar, procede de la actividad empresarial. Es decir, aquellos territorios que tienen más calidad de vida es a los que mejor les va a sus empresas. Por eso siempre digo que uno de los mejores escudos sociales que hay es el tejido empresarial, es la empresa. La empresa es la que genera empleo y a raíz del empleo se genera todo lo demás. Nuestro alcalde, que está aquí hoy con nosotros, José Luis Martínez Almeida, ha demostrado siempre una incansable dedicación por el impulso empresarial de la ciudad de Madrid, contribuyendo a la gran ciudad que hoy tenemos. Alojamiento de grandes, medianas y pequeñas empresas, un tejido empresarial imprescindible para el bienestar, como decía antes, de todos los que viven y pasan por ella. Todo esto ha hecho que Madrid sea una de las capitales mundiales más abiertas, atractivas para vivir, trabajar y desarrollar nuevas actividades empresariales. Digo vivir y trabajar. Yo siempre he creído en el equilibrio de lo que es trabajar con responsabilidad, con eficacia y con eficiencia, y a la vez también poder disfrutar. Y esta ciudad permite las dos cosas, calidad en el trabajo y calidad de vida. Una de las fortalezas de nuestro alcalde es gestionar las crisis y aprovechar las oportunidades que surgen de ellas para dar un salto cualitativo. Es el alcalde de la eclosión de Madrid, quien ha convertido un drama, que fue la pandemia, en un trampolín para ser el mejor Madrid que hayamos sido nunca y con mucho futuro por delante. Businessman, welcome to the city, la ciudad de Madrid, la Comunidad de Madrid y a España. In this region, you will be able to invest and do business safely and with future in the coming years. I'm sure we will see each other many more times. Good business and enjoy our wonderful comunidad y ciudad de Madrid. Muchas gracias por su atención. Thank you very much for your attention. Y la palabra es del alcalde.
Embajador de Emiratos Árabes en España, del embajador. Thanks for coming. Embajadora de Israel, que nos acompaña, creo que online. Presidente Madrid Open City, querido Gerardo. CEO de Extem, querido David. CEO de ACCES Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Borja. Director General de Invest en Madrid, Rodrigo de la Mota. Queridos empresarios de Madrid, especialmente permítanme saludar a Ángel Asensio y agradecer especialmente las palabras que ha tenido tanto conmigo como sobre todo con la ciudad. Sería muy difícil que hubiera un progreso en Madrid, una creación de riqueza, de empleo y de prosperidad, si no fuera porque precisamente disponemos de unos extraordinarios empresarios y para eso la colaboración del Ayuntamiento con la Cámara es siempre esencial y por otra parte además tenemos la ventaja de que Ángel Asensio es un empresario de reconocida y contrastada trayectoria y por tanto, como se suele decir, conoce bien el paño, lo cual es muy importante para poder sacar las cosas adelante. Me corresponde el honor de cerrar esta primera reunión de Madrid and the New Middle East y, por tanto, lo primero es que creo que tengo que agradecer precisamente a los impulsores y a los organizadores de esta idea que hayan llevado a cabo esta primera, que no última, eso creo que lo podemos garantizar, dado el éxito que ha tenido, tanto desde el punto de vista, por supuesto, de atracción y de público, como también de las ponencias que se han podido desarrollar a cabo. Y por eso yo creo que esta iniciativa que ha nacido de la sociedad civil, y en concreto de Gerardo Seliger, Madrid Open City, también a través de David Achuel, siempre colaborar, por otra parte, desde hace tantos años con esta ciudad, al mismo tiempo también que Borja Garcés o Rodrigo de la Mota, es una extraordinaria oportunidad para dar a conocer la ciudad de Madrid y, por tanto, para hacer realidad en el ámbito internacional ese aserto que decimos en Madrid, que en estos momentos Madrid es la ciudad en la que todo pasa y, por tanto, Madrid es la ciudad en la que hay infinitas oportunidades, porque es cierto, como nos indicaba Ángel Asensio, que a partir de un drama como ha sido la pandemia, sin embargo, hemos conseguido un trampolín para el mejor futuro de la ciudad de Madrid. Madrid está en estos momentos en la mejor situación, sin lugar a dudas, de su historia contemporánea, pero lo mejor todavía está por venir. Pero para que lo podamos conseguir es absolutamente esencial, precisamente, que consigamos esa globalización, esa internacionalización de la imagen de Madrid, o dicho de otra manera, que Madrid como ciudad deje de ser uno de los secretos mejor guardados en el mundo, porque pocas ciudades hay que puedan disponer de tantos factores como la ciudad de Madrid y que, sin embargo, no alcanza esa resonancia y ese impacto en el ámbito internacional. Y pocos canales mejor, precisamente, para poder alcanzarlo que en el ámbito de lo que es la economía y en el ámbito de lo que es el intercambio comercial, que a mi juicio tiene fundamentalmente varias ventajas, pero dos, en primer lugar, que es precisamente la generación de relaciones comerciales y, por tanto, que podamos seguir teniendo oportunidades de negocio y podamos seguir creciendo en la ciudad de Madrid, pero en segundo lugar, y creo que es también particularmente importante, dado cuál es el origen y cuál es la finalidad de este foro, que nos permite tener un marco político internacional cada vez, desgraciadamente, más inestable y con mayores dificultades, sin embargo, generar oportunidades de conocimiento entre las sociedades y, por tanto, oportunidades de establecer marcos consistentes, sólidos, de relaciones en el ámbito internacional. Y lo digo precisamente porque yo creo que hay que poner en valor y hay que subrayar que este foro se construye fundamentalmente sobre dos países que yo creo que dieron un grandísimo ejemplo al mundo hace apenas 2 años con esos acuerdos de Abraham, que efectivamente lo que determina es el establecimiento de las relaciones entre Emiratos Árabes Unidos y entre Israel y, por tanto, que fue, yo creo, que un punto determinante dentro de ese escenario tan complicado en el ámbito internacional, pero la demostración de que si hay voluntad de entendimiento y de diálogo, que si hay voluntad de convivencia, se puede superar absolutamente cualquier obstáculo. Y yo creo que por eso todos nos debemos felicitar, todos nos debemos dar la enhorabuena de que dos países como Emiratos Árabes Unidos y Israel tuvieran la capacidad de poder llegar a ese acuerdo y que, por tanto, también estemos aquí. Porque es cierto que hace 30 años hubo la Conferencia Internacional de Paz que se celebró celebró en la ciudad de Madrid y que sentó también las bases de una paz duradera en Oriente Medio, pero que al mismo tiempo también lo que transmitió es que en Madrid, si somos una ciudad abierta y somos una ciudad acogedora, si somos una ciudad en la que es fácil, muy fácil, venir aquí a vivir y sentirse inmediatamente integrado, yo creo que es una de las notas distintivas que nosotros tenemos que transmitir y, por tanto, que 30 años después tengamos la oportunidad de haber podido organizar esta cumbre de negocios sobre el nuevo Oriente Medio, yo creo que también transmite esa vocación de Madrid y yo creo que además son 3 los factores que han hecho especialmente aconsejable que lo pudiéramos organizar aquí en esta ciudad o que tomarais la decisión de poder hacerlo aquí en esta ciudad. En primer lugar, obviamente, ese carácter de Madrid como una ciudad amable, como una ciudad abierta, como una ciudad acogedora. Creo que nadie de los que estamos aquí o nos está siguiendo se sienten a disgusto en esta ciudad, porque es una ciudad que nadie le pregunta de dónde viene ni de dónde va, no es un tópico, es una realidad del día a día de Madrid. En segundo lugar, porque también yo creo que Madrid, desde el punto de vista geográfico, tiene unas oportunidades absolutamente extraordinarias que todavía no hemos conseguido explotar del todo. Es cierto que tenemos un grandísimo hub aeroportuario como es el aeropuerto de Barajas, Adolfo Suárez, pero sobre todo lo que tenemos es una posición geográfica privilegiada, precisamente como la puerta de acceso de toda Iberoamérica hacia Europa y, por tanto, nosotros somos la capital de Iberoamérica, Europa. Esa es una vocación absolutamente irrenunciable para la ciudad de Madrid, como en segundo lugar también que obviamente entre Iberoamérica y desde luego Oriente Medio, quien está en medio y por tanto quien puede canalizar un altísimo número de relaciones comerciales, quien tiene la capacidad de generar oportunidades de inversión uniendo estos dos mundos, es precisamente España, es precisamente su capital, como en este caso, como no puede ser de otra manera, la ciudad de Madrid y por tanto nos proporciona desde el punto de vista geográfico la oportunidad también de aumentar el valor añadido que ofrece Madrid. Y en tercer lugar, obviamente porque Madrid es un modelo muy consolidado, Madrid es un modelo que ya se ha asentado en el tiempo y que es un modelo, en mi opinión, permítanme que lo diga, de éxito. Y Madrid es un modelo de éxito desde el punto de vista precisamente del ámbito comercial, del ámbito económico y del establecimiento de una serie de políticas que tienen una serie de notas que las componen, pero que yo creo que si tuviéramos que resumirlo en un titular sería básicamente que aquí quien manda es la sociedad y por tanto que aquí quien tiene que tomar las decisiones son todos ustedes. Nosotros lo único que tenemos que hacer es tratar de no molestar en la medida de nuestras posibilidades o, dicho de otra manera, no gripar el motor del desarrollo económico, social, cultural e institucional que tiene que partir necesariamente del conjunto de la sociedad. Y Madrid tiene asentado eso desde hace tiempo. Es decir, yo creo que en Madrid nadie puede dudar que los mecanismos de colaboración público-privada, que la confianza en la sociedad, que las políticas que nos permiten no únicamente atraer talento, sino también retener talento, tan importante es atraer talento como retener el talento que hay en Madrid. Recordemos que solo en las escuelas de negocios que tenemos en esta ciudad hay estudiantes que vienen de más de 175 nacionalidades, que precisamente una de las cosas que dicen es que se quedarían a vivir en la ciudad de Madrid si tuvieran una oportunidad en el ámbito laboral acorde a la formación académica. O, por cierto, como bien sabe el embajador de Emiratos Árabes Unidos, este es un dato curioso, lo cierto es que Madrid es la segunda ciudad del mundo donde más exembajadores se quedan a vivir, lo cual quiere decir que algunas bondades tendremos como ciudad. Pero lo cierto, como digo, es que es un modelo muy consolidado que parte de esa premisa que es clave, que es la confianza en la sociedad y, por tanto, la capacidad individual de toma de decisiones, también pensando en que unidos somos más fuertes y, por tanto, en que la sociedad es absolutamente necesaria e imprescindible, pero al mismo tiempo, a partir de ahí también, y se han esbozado por Ángel, el presidente de la Cámara de Comercio, determinadas notas que son extraordinariamente importantes y donde queremos seguir progresando y queremos seguir avanzando. El problema de Madrid no es que los impuestos sean bajos, es que los impuestos todavía son altos. Yo es que creo que los debates hay que enfocarlos de una manera adecuada y, por tanto, lo que es Madrid tenemos claro es que nosotros queremos seguir bajando los impuestos porque es esencial en un marco fiscal de competitividad en el ámbito internacional que Madrid pueda estar ahí, más aún cuando ahora mismo el proceso de toma de decisiones muchas veces de localización de determinadas inversiones empresariales se hacen teniendo en cuenta no ya el marco país, sino el marco ciudad y, por tanto, que ya no se mira tanto el país o la región, sino la ciudad donde se quiere uno establecer y para eso Madrid tiene que poder tener una fiscalidad competitiva porque, por ejemplo, ahora estamos sufriendo con Lisboa. Lisboa tiene unas condiciones fiscales más competitivas, más ventajosas que la ciudad de Madrid y eso hace que podamos perder una serie de inversiones que para nosotros son muy importantes que podamos tener o que podamos mantener en la ciudad de Madrid. En segundo lugar, y yo creo que es obvio, es que si queremos ser una región y una ciudad business friendly es absolutamente imprescindible que eso se traduzca en un marco normativo que tiene que existir, pero que tiene que transmitir seguridad jurídica y, por tanto, que en la medida de lo posible tiene que ser simple, que no quiere decir simplista, tiene que ser sencillo, que no quiere decir que no tenga complejidad y, desde luego, lo que tiene que transmitir es que aquí hay un marco jurídico que transmite una respuesta predeterminada a los distintos operadores que hay en el ámbito económico, en el ámbito empresarial en este caso, respecto de las peticiones o las pretensiones que pueda deducir a la sociedad, o dicho de otra manera, reducir al máximo posible lo que son los márgenes de discrecionalidad de los que pueden tener los gobiernos en el proceso de toma de decisiones por parte de los inversores, y por tanto es esencial que nosotros... Pero luego permítanme que diga y que presuma de ciudad y que diga con orgullo que Madrid por primera vez este año, precisamente este año, se ha colado entre las 10 mejores ciudades, entre las 10 ciudades del mundo con mayor calidad de vida. Es la primera vez que en ese índice Mori, que es japonés, se introduce a Madrid como una de las 10 mejores ciudades del mundo en términos de calidad de vida. Y retomando con lo que decía anteriormente, teniendo en cuenta que el siglo XXI es el siglo de las ciudades, que el fenómeno de agrupación de la población, a pesar de lo que pudo parecer durante la pandemia, no se va a detener, sino que va a seguir creciendo. En este momento ya en el mundo más del 50% de las personas viven en entornos urbanos. Tengamos claro, por tanto, que cada vez vamos a adquirir más importancia. Y, por tanto, como decía antes, es imprescindible que Madrid sea una buena ciudad para vivir y que Madrid sea una buena ciudad para venir, porque no se vendrá si no somos capaces de generar unas adecuadas condiciones de vida y un marco de calidad de vida que sea acorde con las exigencias de una sociedad que en esto cada vez y con toda la lógica del mundo, valga la redundancia, es más exigente en relación con las ciudades. Y por tanto que nosotros tenemos ahí una serie de ventajas competitivas que yo creo que también hay que reseñar y que también cuando se tienen que tomar decisiones nosotros ponemos encima de la mesa. Hay pocas ciudades en el mundo, también comunicadas desde el punto de vista nacional, por supuesto, pero también desde el punto de vista internacional, como Madrid. Ya he mencionado el aeropuerto de Adolfo Suárez, Madrid-Barajas, o al mismo tiempo también la situación geográfica que tenemos en la ciudad de Madrid. Hay pocas ciudades en el mundo que dispongan de los servicios públicos. Hablemos ya en términos de transporte público, la red de infraestructuras de toda la ciudad de Madrid creo que es una grandísima red de infraestructuras, pero al mismo tiempo también hablemos en términos sanitarios o de servicios sanitarios o en términos de educación, donde aquí el 93% de los padres elige la primera opción de educación que quiere para sus hijos, ya sea en pública, en privada o en concertada, y por tanto hay la capacidad. O al mismo tiempo yo creo que también notas distintivas de esta ciudad como esa libertad de horarios comerciales, que parece una cuestión baladí, pero que no lo es, porque yo creo que a todos nos sorprende salir de Madrid y no poder comprar en determinadas horas, como si sucede en todo momento en esta ciudad. O al mismo tiempo yo creo que también podemos presumir de ser la segunda capital de la Unión Europea más segura, solo detrás de Viena, pero con la evidente diferencia de población que hay entre Viena y entre Madrid. Pero desde luego yo creo que nuestros ratios de seguridad callejeras son incomparables, no comparables, incomparables con los de cualquier otra gran capital en el mundo. O por otra parte yo creo que también todos somos conscientes de las alternativas de ocio y de cultura para tener una buena calidad de vida que tenemos en la ciudad de Madrid. Eso lo tenemos que unir a un reto que tenemos, o un doble reto que tenemos las administraciones, o en este caso el gobierno de las grandes ciudades en el ámbito de la calidad de vida, que es precisamente generar políticas de sostenibilidad que sean compatibles, y políticas de sostenibilidad que sean compatibles, lo digo en relación con lo que son las políticas de sostenibilidad económica también. No podemos equivocarnos, es decir, la sostenibilidad y el cumplimiento de los objetivos implican una serie de cargas y gravámenes que tiene que hacer que seamos capaces de transformar un proceso de políticas de estabilidad en un proceso socialmente justo, y que las cargas y gravámenes que se derivan de la aplicación de las exigencias de sostenibilidad no suponga que entren en contradicción con las políticas de desarrollo económico, porque entonces tendremos un problema muy serio. No seremos capaces de llevar a cabo los objetivos de sostenibilidad ambiental y además estaremos frustrando numerosas oportunidades de inversión. Por tanto, tiene que ser un proceso socialmente justo en el marco de una transición que no empieza un día y acaba al siguiente, sino que tiene una serie de hitos que se tienen que ir cumpliendo y que conviene no ir adelantando, por otra parte, si no tenemos las soluciones necesarias a determinadas carencias que pueda hacer. Pero es un reto que tenemos todas las grandes ciudades, y en ese sentido yo creo que en el Ayuntamiento estamos firmemente comprometidos en el ámbito de la sostenibilidad. El año pasado tuvimos los mejores datos de la serie histórica de la calidad del aire desde que se miden en el año 2009, o al mismo tiempo también somos conscientes de la necesidad de dotar a los ciudadanos, en este caso de una serie de espacios públicos que tengan la calidad que les permita que efectivamente Madrid sea la mejor ciudad para vivir. Yo creo que hay ejemplos emblemáticos de lo que estamos haciendo en este momento en la ciudad de Madrid. Concluimos ya las obras de Plaza de España, estamos ejecutando también las obras que van a permitir la peatonalización definitiva de la Puerta del Sol. Permítanme decir, porque yo creo que en Madrid se va a duplicar un eje cultural y un eje patrimonial incomparable, como es el eje Prado-Recoletos, porque es patrimonio de la humanidad, pero que en este caso ese eje que se va a crear a lo largo de toda la Plaza de España hasta el Templo de Devot, y que va a subir también hasta la Puerta del Sol Canalejas, pudiendo llegar al Museo Thyssen-Bornemisza sin cruzar prácticamente un semáforo, y pudiendo empezar el paseo desde la Casa de Campo, teniendo en cuenta la apertura del nuevo Museo de Colecciones Reales, Palacio Real, Teatro Real, que por cierto es el mejor teatro de ópera del mundo, que así ha sido elegido en el año 2019 y 2020, o al mismo tiempo también obviamente todo el kilómetro cero de España, que es la Puerta del Sol completamente remodelada, y tantos ejemplos que podríamos dar, porque somos perfectamente conscientes de que tenemos que ser la mejor ciudad para vivir si queremos que seamos la mejor ciudad para que la gente venga y para poder seguir generando. Por eso digo que Madrid, desde luego, reunía 3 condicionantes que eran determinantes para el éxito de esta cumbre o de este summit sobre el nuevo Oriente Medio, que es tanto nuestra vocación de ciudad abierta, de nuestra vocación de ciudad acogedora, una ciudad extraordinariamente preparada para recibir al que viene de fuera, extraordinariamente preparada para hacer sentir a los que somos de Madrid y hemos nacido en Madrid cómodos también en esta ciudad, una ciudad que está además muy preparada para albergar grandes acontecimientos. Lo fue la conferencia de paz de hace 30 años, lo va a ser la cumbre de la OTAN el 28 y 30 de junio, que va a ser un reto logístico y de organización, desde luego, sin precedentes para la ciudad de Madrid, pero que estoy seguro que, al igual que pasó con la COP25, lo pasaremos con nota. Al mismo tiempo, en segundo lugar, un lugar que tiene, desde el punto de vista geopolítico, una situación privilegiada, tanto porque somos la puerta de Iberoamérica en Europa, somos la capital en Europa y, por tanto, estamos en una situación geográfica en la que tenemos que hacer de nexo común entre Iberoamérica y Oriente Medio. Y, en tercer lugar, por lo que les he dicho, yo creo que el modelo de Madrid está consolidado, creo que el modelo de Madrid es un modelo que las políticas se han revelado acertadas desde la confianza total y absoluta en el conjunto de la sociedad. Voy concluyendo y lo tengo que hacer necesariamente poniendo en valor nuevamente, desde luego, el papel tanto de Israel como de Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Yo creo, insisto, que en un mundo tan difícil como el que vivimos, que estos dos países dieran ese extraordinario ejemplo, nos enseña a los demás por dónde tenemos que ir hacia un futuro mejor y hacia un futuro más consolidado. En segundo lugar, yo creo también, desde luego, agradecer todo el trabajo que ha hecho Gerardo Seliger con todo el equipo de Madrid Open City y con David Achuel, sin cual no hubiera sido, y reiterar, en tercer lugar, el compromiso del Ayuntamiento de Madrid para que se celebren sucesivas ediciones y para que Madrid nuevamente alcance esa resonancia internacional. Porque, insisto, Madrid es uno de los mejores secretos en el mundo, pero es un secreto que hay que empezar a dar a conocer, porque estamos en el mejor momento de nuestra historia contemporánea, lo mejor está por venir y el salto de calidad que estamos en condiciones de dar a esta ciudad para los 5 próximos 10 años es una oportunidad irrenunciable y que nunca nos lamentaríamos suficiente si no fuéramos capaces de aprovecharla. Muchas gracias. Se me ha ido un poco de tiempo.
Por favor. Sí. Con esto ya se acaba la conferencia de hoy. Thank you very much for joining us, and we see you in June next year here in Madrid for a widened conference. This was a huge success. Thank you for coming. Welcome next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Thank you.